Half a minute until the session skips to race session, just let you know. Okay, session skipped now, 2 minutes of countdown, and then we will start the formation laps. We will have a quick restart of the session because we have a long stop issue. We said too much, sorry. Server back online, 3 minutes to join the server. Sorry for the issue, long stops should be sorted now. Join, please. 1 minute 45 seconds to join. Please join the server. Thank you. .157 Pro Endurance team and 997 Park Motorsport, please join the server. We are skipping the session as everyone is on the server already. As usual, 2 minutes of countdown.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this 5th round of the Project Endurance season. Today in Portimao for the 6 hours of Portimao. My name is Dominic, and with me in the commentary booth is Luca.
Hello.
Yeah, Portimao, it's quite a difficult track we will see today. It has a lot of up and downs. 6 hours, what do you expect from this race today?
I expect to be an expensive race where a lot of cars might have a bit of get-togethers, as this track is really technical with all the ups and downs, all the curved braking points and all the different blind corners. So for the 6 hours, I'm willing to see some spectacular action today.
Oh yeah, indeed, especially the first laps will be crucial to gain some places if your quali wasn't on point or wasn't as you wished. It's not the easiest track, I would say, to make an overtaking maneuver.
Safety car going down the start-finish straight, wait for it to pass the leader and then we will start the formation laps.
And now we see the safety car on track.
Okay, we can go now.
Now the leaders go as well. And we are on the way for the formation lap here in Portimao.
Going down the official starting grid, we have the AOT Turtle Beach on the right side in
Single
P1,
file,
the
no
hyperclass
overtaking, stay safe out there. Just classic stuff.
Behind the AOT Turtle Beach, we have the SD117 One Vision Esports car on the left side in P2. P3 has the GLS PXN Racing, and in P4 the 81 Team Delta Infinite hypercar. In P5 is OC Racing X Lopen, and in 6th is the 157 Pro Endurance team. With yesterday's qualifying being quite hectic, we only have some very much action to see for the beginning of the race. AOT Turtle Beach, as you see here, being up on top there. Being our top team as well for the season so far. Let's see how they bring today's race over. Obviously in 6 hours a lot can happen. And with also changing temperatures and changing time zones, we might see some action also later on when the cars are more spread out from each other.
Oh yeah, today we don't have that many LMDH cars, only 10 on track, but we have a lot of GT3s taking part. So it will be a bit of traffic for the LMDH cars when they will reach the GT3s. Now let's say after 6-7 laps, is that possible?
Yeah, the car's lapping about 20 to 30 seconds slower a lap, maybe even less depending on tire wear and fuel consumption. We might see the LMDH class reaching those GT3 class very soon after the race start.
Oh yeah, and from then on, It's, let's say, chaos on track with overtaking maneuvers, faster and slower classes. But that's what's all about in endurance racing. That's the beautiful part of it.
As we're going down the grid of the GT3 class here as well, down in 18th now, we see the One Vision Endurance Shigalka team, and right behind the grid, White Tigers. We're approaching the final corner and now into the main straight. We have another formation lap, I believe. As no, it's go, go, go! It's green flag. Unless I've misunderstood that. There's another formation lap for all the drivers. I've seen the cars accelerate. That was my mistake. There's another one to warm up those tires for this very difficult track.
Yeah, would be a bit strange. They are still single file. Normally they will go into the double file. So yeah, here 25 grid racing, then going on to Park Motorsport on the 26th position, 16th in class. Then Kirito Racing Esports, Braun GP Endurance, followed by OC Racing X Lifeless, the Shark Lamborghini. And then behind them on the 30th position, WRS Interstellar Midas Racing. Those are the 30 cars that will take the start today, and we are close to the last sector.
Okay, grid information from double file is 80 km per hour, no overtaking. GT3, please create a gap of at least 10 car lengths and wait for the green flag commands.
As now the double file is coming for the race start. The safety car will go in as fast as possible into the pit lane. And the first cars to start are going to be the hypercars, and then with a little bit of a gap are the GT3. So we're going to have two separated race starts, and with a lot of action coming towards us.
Oh yeah, now we have a small hill they have to climb, and then we are on the start-finish straight, and then when the green flag is shown, the race will begin. Now tension is building, that's for sure. Here we see that small hill I just mentioned. The 10 LMDH cars are getting ready for this 6 hours race here in Portimao.
For the sign for the green flag.
It's
Green
a
flag
long,
hypercar,
long
green flag hypercar.
wait, and we are racing here at Portimao. They are going 5 wide here into 2 turn 1 and go back to 3 wide. Little bit of contact, I think, here between the MDH cars.
Green flag GT3.
But everyone stays on track, no spin so far. The GT3s have the green flag as well, and there is again contact between the 2nd and 3rd place car, but they stay on track as well.
And one being very difficult, really tight, and they're seeing every cars going 3 wide now towards turn 3. The FNL versus Apex 1. Apex 1 has got the jump, and the FNL has spun it round up the hill on the left-hander. Very difficult to gain the traction there. And we saw the FNL just losing the rear and now tumbling down the order. While also the AOT Turtle Beach here in LMDH has gotten the jump on everyone. But the One Vision Esports has lost a bit of touch to the Turtle Beach and losing a bit of ground now. While also in the back, I believe the Project A car had a great start, jumping from 10th up to 7th. Great race there from them.
Yeah, FNL very lucky not to get hit more. They are down into 28th now, 27th position, while we see the fight for P2 in GT3. It's Wochel Racing who has to defend against the Motor Reported 24. While the Apex 1 car already has a big gap to the 2nd place car. We can see it there in the distance disappearing. While the LMDH now finished their first lap. It's AOT Turtle Beach who exit the first lap as leader ahead of SD1 Vision Esports and GLS PXN Racing.
Yeah, And now that the timing board is getting updated, we have to keep our eyes up there with Project A being right with OC Racing. As there we go, that's OC Racing now on board, side by side, going with Park Motorsports. Great run out of turn 4. And now going down the hill, turn 5, very hard braking point, locking the front right. Is he gonna make the down under work? Doesn't quite manage Park Motorsport team as, oh, that's Cubic Systems off.
Yeah, 4th place GT3 in trouble here, and they lose a lot of time. They are falling down like a stone, and we have to wait until the timing board updates to see which position they are. And there is a spin for the 12th, and we saw there was also a hit and another car spun as well. 3 cars involved, if I see that correctly.
Yeah, it was our turn 1 with the big sausage curb on the inside. I myself am gonna race in 2 hours, and with a little practice, I've noticed the first corner is the most difficult on this track, just because of that inside sausage curb. You cannot really quite hit that, but you have to get as close as possible. And once you hit that curb, it's game over for you. Your car just cannot get the grip and just spins around. And I believe that's what happened with the Kirito Racing race car up in turn 1, and sadly also a bit of contact, as obviously in the middle of the corner it's a bit difficult to avoid someone going through
Yellow
there.
turn 8.
We have yellow in turn 8. Also here the spin for the short car, but he gets back on the way. The problem is at the beginning of the race the field is very close together, and if you spin the chances are very high that you get collected. So I hope they don't have further damage. The cars we saw already spinning, quite a few actually.
Getting the temperatures down is very difficult, sometimes even in the opposite direction. With all these elevation changes, all these extra grip we gain while going up and down the hill, temperatures might go spiking in some corners, where then you notice that the car might be a bit too slidey for your liking, and one leads to another. You'll find yourself seeing the wrong way. And obviously in the middle of the race start, with all cars being still bunched up together, that's the last thing you want to see in the middle of the road.
Oh yeah. Now we have the 42 here. Sadly we don't have a live timing right now, so hard to say for which position that is, but I think it's for second, if I saw it right. Now a bit further down the field with the 161. Going for the slipstream here. Will they be able to make the move into turn 1? No, they aren't, a bit too far behind. But now at the beginning it's important to not risk too much, to just drive your pace, maybe gain a place if there is the opportunity, but not risk it all.
As we see here, the battle for 6th in the back, in the mirror there at the top. You see also behind, that's the OCA Lopen and the Gnardo Baulamento White behind them. Obviously, as we said at the beginning, risks are not preferred. As we see Project A rather sticking it behind the Park Motorsport 97 car. Turn 1 was an opportunity, but difficult overtaking spot. As Park Motorsport has taken the corner a bit differently, as Project A gonna have a look here. Dirty Air playing a big role with these cars. Following is really difficult with all these ups and downs. Are they gonna make it stick? As obviously the car will handle a bit worse with all the Dirty Air hitting it like a truck. That's Project A taking the corner also a bit more inside, going towards the main straight now.
Now again on the start-finish straight in the slipstream. I think they are a bit closer than before. They're nearly in the rear now. They're going for the move. They have the inside for turn 1. And they are not gonna pass, or are they achieving the pass? Yes, they do. That was quite a bit of a fight, but nicely done. Maybe a bit of contact, and now where? There behind, he lost another position, and we are getting ready for the first GT3 lapping maneuvers.
As we now looking at our P3s that is still here. P2 actually, I'm sorry, in the GT3 class, the Warhol Racing.pl, that's Apex 1 up ahead, a leading GT3 car. As you said, we are now starting to lap some cars. I believe those were the cars that had some issues during the start of the race with a bit of spin. So before the LMDH reach our group here, they still have enough time to fight between each other, as when the LMD cars reach them, fighting should come to a minimum, as obviously if you're an LMDH car and see 2 or 3 GT3 cars going side by side, that's not something you'd want to see. And also for the GT3s, you want to lose as little time as possible. And with the LMDHs, you might have a chance. That's a Squadra Corsa car. Round turn 2. I believe there was a bit of contact involved there. That's really close following, and that cost them a few positions. Are they going to manage to bring it back?
They seem to have some trouble. I'm not sure if the spin was on their own, but then getting collected as they were in quite a big line there. Now they fell down to 24th position, 14th in class. While we are back with the second place One Vision Esports LMDH car, they are half a second behind the leader, and now here we have some traffic.
Let's see now how the LMDHs handled this. I thought there's suddenly a move there happening up ahead into turn 5. That's something I was saying. If you can use the GT3s and traffic to your advantage, if you know how to play your cards correctly, and also the GT3s have a chance to play the cards correctly, as when you have a bit of traffic up ahead, you can use your way into the braking point a bit differently and use them as a blockade. As we see the GSPXN Racing, for example, having that blockade here up turn 13. And look how much time they've gained here now, the Petronas Synthium SD team.
Yeah, it wasn't enough to make the move, but they surely are in the rear now of the GSPXN Racing, another GT3 car. But both cleaned him nicely, and now they have a bit of clean air. You can see in the distance some other GT3 cars, a lot of GT3 cars actually, and there is a spin in turn 1. After turn 1, another GT3 car, Grid Racing 794 here in troubles.
Rejoin safely, please.
As we now have rejoined safely, that's a corner where you can't really afford to rejoin fully. There we go, nice rejoin. Look in the rear mirror, I see no cars coming, and he's managed to bring it back, dropping down a few positions, but now up ahead here for P17 overall. We have 2 cars going side by side. That's the, I believe, AOT Elma and the PMO Endurance team going side by side, and the LMDH trying to send it down the inside. They're going free right now here, down turn 8, the Samsung corner. And this is going to make it move to LMDH, yes, but also the PMO managed to get it past. And I apologize, it was the Strefa Racing, not the AOT Elma.
Yeah, that was very risky, but it went well for this time. Another LMDH, the Petronas car now going for the move. He has to go around the outside now. That costs him some time for sure. The Strefa Racing car surely not happy after getting overtaken in such an amazing manner. 18th now, 8 in class, but they try to regain that 7th place from PMO Endurance Team Red. Here with Niado Bauelemente White for P8 against Park Motorsport.
Looks like Park Motorsport hasn't gotten quite the start they wanted, dropping down a few positions. I believe they've started up in P6. Sorry, Park Motorsport started last. Oh god, there's contact down turn 1. There was a bit of a hot move there, and it looked like it didn't quite work out. Have to rejoin. Didn't block anyone, but wow, that was quite a move there, Darwin move, which didn't work out, and facing not quite the wrong way, but managed to bring it back on track. But that will cost them a lot of time for this race.
Move in turn 1, always risky, and we are back in the GT3 field. Park Motorsport, the GT3 car of this team, fighting for P9 in class. But there is now... Is that the Park Motorsport LMDH car? While we have another yellow in turn 8. And see a car falling back right now. So I assume just a small spin. Now, Park Motorsport against Team Delta Infinite. They tried looking for the inside, but the gap wasn't there. And now they have to defend against Grid White Tigers. So you can't risk too much, otherwise you don't gain a position, but you lose one. Now having LMDH car behind them as well.
As a GT driver, you need to be as predictive as possible before the LMDH cars, but also you want to gain as much time as possible, which isn't quite as easy if we get always cars overtaking you in places where it's sometimes not very easy. And it looks like the Park Motorsport car, the GT3, has gained a little bit of time to the Team Delta Infinite car, but the Grid White Tigers here has lost out the most as they were all following close by. And now turn 1, you see how much slide you have through that corner. As that's a hard braking point, harder than you think actually, going for that right kink, going up, I believe, about 300 km an hour down the main straight. For such a corner, these cars don't have enough downforce to really take it as fast as you think. And that shows just how difficult a small corner like that can be. As now we're on board with Project A, following the Pro Endurance team 157 for P5 in the class, respectfully, as now lapping the car, going late on the brakes. The Project A nearly goes into the back of the Pro Endurance team car. And that was very close up turn 10 and 11.
Yeah, they were just lapping the leader of the GT3 class, and then it was very close not to have contact. You can see the Project A car, they want to pass the Pro Endurance team here. Another GT3 ahead. Maybe that will bring some slipstream to the Pro Endurance team on the start-finish straight. Some slipstream they want to have because Project A surely has it. And they had a better exit. Now they have to go for the outside into turn 1. They are side by side. And it is Pro Endurance team. No, there is contact. Pro Endurance team is the one in the gravel. Project A with the overtake, if you want.
It looked like the Pro Endurance team just lost a little bit of the rear going towards turn 1, and the inevitable happened, sliding towards the second car there in the corner. Contact a little bit. Hopefully Project A car doesn't have too much damage to run right now. But obviously any kind of damage is not quite what you want. Being this early in the race, you have to wait for the next stint, which of these cars is in about half an hour to 40 minutes. So you're gonna have to live with that damage, maybe even for the entire race, depending on how little damage it is. And with just such a corner, it's not really something you want to see, as we have the Squadra Corsa Overcrest in the pit lane. What has happened to them?
Live timing is now available. You can find it on the announcements channel and in the descriptions of both live streams.
If I remember it correctly, they had a spin before and got collected. Maybe it's some damage they have to repair, while we see the Petronas Synthium team now going for third place over start-finish straight. They are 0.2 of a second behind the GLS PXN Racing. Looking for the inside, but they are too far behind to make a move.
You don't want to stick too long behind the car ahead, as
997 Park Motorsport, due to teleport to the pit lane, please go into the pit lane and retire the car.
Also, Park Motorsport car is gonna get disqualified here for teleporting back into the pit lane. So we gotta have first a DNF off the race. And I believe the Squadra Corsa only is there for damage repairs, which obviously understandable for how much damage they've received through that crash. It's gonna take a little bit longer. If not, I think we have 2 DNS already this race, while we are here on board with the battle between, for the podium of the race, P3 GLS PXN Racing versus Petronas Synthium SD team. This track really not quite soothing for the dirty air, as you see how much the car behind slides more. Has less of the front end biting through these corners where you want the front to bite. You see often the car taking alternative lines to just minimize the dirty air they receive. And obviously the best spot for overtaking is the main straight, but also down towards turn 10 or turn 5 are also 2 other overtaking spots that you can take advantage of. But this time it looks like the Project Synthium SD team just lost a bit of time there.
They are further down, back behind the GLS car than they were one lap before. And I think in the last sector with the onboard we could saw perfectly what you just said with the dirty air. They had problems, they were sliding around, and that cost them some times. Now they are a bit closer again, but still not close enough to make a move. Bit of a locking wheel for the GLS car, and now there was a chance for the Petronas car. They can't use it, but it shows that the GLS car can't make any mistake or they will lose the position. Now Petronas car very close again, 1/10 of a second. Maybe now this lap, this is the time for the overtaking maneuver. Now they are going on the inside, but they have to back down again. Was too close for the overtake there.
As that was the turn 10 spot I was talking about, quite of a big corner. You can have a bit of a risk down there depending on the other driver you're fighting. And this time now we're going a bit further back. The FNL car, the one car that had problems turn 4 in the first lap, spinning, bringing themselves up into P18 overall, which is P8 in that class respectively. And they are now leading this group here. With Strafer Racing, Team Delta Infinite, and Park Motorsport all in a line here. And this is probably a battle that's gonna go on for quite a bit of time now. So this is obviously something you gotta keep your eyes out for. As we saw before, just a little bit of a lockup, how much time it can cost you, and how easy it is to engage a battle with just a tiny mistake. As the 3 cars behind are a bit more interesting, as there's only 2 temps separating the 3 cars. And obviously now turn 11, a bit of a difficult move. You have to take a bit of an outside lane to get an optimal exit there, and taking that, you open up the inside, which often for the overtaking car is quite a bit of a opportunity. Often we see some cars looking for the inside there. That's the Park Motorsport making himself visible for the Team Delta Infinite. And now in the back, the Grid Ride Tigers trying to stay on that line. And now going towards the main straight. The slipstream now playing for all cars. I believe the Grid Racing Tiger will have a bit of the worst here, as a car has the slipstream, but also the FNL will lose quite a bit of time here, as they also are the ones with with no slipstream.
And we have again a situation we had before. Park Motorsport, they need to overtake, but they can't risk too much because one mistake and Grid White Tigers are through, and then they have to overtake one more car. So they are a bit of in a tricky situation, while we see the Petronas car now very close. They are going for it, it seems, but again, just at the start of the braking zone, they have to back out again and let GLS take the corner. It's better to not risk it all in the first hour of the race. You can do that maybe in the last lap, but not 20 minutes into a 6-hour race. Into turn 5, still too far behind, but the GLS car can really see them in the back mirrors, and they have the pressure of the Petronas car, that's for sure. Then it's a 7 seconds gap to Project A on the 5th position. They are 2.5 seconds behind the 2nd place car, and they have some traffic coming up here.
Being the lead car here in the battle is quite an advantage, as you can predict always what the car behind will do, seeing as the lines they take, and also you can kind of block them a little with the way you take the corners, with the dirty air obviously playing a huge role. You just have to be careful going down the main straight, that you have a big of enough buffer that even with the slipstream that a move will not really happen. We see in turn 1 just not quite being the overtaking spot, so even if going side by side down the main straight, if you are the one leading, you might still have a chance to keep your position going to out of turn 1. Obviously with that big sausage cup in the end, you can't risk going side by side through there, as there's only one specific line where the car has the most grip. And that shows us that even if you get a good run down the main straight, that there's not a clean overtake done at the beginning of the straight, even if it's noticeable that you have the greater straight lane speed advantage. So you just have to play your cards correctly with the 5 hours 38 minutes remaining in the session. You can always check your opponents for lines where they have more mistakes through, for example, corners like turn 8. We see how the uphill, the car's having a bit of issues. You can always predict problems, as that's a Park Motorsport car going for quite an aggressive move there, but didn't quite manage out and sticking it back behind. And now for the three-way battle between the Team Delta Infinite, Park Motorsport and Gridway Tigers, as close together between the three cars.
I think they want to show each other in the mirror, and Petronas has overtook GLS PX and Racing. Petronas Synthium now in first. There is a spin for the Pro Endurance team, but I think, yeah, exactly, Petronas car lost the position again. They were held up by a GT3 car. The GLS car had the better line, had the better
Yellow flag
speeds.
turn 2.
And we have yellow flag turn 2. We are
Yellow
coming
flag
to turn
4.
2 very shortly. Turn 4 also yellow
Green
flag.
turn 4.
Green flag turn 2.
Okay, green flag again. So I assume it was just a spin. But that is painful for Petronas. They managed to overtake GLS, and then shortly afterwards they are getting caught again because of a lapped car. Back to the GT3 fight, and there is a bit of contact between the White Tigers and Park Motorsport cars, but the Park Motorsport car stays ahead, while GLS and Petronas flashing by. And the contact was good for the Affendal car. He has now a bit of a gap, but lost again time because of the hypercars. Also, what I saw before, the Affendal car is sliding quite a lot, if I saw it right. Always out of the corners, the rear is stepping out.
Obviously setup plays a huge role in these cars. We know some drivers like the car to be a bit more oversteery, which is also kind of the more optimal way to race a car, but that's more difficult, as depending on also the tire wear, the oversteer that you have at the beginning will get more aggressive, and I believe the FNL car, as you said, is starting to struggle a bit with those issues. And also now going down the main straight with a bit of traffic, is the Petronas Synthium car gonna have a look? No, they stick it behind again, sticking it even behind the GT3 here, which the GLS PXN got past, but going to the gravel, losing out massive amounts of time. And now towards turn 3, the Petronas Synthium car is right on the rear end of that GLS PXN racing car. And now towards turn 5, this is the next overtaking opportunity they can have. This is a better spot to overtake. They're looking for the outside line, are going side by side towards the braking point. Are we going to see the down under going here, or are they going to stay side by side? It looks like the GLS PXN had great defense and stays ahead out of the corner.
Petronas was very lucky that the GLS car was stuck behind another GT3 after turn 1, otherwise the gap would be quite big now, as they coming close to another GT3 again. But this time both get through very quickly, no time lost here, or not a lot of time lost. But they lost a bit of time to second place, I see now. About 1 to 2 seconds. The gap was 2.5 before, now up to 4.5.
Talking about our leader as well, as we get quite closer to the end of the season. Saying about our drivers, this is now, I believe, the 6th race of the season. Of the Project Endurance race season here, or 5th, I'm sorry, and ALT Turtle Beach is right now leading the entire competition, having the most wins. Oh god, that's the PXN car going wide turn 1 and giving the position to Petronas Synthium. That's exactly what they waited for, and now it happened. The mistake that they've been waiting for it to happen has finally happened, and it's now in their favor. It's now they have a big gap already, 1.5 seconds to 2 even now between the two drivers. So now this is now a race for Petronas Synthium to run away as fast as possible. They have another GT3 now in between each other. So this is exactly what Petronas Synthium was waiting for. It has finally happened. And now the Petronas Synthium car has to run away with that P3 for the majority of the race, which obviously with 5 hours and 44 minutes remaining, it can still a lot of stuff happen with the different drivers in the team as well. We're gonna have to wait for that as well. 3 drivers to even 4 per team. Each stint might have a different average time, and Petronas Infinium is probably looking to get as much time as possible in the beginning part of this race, as PXN has crumbled under the pressure.
Yeah, it was very unlucky as well that they fallen behind another GT3 car there. That cost them even more time, so they are 2 seconds now behind the Petronas car. While we see the Park Motorsport trying to find a way through at the Strefa Racing Team car for 9th place, and the Strefa car went a bit wide there, still manages to hold on. But Park Motorsport seems to be a bit faster there. While we see the Park Motorsport LMDH car. And there is the Park Motorsport GT3 going a bit on strange lines. Now having to be careful that Team Delta Infinite not manages to passing them, but it's nearly impossible to do so around the outside. There is a LMDH car coming. Oh, he really wants to get through there.
Going now up the hill towards turn 5 with the bad line for the Park Motorsport car ahead. I believe that's a Strefa. That's a Park Motorsport car up ahead with the bad line through the final corner. The Team Delta Infinite has catch, but also with the Park Motorsport and the Strefa Racing battling, they are all very bunched up now, going towards turn 8, turn 7 and 8. Difficult part of the track is it's easy to lock up, but also easy to lose the rear going up the hill. It's anti-camber corner, where you don't really want to accelerate fully, but also want to get the best of exits through there. So maybe later on with more tire wear, we might see some cars struggling going up the hill there. And now this three-way battle is still in their prime time here, as no one wants to back out. Everyone's going 100%, even 110%, as now it's a four-way battle, with the grid rate Tigers being right up the rear ends as well. So we're gonna have to wait. Let's see how the different pressures are gonna come to our drivers. Obviously only half an hour in, all drivers are still perfectly up to strength, but the longer they fight, the more mentally exhausted they will get, and that's when we see more mistakes and even more attacking happening.
And it looks like they all have around the same pace at the moment. But yeah, that can change when other drivers will enter the cars later on in the race. But right now, it stays the same as the lap before. Because, as I said before, if you try too aggressively, the chance that you lose 1 or 2 spots is very big here. Except for the Grid White Tigers car, they can try as hard as they want. Now back to the LMDH cars. Team Delta Infinite on the 8th place, chasing Niado Baul Elemente for 7th place. We have them in picture now, and also the Pro Endurance team is not too far behind them. Now they are catching another line of GT3 cars. They try to pass them. Here in the final sector, it's always a bit hard to get through without the biggest time loss. But that seems to work quite good for them. Team Delta now a 1/10 of a second behind P7.
Pit lane is now open for mandatory long stops.
And the pit lane is now open for the long stops. And by the way, we have the car number 20 back on track. It seems the Squadra Corsa overcrest, so they are not out of it. Just pretty far behind everyone else, but very nice to see them back on track. And we have here the attack from Team Delta Infinite. They are going through that works. Pro Endurance team also had a look on the inside. They didn't manage to make that pass work. Maybe now very close to the rear of the 133 here. Now coming to turn 10, maybe there is a GT3 car. I think that's the Squadra Corsa car, if I see it correctly. That could be now very painful for them to try get past, or again pretty close there between P7 and 8.
Being on board with the Pro Endurance team, I see they're struggling most with tires right now. They're sliding out and into each corner, losing the most amount of time. I believe they are more built out with the setup for straight line speed, having the lowest aero, looks like, which is okay on a track like this where the main straight is just so long, with also out of turn 8 being quite a big of a straight there. But this looks like the car is just a bit too unstable for the Pro Endurance Racing team to do anything to the Gnado or the Team Delta Infinite. Only managing to stay behind, but I believe also with the Dirtier playing a role, the Pro Endurance team is having a few issues here, trying to stick with these two.
Yeah, they always gain a bit when they are in traffic, but it's not enough to make the move stick. And also from behind, the Park Motorsport car, not too far behind, going past another GT3, and the Gnado car looks for an opportunity that could work. They are a bit behind now, having the outside, now going for the inside. There is a touch and they both go off track. I think Gnado will have to let the Pro Endurance, the Team Delta Infinite, back through. Pro Endurance also went through, and now Pro Endurance is safe. They gained a place.
That was quite an optimistic move. Going up into turn 10, they saw the opportunity. They split the GT3 car perfectly. Going side by side up the hill, they tried it with the down under, going from the outside to the inside, which then kind of made the rear step out a little, which you saw then going wide. The Pro Endurance team has, the Team Delta Infinite has responded correctly with giving them a lot of space. Sadly, still a bit of contact happening. I saw the Pro Endurance car tried it, as again, they lost a little contact through into the breaking point of turn 3, pushing their way through. I believe that's just a little bit of issues there, not quite reading what the opponent does, but also, wow, look how close they are, the camera being inside the car up ahead. Now going side by side towards turn 5, both have a bit of damage, one at the front, the other at the rear, as I believe now the Park Motorsport car wants to join in, as this has blown out from a freeway battle to a freeway battle behind, depending on the Team Delta Infinite if they catch to them. Side by side through turn 7, going for the down under, again contact, but this time not as extreme as they push each other, contact again. And that's the Park Motorsport flying past the two of them, but not quite, as a side by side towards turn 10 and 11. Who's going to be brave on the brakes towards a breaking point? Then the inside is still the Park Motorsport, now on the outside. And that is the Gnado Racing team trying to keep the position, which the Pro Endurance team behind also now gets a chance to pass the Park Motorsport through turn 13, now 14. The Park Motorsport makes contact with the Gnado, and that's the Pro Endurance team going around the outside of the both of them. Great opportunity. They're still side by side now with the second car, and the Gnado this time lets go of the accelerator, and that's the Pro Endurance team finally past the Gnado car. But will the Gnado car let them let this stay? Doesn't quite look like they're going back on the slipstream. Aggressive turn 1, switching the line on the inside. Great move, but both go onto the gravel, and this Pro Motorsport car is round from the GT3.
Well, now the last few minutes that didn't look like endurance racing, rather looked like touring car racing, and very close again with the leading GT3 car. Now there, I would want to spin that around. That could give quite a bit of drama. It looked all the time that the Gnado car was faster than the Pro Endurance team and Park Motorsport car, but always had a bit of an awkward car placement a lot of contact during the last laps. So yeah, let's wait and see if they might picked up some damage from all that duels. Now Park Motorsport car still very close to the Gnado car, 3/10 behind, and in all that trouble the Team Delta Infinite created quite a big gap to the cars behind, while we see the Park Motorsport overshooting a bit and losing some crucial time coming to the start-finish straight.
Being the battling between these three showed me that the Gnado really does not want to lose as much time in battles as possible. Obviously, we're saying this is an endurance race. We want to keep up the pace and not be too aggressive in the start, but Gnado is going for a different idea, going very aggressive through these battles and breaking and showing moves that, as you said, wouldn't be optimal for endurance racing, more for touring racing. That's another car in the pit lane. That's the Park Motorsport, I believe, for the disqualification as they teleported back to the pit lane. But also with the battling of the Gnado, they are going for moves that aren't quite recognized in endurance racing, more for shorter touring car racing, which in the end has kind of worked out for Gnado, but the Pro Endurance team has lost out. Sadly, due to the fighting, has gone into the gravel and then spun round, as the Squadra Corsa Overcrest does not last anymore, having gone through the line and overtaking the Squad 5 car. So the Squadra Corsa Racing is back with the grid, 18 minutes, but obviously in endurance racing, I believe in Colta last round we had a few disqualifications happening later on. And the most shocking disqualification I saw, I think, was 2 rounds ago with the AOT Turtle Beach and Hockenheim, having a surprise disqualification with, I believe, track limits. So for the Squad Overcrest, it's not over yet. Obviously, 18 minutes is quite a big of a gap. That's about a lot of laps here, but not quite over for them yet. As now we're back onto the battle for P9 in the GT3 class, respectfully, with the Team Delta Infinite leading this group as well here, with Park Motorsport behind. I've seen that up ahead, but now the Grit White Tigers being the third car here.
It looks like Team Delta Infinite found a way through the Park Motorsport car. Now Park Motorsport looks once again on the inside, but was too far behind. Yeah, now the 4-way battle shrunk down to a 3-car battle, but still very entertaining, as we are in the last sector now, and the 820 of Team Delta Infinite. Still a lot of moving in that car. You can see it sliding around through the corners, and as you say, they probably have a straight line setup then, perfect setup for the corners it seems, while the Dyno hypercar going through.
Yes, now with the 3 GT3 cars going here, the GT3 classes are better to follow each other, not that much dirty, as they are working more with mechanical grip. That's my tanks going a bit onto the gravel there on the outside of turn 1. Going a bit aggressive. That's a Team Delta Infinite spun, gliding off and losing the 2 positions that they was leading from. And now the Team Delta Infinite is looking forward to get the places back, going onto the grass for the overtake. Is it gonna make it stick? He's sliding, but catches the car. But that's the Grit White Tigers going into the back of the Park Motorsport car, and the Park Motorsport car has spun it round. And as I say, yellow flag in turn 1, and now that's a Grit White Tigers leading this. And that's probably not something the Park Motorsport cars were looking forward to. That's not something the Team Delta Infinite car was looking forward to. But I believe also the Grit White Tigers drivers are not quite happy with that move. So now the Team Delta Infinite wants to look for overtaking back, as we're now on board camera on Project A, gaining back onto the GLS PXN racing car up ahead. That's a red car you saw right there. And here we have the AOT Turtle Beach battling the SD1 Vision Esports. What has happened here? The AOT Turtle Beach had about a 4-second gap. Might have been a mistake from them.
Maybe a GT3 car, or we had a short yellow flag in turn 1 before, maybe it was that. But yeah, we have now again some battles in the LMDH field, with the best one or the most important one here for the race lead. As the One Vision Esports trying to find a way through, a way to the lead of this race. Good 40 minutes into this race, but so far no chance of passing here. Still a bit too far behind for a move into turn 10. They might have to wait until there is traffic again and then play with the traffic, have a bit of luck, and then maybe it will pay out and they can go to the race lead. But as you can see ahead of them, no traffic at the moment. They have a clean road ahead. Good for AOT Turtle Beach, not so good for SD1 Vision Esports. While AOT Turtle Beach went very wide there through the last corner. We have yellow turn 3, it's the Brown GP Endurance car, it seems. Yeah, that's turn 3, and we have the first pit stop. Petronas Silphium and GLS PXN Racing both into the pits.
I saw also behind the GT3 of the Kirita Racing Esports taking their pit stop. Let's see if these are long stops for our LMDH cars. We heard that the half an hour in that the pit stops were open for the long stops. It doesn't look like they are leaving, so it looks like it's just a normal planned pit stop, as now we're back onto the leading battle here. Oh, that's a bit of oversteer and understeer for the SD1 Vision, touching a bit of gravel going into the corner, which upsets the car a little, which gives AOT Turtle Beach a bit of a breathing gap here for the next few corners. They can regroup and plan how to defend here. As being the lead car, you have a few more opportunities and a bit more what can I say? You have the upper hand on a track like this. You can see what the car behind is planning to do with the lines he's taking. The only downside is down the main straight or towards the main straight. If you're the leading car, you need to somehow defend from the slipstream, which is quite difficult. There's a huge straight coming up. As now the SD1 Vision goes into the pit lane. That's a surprise pit stop.
And they also went for overtaking maneuver against the GT3 car, but the brown car, we saw him spinning before, he might be in some trouble. Ooh, the 42 also with a little bit of a drift there. They are getting chased by Park Motorsport now. While Petronas, they lost a bit of time on pit road. They were 5 seconds ahead of GLS, now they are 2 seconds behind them, so 7 seconds lost there in pit lane.
You now have to see between the SD1 Vision. That's a down overtake for the Petronas Silphium on the Park Motorsport. I believe with the better tire. No, both have pitted, I believe. So, no, the Park Motorsport hasn't pitted. So, these are the better tire on the Petronas Silphium car, which just shows how much tire wear there has been in the past 45 minutes of the race, as now the Shiaka One Vision Endurance GT3 is in the pit lane, but eyes on the SD1 Vision Esports and the AOT Turtle Beach once they go into the pit lane. If the undercut is working for the SD1 Vision Esports, or if the overcut is better, but seeing as how much time these worn tires are losing you, I believe the Petronas, the Petronas Silphium SD car, no, I'm sorry, the SD1 Vision car has gotten the strategy nailed on the head. But no, it looks like the AOT Turtle Beach stays out on those worn tires.
That's quite some laps more they managed to do there than Petronas and GLS. While we see SD1 Vision Esports getting past Park Motorsport. Park Motorsport, no chance at all with the older tires.
One thing we have to look out for is also the fuel consumption in these cars. Obviously the tank can hold out for quite a bit of time, but looks like the AOT Turtle Beach is going until they got only fumes in that tank. Obviously you can use your strategy according to that. Little less fuel can also gain you a bit of time. Looking at the Park Motorsport, having a few issues with the full tanked fresh soft tire, fresh tires car. But AOT Turtle Beach looks like to be still quite comfortable in that car, so not quite worthy a stop yet. Look at the lap times. Last lap was a 1:32 by the AOT Turtle Beach car, which isn't the fastest on track as the Project A behind it, a 1:30.9. But comparing the last lap of the AOT Turtle Beach, waiting for the SC1 Vision to cross the line, we can then see how much time it can get from a lap here, as obviously the One Vision has the stop time included in that. That one was a 2:23. But now we have to wait for the times, as the AOT Turtle Beach is in the pit lane here. So now we're gonna have to look out for the gap.
And with that, we have a lead change. Project A now into the lead of this race. OC Racing X Lopan going through as well. They take over second place for now. They managed to do quite some laps more than Petronas and GLS. That could pay out at the end of the race, but still a long way to go. Here the GLS car getting caught by Petronas. Is it possible that they might didn't change the tires on the 42 car? So they gained some time against the Petronas car.
So that looks like the AOT Turtle Beach car is out. I believe the tire change is faster than the fuel up, so unless there was a driver swap in between the SD1 Vision to the AOT Turtle Beach car, the AOT Turtle Beach car has maybe had a better stop, maybe refueling less in that car, also strategy-wise, having maybe planned to have a few more stops, but shorter stops, which can also be part of a endurance strategy. Obviously, usually in shorter racing, you will only see all cars fully fueling up or not fueling up at all. As that's a now leader, Project A going into the pit lane. Let's see how long their stop takes. And compared to the AOT Turtle Beach or the SC1 Vision. So we can see maybe if the ASD Petronas Symphony SD did something with their strategy, or maybe even a driver swap. So there's a battle for P4 here. The JSPXN, I believe, also has pitted, so these are all on the same strategy. Yes, oh, there's a Team Delta Infinite going wide there. Nearly contact with the Petronas Symphony SD team.
Yeah, that was very close. Now the OC Racing car into the lead, and I just got the information that the 25 car has retired. So the Braun GP Endurance team out of this race means in about 30 minutes the 20 Squadra Corsa Overcrest car will gain another position. While the GLS car had a bit of traffic going through turn 1 and 2, the Petronas car used that well, now regained some time, closed again the gap, 0.3 of a second.
As Project A's pit stop was way longer than AOT Turtle Beach's pit stop, I'm still quite surprised on what is the AOT Turtle Beach planning to do with such a short stop. I believe almost just for a tire change, or there was less refueling than everyone else, which has gained them quite a bit of time on everyone. So we'll have to look when the AOT Turtle Beach stops next, but also maybe we'll see some time drop from the AOT Turtle Beach, as well as I said, they go purple sector 2.
Interesting. But yeah, that's the good part about endurance racing, all those different strategies, and you can question all the way to the end if they are good or not, and we only see it at the end if they really are. There was a bit of lock up for the Pro Endurance team car there, while they chase the Project A car for 8th place at the moment. Another GT3 car slowing them down a bit. But the Pro Endurance team, not a perfect exit out of the corner. They lost a big a bunch of time there, while the Project A car even overtook the Park Motorsport car coming out of the final turn. The Park Motorsport car didn't have any chance, while Project A takes a lot of that sausage curb. He manages to hold on to that, but that wasn't the perfect line through turn 1.
Looking at the times, 80 Turtle Beach gone purple sector 1 now. This just proves that they've gone for a tire change, but also barely no fuel change as well. Purple sector 2 for 80 Turtle Beach. They are right now the fastest car on track, going for a fast lap of the race so far. And it looks like 80 Turtle Beach is going for a very aggressive strategy here. No, barely to no refueling, only fresh tires, and I believe this is for the long run even better, depending on how much time they will lose with the extra stop. This might be a bang-on strategy by the 80 Turtle Beach team cars. They're now, again, only 20 seconds from our leading car, which still has to stop. So 80 Turtle Beach net P1 right now, as we have a battle here for P3, Petronas Infium versus GLS PXN Racing. Towards turn 1 we go. We see that here's not quite a move. There's a bit of oversteer from the Petronas Infium SD car, needing to get some temperature still in those tires, and catching just a little bit to the PXN car.
It's also a very interesting
Just to let you
strategy.
know, I am going now, so if you want anything related to race direction stuff, contact Michał, Alex, Wojtek or Marceli. Thank you.
While we saw the Park Motorsport car going into the pit, I wanted to say very interesting that the OC Racing still is on track, still didn't had a stop yet, so they are as well on a very aggressive strategy, or very interesting, let's say it that way. While we see the Park Motorsport GT3 car going once again very wide through the final turn, while they chase the Team Delta Infinite car for the 9th place in class.
As that was the OC Racing car lapping them there as well. As that's side by side and a bit of contact on the main straight between the Schalke 1 Vision and the WR's Interstellar Midas Racing car. That looked like they didn't want to give each other any room there. The Interstellar trying to push him on the inside, while the Schalke wanted to go for the outside. Bit of contact happening. Oh, luckily no one was facing the wrong way after that, but that was a great overtake, I believe, from One Vision Endurance, as they were behind in this battle. Is the Lamborghini gonna have a look here, maybe back? Something that I haven't talked about yet was obviously the different cars have different handling to each other. So even with the Bob being there to minimize the gaps to the cars, each car handles differently, and I believe the Lamborghini is one of the more oversteery cars on the grid here, while the Mercedes is more of a balanced, heavier car. And it looks like for this track, the Mercedes just has a bit of a upper edge as they go really wide there through turn 11, losing them quite a bit of time.
Yeah, but they seem to be a bit faster now. LMDH car going through. I think the Park Motorsport one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Interstellar Midas Racing seems to be a bit slower now and losing time, while we have here side by side the Grid Racing and OC Racing car for 14th place in class. OC Racing now with the advantage, but coming to the start-finish straight. There is also that LMDH going on the inside. That wasn't perfect for the Grid Racing car. They lost time with that. They were very close before the LMDH car went for the inside. Now they lost all of a second, and with that they lost a chance to make a move into turn 1. Now the OC Racing car with a bit of problems. Grid Racing had much more speed coming out of turn 2, but it didn't help them, or it wasn't enough to overtake them.
As now with OC Racing going wide turn 1, dirty tires playing a bit of a role here now, having to clean them as fast as possible. So I didn't see no weaving, but I believe the car is up to good tire wear again. No dirt on those tires. Is it gonna run away now? We saw the Lamborghini of OC Racing a bit faster than this grid racing Mercedes. Being a bit more aggressive as well. There's a move going down turn. I believe that's 13, and they've done it. The Park Motorsport car with a little bit of elbows out, pushing the Team Delta Infinite a bit wide and getting that overtake done. The Team Delta Infinite car might not be happy seeing an overtake like this. They might attack it back here onto the main straight. Who gets a better run? Obviously, they're with the Team Delta Infinite slipstream, getting a bit of an advantage, but looks like going through the final corner, losing out a bit more time. The setup not quite working in their favor through that final corner, having to slow down more, and this looks like, if the Park Motorsport doesn't do a mistake through turn 1, that this battle here looks like to be slightly over, as we see a few LMDH car now going past as well. The Team Delta Infinite having to let both of them go, and now that's the Park Motorsport having to give a bit of room as well. Is the Team Delta Infinite car gonna get a bit of time here now? And if the Park Motorsport losing time now, giving the places back.
Interesting to see, while the OC Racing car is still going strong without any stops yet. The AOT Turtle Beach catching them. I think the gap was 18 seconds before, now down to 12. While Petronas still didn't find a way through GLS. Not the first time today they are stuck behind the 42 car, and might not be the last time. The Delta Infinite car, the 81, tries to catch and overtake the Project A car, the 161, that's for the 6th place overall. And they are coming to some traffic. I think that's the Park Motorsport and Team Delta car. No, they aren't. So it's wrongly there. I bet it's the 709 Streetcar Racing car and the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing, while the AOT Elmar car, the 21, goes into the pit from 17th place. And now the Team Delta Infinite getting a bit held up. They are going to the pits. That's why they didn't want to risk it around the outside. Rather lose a bit of time and have a safe pit entry than some crash, because you risk too much. The AOT Elmar car here in the pits as well.
I still have my eyes onto the Lopen car. They are going around turn 11 now. Look at the times, they are losing a bit going into the third sector. But I believe with the timing board it updates after they cross the line. But Lopen looks like to be a bit overseer. I have that on my minimap here, and it looks like they are just slightly drifting through each of the corners more than the other cars are doing. And that's Lopen now going through the final corner. Doesn't quite look like to be taking the line for a pit stop, and they are going into the stop. That's now Lopen going for their first stop of the race. And now with AOT Turtle Beach being less than 10 seconds behind, that's going to be a great opportunity for them, as the AOT Turtle Beach now overtakes back to the lead. It's now 4P2, I believe, in this battle here, as the OC Racing is in the pit lane. Whoa, that was close. The GT3 going for the pit stop there. And the Petronas Symphony team having to avoid nearly going into the back there. And now that's for P2, the Petronas Symphony versus GLS PXN. Now camera on the Lopen car being in the pit lane there. And the Team Delta Infinite we saw before pitting, now going out on track in second to last in the group, but not quite last for the others, as Racing Lopen now has to wait for their stop to end. But obviously they had a way later stop than everyone else, so this is going to be a mix-up, as the FNL and Cubic Systems are in the pit lane as well for the GT3s. So the leader for GT3 is Apex One, going so strong. They've had a pit stop already, but Warhol Racing also now Net's leader, I believe, is Apex One, but our leader in GT3 is Warhol Racing, who still are yet to pit. Same thing happening in the GT3 class, what's happening here in the Hyper class. So we're gonna have to wait how that plays out between the Warhol Racing and the Motor Reporter car, being 9 seconds to each other. There we are on board with the GLS PXN. Look in the mirror there. That's the Prototype Symphium going nearly into the back of the Lexus there. And now down towards turn 614. Now 50 being the final corner. Let's see how much time the difference between these two cars are for the setup. Both can go flat through here, I believe I heard the car going. And now with the GT3 class up ahead, easy to overtake as the top speed of the LMDH is way faster. Is the Prototype Symphium going to get past? Quite. They just managed to get past it, but loses a bit more time as they have to adjust the line to the GT3. And that gives GLS PXN a bit more of a breathing gap to P3.
Yeah, we have a lot of pit stops in the GT3 class. We had the Apex 1 car before, the former race leader. Now it's motor reported 24.pl, who is in the lead of the GT3 race. But they are yet to pit, and Apex 1 with a gap of 11 seconds to the second place car. Here we have the 996 in the pictures. They are yet to pit, that's why they are in the lead right now. We also have the Pro Endurance team, the 157 of the hypercars into the pits at the moment, together with some GT3 cars.
As now we're just above the 1 hour mark, 4 hours and 57 minutes to go, and with many cars still being bunched up here. Look at the leaderboards. We see so many cars being under the 1 second to each other. That's, I think, a great race. I think one of the better races so far this season after, I believe, in Turkey and in Kota. After 1 hour, the cars were already a bit more further from each other. This time, there's so many cars so close to each other. As we talked about this is a battle for P3 in the GT3 class between the Schalke Motorsport, the Park Motorsport, Schalke 1 Vision Engines, and the Rojo Racing. Going down the inside, that's contact for the Schalke 1 Vision and the Park Motorsport.
Okay,
Careful, the Park Motorsport. Nearly going into the Team Delta Infinite car. Now the Team Delta Infinite is up into P3 for their P4 in their class. But the Park Motorsport is right on the rear end of that Mercedes. As here we are now looking at the two cars. Going a bit wider is the Team Delta Motorsport, Team Delta Infinite versus the Park Motorsport. Going into the main straight. Who has more straight lane speed? I believe with the damage, getting a bit more drag is the Park Motorsport car. Losing out mostly on the straight lane speed now as the Motor Reporter after that is gone into the pit lane. So our leader is back, the Apex 1 car. So Apex 1 back in the lead, Rojo Racing in P2. So our P1 and 2 are back to the normal. Now waiting for P3, the battle here. I believe Team Delta Infinite was in P4 for their class. Park Motorsport got way closer now through turn 4 towards turn 5. Who's brave on the brakes? Looks like to be the Park Motorsport on the outside, going for the down under, getting a better exit maybe. Stays behind for this part, as here it's a bit difficult to overtake with all the anti-cambered corners. Towards turn, I believe 7 now, and turn 8 being this uphill right-hander. The Team Delta Infinite having issues through this corner, sliding twice, catching it luckily, as there's also the Lopen car going on the inside. And now side by side for the Park Motorsport versus the Team Delta Infinite towards turn 11. Brave on the brakes and contact between the two again, and that's the Team Delta Infinite hit twice but manages to stay on track. And the Schalke 1 Vision Endurance is back in front.
That was very risky of the 20, and it didn't pay off. They were behind, somehow tried to go back ahead. There was contact, but the 820 still drifting around very much. The rear is very active there. And by the way, the 20, the Squadra Corsa Overcrest car, now in 28th position. They overtook the retired Braun GP Endurance car, while we see here on board with the Skigal car, One Vision Endurance car chasing the Park Motorsport car for third in class right now. They are going for the inside, and will it work? It does right now. Can the Park Motorsport respond with a counter-attack? No, they can't. Park
overtake.
Motorsport losing one position. Yeah, that was a very great overtake, and for once without contact even.
As the Park Motorsport is starting to crumble a bit under the pressure with the Team Delta Infinite behind now, catching up more after the overtake with the Schalke 1 Vision Endurance, which was down turn 8. Quite a rare move to see. We haven't seen a move there yet, but that late braking worked out great, and now Team Delta Park Motorsport will look up ahead and behind as they're in the middle of this battle here. The Team Delta Infinite being less than a second, about 6/10, but also a bit closer than the Park Motorsport to the Schalke 1 Vision, as now we're going up ahead the Pro Endurance. The Park Motorsport car being lapped by, I believe that's the Project A car. Not letting them by yet. Maybe they haven't seen a blue flag set. That's the Project A having a bit of issues trying to get past their own class, as blue flags, I believe, count also inside the class, as they're going side by side through turn 9, now turn 10. Oh, that's a car off, as well as I think the grid racing car off the course there, off the track. And that's the Park Motorsport car in the pit lane, the one that was battling Team Delta Infinite and the Schalke 1 Vision Endurance.
I think the 1 Vision Endurance car was ahead anyway with the pit stop. The Team Delta Infinite, we saw them battling with the Park car before. So that fight will return, I assume, once the Team Delta Infinite had their stop as well. OC Racing Lifeless, the Shark car, trying to overtake the Grid Racing car for 22nd place, 12th in class. It's always nice to only have like 10 cars in the top class, so you can always erase 10 and you have the position in class. Very simple maths. And the OC Racing car, it has the blinker on. I don't know if they know it's on. But we are with the Interstellar car now on 17th place. They are getting chased by the Strefa Racing team car. 1/10 of a second, and also the FNL RT is not far behind them. Yeah, maybe we will have here again a 3-4 car battle in some minutes. There is LMDH going through without any problems there. Oh, no, with problems, because he is lagging quite a bit. Jumping.
Those issues. I believe we had a few races ago the same issues with that car. The 1 Vision Esports, I think, even had a retirement in Turkey of the internet issues. If they don't fix it yet, we might see a second DNF from them in a race. But it looks like they fixed it now, going straight again like normal. But good, looking up ahead, I believe between the 3 cars we saw by the Cubic Systems being a bit side by side with the Team Delta Infinite car, now losing out a little. Yes, that's a car spun around. That's, I believe that's the Cubic System car, was it? Spun around. That was it. Strefa Racing has gone past now. That was the car was battling the Team Delta Infinite car, now losing another position, going down to 17th overall, 7th in class. So now they have the FNL car behind as well, wanting to get past. Lights on for the FNL. They just turned it on, I just saw. So are they gonna attack here? Turn 8. Difficult to overtake here as the grip levels are very low going up the hill. Both go onto the gravel, losing themselves some time. And up ahead, that's the Strefa Racing's running a little bit away from this battle here. As on the inside, that's I think Project A going past both of these GT3 side. That's Park Motorsports going very close to the FNL car. Going now on the outside of the track, even trying to overtake the GT3, which didn't quite work as they're going through side by side through turn 13, now 14. But that's Strefa losing that time as well. Now that's Cubic System right on the back of the Strefa Racing car.
And now we have that 3-way fight while Cubic System. Oh, they went for the inside, but there was no space. We see the Strefa car going into the pits while the FNL car gaining 2 positions, one through the pit stop and the other because the Cubic System car was slow out of the final corner. Or can they fight back? It seems like they can. Now with the outside, but they will have the inside for the coming turn. And it looks like FNL bit of a better exit, but that is very close. That is very, very close. Now Cubic System has the inside again. We have a yellow flag, while Cubic System manages to get the position back. Turn 1 is back to green. Sorry.
The FNL tried the down under towards turn 5, which is quite a good opportunity to do it, being late earlier on the brakes and then going for the inside, but the Cubic System has saw ahead what the plan was and blocked it perfectly, and is back up ahead with the Portimao Endurance Team red car now slowly creeping up in this battle here. FNL had the pace advantage, but being behind has to back out more, with also more planning to do as being the car behind. You have to be the safer one to overtake. Well, the Cubic System car only has to think of defending here, as they're doing it beautifully, and the Portimao Endurance Team Racing car is now right on the gearbox of those two cars, right on the rear bumper. I believe the gearbox on this car is up ahead in the front. As going through the final corner, these 3 cars now have slipstream to each other, minus the Cubic System team. They have no car pad for the slipstream, so they are the one that is struggling the most here, getting the most drag down the straight, but doesn't look like to be losing too much straight lane speed towards turn 1. Portimao Endurance being latest on the brake here, catching most time, not touching the gravel, but the Cubic System gaining, losing the littlest amount of time here. Now the 3 cars going up the hill for turn 4, and now turn 5 approaching rapidly, going down the straight. Slipstream for FNL is the highest, as is the closest car towards turn 5, following each other very closely here. No looks for overtakes, as they're just trying to stay as easy, as mistakeless as possible. Not looking for any move, as that's the Cubic System drifting through turn 7 and contact. And the Cubic System couldn't keep the car together and sliding off. Sadly, the FNL collected them as well through that corner, so the Cubic System has dropped down the 2 positions. FNL couldn't quite have a different outcome there, sadly. Bit of front damage from their car as well. That's I believe that's the SN Petronas Symphony SD car going wide, turn 4.
Yeah, that was quite a hard hit there. I hope both cars are alright back with the MDH fight, but Petronas lost a bit of time. Yeah, the Petronas car, they still have the problem that they can't find a way past the GLS car, except if the GLS car makes a mistake. Now first they have to go back to the rear of the GLS car to make some pressure again. Going to the Portimao Endurance Team red car. They are still in fight with the FNL RT car. But luckily it looks like the 222 doesn't have a lot of damage from that crash we saw before. They're still going strong, and they still manage to keep P4 in class for the moment. Cubic System car fell down to 16th, so lost 2 positions, but it also looks like they don't have a lot of damage as well, as they managed to stay on pace with the 2 cars ahead of them. We still have 2 cars in the pits that aren't retired. That's the WRS Interstellar car and the Team Delta Infinite car, both GT3 cars who are in the pits right now.
Looking at the timings, I see the AOT Turtle Beach being the fastest car on track as far as right now. Last lap being a 130.2, while the second fastest on track is the Project A car with 130.4. The AT30 Beach just had two 130.2s back to back, so even the most consistent car and fastest car on track. So their strategy, their alternative strategy is working great for them so far, being 14 seconds, even 15 I believe, to the GLS PXN racing car for P2. So I believe they have a pit stop in between each other, so if the AT30 Beach has to pit early, they, with the same pit stop they've done before, they might come out to the net leader again. So AT30 Beach strategy is right now the most aggressive, but also right now the best so far on track, with the Petronas Symphony only being 2 seconds to P2. They have to catch as soon as possible if they want to have anything to do with AT30 Beach, as that's the AT30 Beach going nearly into the back of the Cubic Systems GT3. That lost them a bit of time, but also square tires. Now with that big lockup, that front right does not seem as healthy as it did before. 19 laps on those tires. I believe they can do about 30 to 40 on those. So the earlier they do these mistakes, the less tire life they have.
Flag and turn 2.
For those tires, that's a yellow flag, turn 2. That's the OC Racing X Lifeless 98 car. Round turn 2. 19th place still, but move center Sim Racing Dream catching with that mistake. As now they've gone back up to racing speed. Up ahead we have a battle for PMO versus FNL. The FNL car having a great catch-up race so far, with 1 hour 20 minutes pass in this race. The FNL has gone from last to 4th in their class again, with that first lap, fourth corner mistake, spinning the car round. It has a great catch-up race so far.
But now it will get harder to get some other cars. The gap to the podium, 15 seconds at the moment. And yeah, but as you said, it's a very good catch-up so far. And what else do we have at the moment? It's quite calm right now. The action we saw before has a bit slowed down. But that's normal for an endurance race, that the middle part, that now they try to get their pace on the ground to just drive their laps as fast as they can. And I think that's at the moment the closest fight we have on track, the one for P4 in the GT3 class. Otherwise, what else do we have? We have also fight for 26th overall. The Squadra Corsa Overcrest car still on track. That's very nice to see. They are 21 minutes down to the car ahead of them, but they don't give up. That's the Spirit of Endurance Racing.
Yellow flag, turn 8.
We have another yellow flag in turn 8. This time it's the Kirito Racing esports car, the Lamborghini we saw in troubles before.
Flag, turn 8.
Once again with a spin, I assume, in turn 8. Very easily done. Here the Strefa Racing team car chasing the Interstellar Midas racing car, as I mentioned before. That's for 16th in class, while they just got overtaken by, I think, the Park Motorsport car of the LMDH class. Oh, and I just see the Petronas car is coming closer again to the GLS car in LMDH class for second place. Here we have the 42 with another lock up into turn 5. Yeah, the Petronas car, they gained a bit of time, so I assume the 42 had a mistake somewhere in the last lap. Now with some traffic ahead, that can be very interesting now.
Looking at the sector times, it didn't look like to be this lap the mistake happened, so the sector times between the 175 Petronas Symphony and the 42 GLS PXN were just a tenth from each other. But then in second sector they've lost 3/10. The PXN has lost 3/10 to the Petronas Symphony car, so now they are right onto each other. So we're gonna have to see how on track now they react, as the Synthium car has been battling basically non-stop for the 1 hour 20 minutes they've been racing on this track. It's incredible to see that even with so much time passed, that the battles for a few teams here haven't calmed down a bit. So for P2 in overall, who's gonna have the better racing advantage here? The PXN having to defend from a very aggressive Petronas Synthium SD car going towards turn 4, with the PXN car having a bit more exit speed there, as they don't have to worry about the dirty air coming their way. Towards turn 5, later on the brakes is the Petronas, but locking a bit there. Going a bit wide out of the exit, getting as much track as possible. Going towards turn 7 here, it's not quite the opportunity, but we see the cars often slide through here, as the PXN car had a bit of a slide through there, losing them a bit of time, not taking all the track they have, so they want to be a bit more defensive as to throw off the Synthium car off their line, but didn't look like it worked out, as the Synthium SD team is right on the rear end of that PXN car. Now towards turn 13, right on the gearbox, right on the rear end of that car. Not quite contact yet, as they are very clean drivers in this race. Not have mistakes. They didn't have a bit of incidents yet. So these drivers have been racing very clean so far. And now towards the next lap, they go onto the main straight. The straight lane speed looks like not to be different, even with the slipstream of the Synthium car. They are staying behind for turn 1, and it looks like that the PXN stays ahead for another lap.
Yeah, we saw it before. PXN very strong in defending. The Petronas car looks to be a bit faster on track, but they just can't find a way through into second place now, before they only managed to get through with a mistake of the PXN car. But that's also, I think, we already saw some mistakes from the PXN car, so maybe we will see another. And now they are very lucky, the PXN car, with the GT3 that gives them again 2 or 3 tenths of a second, and now the gap has grown to nearly 1 second. That's always a good break, a bit of time to leave to get some air and to collect himself before the next attacks of the Petronas car will come, and they will come soon, because the Petronas car already gaining time again against the PXN racing car. Meanwhile, in GT3, the AOT car, the Petronas car going for the pits. 4 hours 36 still on the clock. Again, a very early pit stop for the Petronas car. They were among the first in the first round of pit stops. Now they are again the first car going into the second round of pit stop. Last time they went in together with the PXN car. Now they go in before the PXN car, so I think we can expect them into the pits in the next 1 or 2 laps.
I'm surprised on how well the Turtle Beach is on this stint. They had the shortest pit stop time. I still can't figure out why. I believe they are just the only team that haven't done the long stop yet, I believe. As everyone else has already done one. Looking at the charts that we have one that shows a list of the driver form. We can see who, if the driver's updated, who has done a long stop yet, and it looks like in the hypercar, the Pro Endurance team has done one. The others haven't updated yet, or they haven't done one. So that is a shocking surprise, as the AOT Turtle Beach car is one to have the shortest stop, but one to have the longest stints. How is that possible? I can't quite explain it unless we have an explanation later on. But that's a pleasant surprise for the AOT Turtle Beach, as they can stay ahead. 25 laps on those tires. Obviously, they have gotten their stop later on with SU1 Vision B as the Team Delta. The Petronas Synfim SD car as that's a spin for the Kirita Racing Esports. Yeah, came out of nowhere. Turn 1 again with the curb problem, but I believe the AT Turtle Beach has done a different strategy here with Petronas Synfim having 2 stops now in their name, but also the longer stops. That's the SD1 Vision going for a long stop there. We saw them leaving, so that's what I've been talking about. The AT Turtle Beach probably hasn't done that, as they are one of the fastest cars on track, but also the shortest pit stop times. The Petronas Synfim is probably going for an alternative, looking for probably aggressive last stints, where obviously the track temperatures are going to be lower, being nighttime as well. Maybe they can be a bit more aggressive there. There's a yellow flag in turn 2. I believe that is the Motors Reporter CLDNF car. They were leading this class, weren't they?
Yeah, but that was because they weren't in pits that time when they were leading. And we have the AOT Turtle Beach car now in the pit, the leader of the race. And I think that could be a long stop now. Also, the GLS PXN Racing car, the second place car, went to the pit as well. So we might see Project A taking over the lead. Except if they went to the pits as well, they wouldn't. AOT Elmar now behind the Cubic System car, while Project A takes over the lead. So after 1.5 hours, the new leader is again Project A Racing. AOT Turtle Beach out again, so another shorter stop. Only 10 seconds behind the Project A car. The Project A coming up to some lapping maneuvers. As this time. That is the Pro Endurance team, if I see it right. And another, the OC Racing Lamborghini. They're gonna lap here. Was a bit close there, but all went fine. The Petronas car, by the way, has overtook the GLS car once again, but that's because the GLS PXN Racing car is doing a long stop now, so they will fall down the order quite a bit. But just for the moment, AOT Turtle Beach and Petronas Synfim have to do a long stop as well. PMO Endurance Team Red still haven't found a way through at Avenal Racing Team. They still fight for 4th place in class. And another question that will be interesting is how long can the OC Racing car stay out this time?
As I believe with the Petronas Synfim having now this time the shorter stop. AOT Turtle Beach being 32 seconds, this time no cars in between the 91 AOT Turtle Beach and the 175 Petronas Synfim. So this time, I believe if the AOT Turtle Beach goes for a long stop, they're going to be up on pace again. We are looking here at the GLS PXN Racing car with the long stop. I believe it's about 2 minutes 50 for 2 minutes 30 per long stop. So they're going to have to wait a little bit. As with the AOT Turtle Beach shorter stop, they have gone a lap before. I believe you said it, that they've gone into the pit lane with the Project A now being the longest out on track. 26 laps on those tires, while the OC Racing has only 19 laps on those tires. So they have about 10 extra laps again just due on those tires with little to no effort. So they can catch all the time back to this Petronas Synfim team. Also with less fuel in the car, they might have a bit of a pace advantage depending on how they might take this stint. So depending on the driver's mental state here, obviously 1 hour and 30 minutes in, tightness might start to have an effect here. Most drivers doing 2-hour stints this race, maybe even less depending on how many drivers are in a car. If there are 3 drivers, each driver has to do about 2 hours per stint. While if there are 4 drivers, they can do a little less, maybe about 1 hour to 1 hour 30 per driver, depending on how much they want to drive. That's the OC Racing open car going past this battle here for 4th, as you said before. The FNL versus the PMO Endurance Team Red. They catched a little bit. The PMO Endurance Team Red had a great run through the final corner. Now in the slipstream, getting closer, 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 going for the outside line. Who's gonna be braver in the brakes? Who's gonna... No one wants to let out. That's the FNL going behind, but that's the PMO going onto the gravel, which gives the FNL again a good run. Full turn 3, side by side. Lay down the brakes is the PMO, but with the inside line for the FNL, they have a bit of the advantage, but now the advantage goes to the PMO. Bit of contact. No one gets pushed off. That's the Pro Endurance team going past the 2, and that's PMO getting past. Is the FNL gonna send it for the inside here? Yes, they do. Locking the left side tires, both of them, but getting a great overtake back.
Yeah, the FNL parked it on the apex. Nothing the PMO Endurance Team Reds could have done there. That lovely fight between these two. Yeah, we saw a bit of contact, but that's normal in GT3. We have the second place car of GT3 now in the pits as well. That is a bit odd, isn't it, from the timing wise? Not normal for GT3 to have it that early. But also the 12 car, the Kirito Racing esports car, into the pits. We saw that car has some problems today, had quite a few spins up to now, while the Team Delta Infinites LMDH chasing the 133 of Gnado Bauelemente for 5th place at the moment, but that is because they didn't had their second pit stop yet, so the classement a bit up and down right now. Past here some GT3s, and that was close with the Midas car there. And now Park Motorsport wants to go through. Can't find a gap, it seems. Now they found one. Oh no, that's AOT Turtle Beach, I'm sorry. That is a lapping maneuver, so the Team Delta Infinite had to let them through. And same with the 133. Back to the fight for now 3rd in class, but that's also because of the pit stops. FNL still defending against PMO Endurance Team Red. PMO who tries again to find a way through. They had it for a short time, but then into turn 5 the FNL car found the gap and went through once more.
With the Team Delta Infinite in that tiny scrap, has lost about 4 seconds to the Gnado Bauelemente. Look at the tire difference between the P5 and 6 car in their class for LMDH is 30 laps for the Gnado Bauelemente and 22 for the Team Delta Infinite. So the Team Delta Infinite has a bit of a better tire so far in this battle. But it looks like the Gnado Bauelemente just has a better strategy, having to pit a bit earlier, as I think they've reached to the point of a pit stop. The same has Project A with 29 laps on those tires. So now going back onto the 16th in the GT3 class battle between the Strafer Racing and the Motor Reporter 24.pl team. Going towards turn 13. Contact between the two. Going into the back is the Strafer Motorsport, Strafer Racing into the Motor Reporter car. Not quite lost from the two. Now they're going side by side through turn 14. Interesting battle here. It's a bit of elbow fight has happened, but none wants to back out. They're going wide through the final corner, but there's a Strafer Racing team going past that final straight, but has the Lexus more straight line speed. We've seen the Lexus being stronger in Coda on the straights. This time it doesn't quite look like they have the straight line speed advantage. As here we also have the battle between Grid Racing and OC Racing X Lifeless. I might be getting in that car soon, so that's a great position they're in so far. 7th overall battle, 7th for the, no, not overall, 7th in the grid, in this split so far for the GT3 class. And it looks like the Lamborghini up ahead is just a bit better straight lane speed wise, with the slipstream off the grid racing not quite helping them so far, going towards turn 1. A bit of a aggressive line for the Lamborghini, going onto the curb for the braking point, while the Mercedes stays on the asphalt. And you just see the different lines these two are taking. The Mercedes is going a bit wider through the corners, but isn't losing time, as losing a bit of the rear end is the grid racing car up the hill, turn 4. Bit of a tricky corner, as the grip levels will do fall going up the hill. And this time, it looks like the grid racing car is just losing a bit more time to the OC Racing X Lifeless car.
We also have the AOT Turtle Beach car closing in on the Project A car. That's for the lead of the race. While Project A still has one pit stop more to do, or didn't have their second pit stop, and there is a spin. That is GT3 car, the 217 Gigalka 1 Vision Endurance car that spins out here out of turn 1 into turn 2. And they lost some positions there. We have the 133 Gnado Bauelemente now into the pits. Yeah, that was quite lucky that they didn't got collected there. There was also a LMDH car quite close now on the rear of Project A. We saw the AOT Turtle Beach car coming. There was another GT3 between them, but once that is cleared, AT has clean road to catch up to Project A, back to Alphamal against PMO.
With about 1 hour and 40 minutes past in this race, we see drivers' pace dropping a little. Looking at the LMDHs, the fastest laps being in the 30s and in the 29s, while right now they are racing in the 32s and even 33s. So we see that the pace has started to be a bit more on the conservative side, as obviously in the long run you want to have as much tire life as possible, and pushing those tires to the edge is not quite what you want. As that's Project A going past, and that's also AT Turtle Beach following. AT Turtle Beach is, I believe, 1 pit stop ahead as well, being 7 laps on those tires, while Project Endurance has 32 laps on those tires, which quite explains the gap difference. Obviously the 32 lap old tires is about the point where the tires might fall with less grip happening each corner, and that shows just how much AOT Turtle Beach shoots out of the corner, while Project A is struggling a little. So we might see a pit stop from them sooner or later. Maybe the Project A is backing the AOT Turtle Beach car to the Petronas Infinium team, as they've also catch about 6 seconds to the AOT Turtle Beach car. So the 175 is not out of this lead battle yet. Depending on AOT Turtle Beach long stop, when that will happen, we might see AOT Turtle Beach and Petronas Infinium back fighting on top. As at the beginning of the race, before the first stop happened, there were only about 4 seconds to even under a second between each other. And now the next leading battle here between AOT Turtle Beach and Project A. Towards turn 1, AOT Turtle Beach has that straight lane speed advantage with their slipstream. Going for the inside, very late on the brakes is the AOT Turtle Beach car. The Project A goes slightly on the gravel, and I think the AOT Turtle Beach car is passed with quite a bit of a gap now, 2/10, and it looks like great overtaking move. Haven't seen that stick yet so far. Turn 1 not quite being the overtake you want to see, and they've done it cleanly, they've done it nicely and tidy. And now Project A might not stay behind for long, as now being the following car, you might get more heat in those tires, and with used up tires, the temperature is already an issue. So Project A's pit stop will be soon happening, as that's the longest thing we've seen so far, 33 laps on those tires. And doesn't quite look like the pace has dropped so far, as they are this third fastest car on the LMDH class with a 31.2. well, the guys with the fresher tires are doing 30.8. So Project A isn't quite losing too much time to the fresher tires.
Yeah, I think Project A also, they didn't really defend that hard because AOT Turtle Beach closed in so fast. They saw it doesn't make that much sense to make a big fight there. Also because they are on different strategies right now. Yeah, the PMO Endurance Team Red Car has the same problem
Yellow
Petronas
flag,
had
turn 13.
all day long, while the Project A car is into the pits. Cubic system with another spin. That was an interesting rejoin. There
Green
wasn't a crash, but it was close with the LMDH car from Park Motorsport, I think. Project A doing a long stop. And yeah, what I wanted to say is that PMO suffers the same fate Petronas has all day long, that they can't really find a way through the car ahead because they know how to defend well here.
Oh.
And Cubic with another drift. That's not their perfect race. Grid Racing against OC Racing lifeless, and it looks like Grid Racing moved ahead here.
That's now OC Racing, I believe, with a bit of a mistake. Looking at the lap times, looking at the sector times with a 44 sector 2. That's 4 seconds slower than the Grid Racing sector 2. So there must have been a mistake in that part. And now the Lamborghini has to find a way through here with the straight line spin advantage, and obviously a bit of a bit oversteery setup. We might see a bit of a battle here, but obviously with a
Yellow
more
flag,
unstable
entry
car.
turn 2.
With a bit of a more unstable car, battling is not quite the thing
Green
that
flag,
you'd like to
turn
see. As in sector turn 2, there was a bit of a mistake. I believe that was one of the GT3s of... I believe that was the Kirito Racing, if I'm not mistaken, going spinning out of turn 2. As now we're Project A looking in the pit lane with the long stop. We might not know who's gonna go in that car, but Project A is quite on pace with everyone else, so Project A might get a good race this race. As I've heard, they've had to, did no qualifying. I believe no drivers were available for their qualifying, so they started last in their class. And being up there, even sometimes in the lead, I believe Project A is having a great race so far. Back with the GT3 battle between the Grid Racing and the OC Racing X Lifeless car. The Shark versus the Grid Racing Mercedes. Who's gonna have a better run towards Sector 3? We go turn 10 and 11. Difficult braking point. It's a braking point where you have to turn, which is not quite optimal for cars like this, and the Lamborghini has taken a better exit through there. Might be going for the inside line here, going side by side towards turn 13. Side by side, inside for the Lamborghini, no, outside. The Mercedes has the better line through here. Maybe we see the down under from the Lamborghini. Doesn't quite manage, stays behind, but is now very close for the main straight. So now towards the final corner, this is not flat for these cars. They have to lift, but the Lamborghini goes a bit more aggressive, goes wider, is off the track, so has to rejoin a bit later, but doesn't lose too much speed. Now there's an LMDH on the inside. That's a Team Delta Infinite car, but look at the straight line speed difference from the Lamborghini. They have catch about 2/10 on that straight. Goes for the more aggressive line, taking more curb on the inside, and he's right on the rear bumper. Is looking for the inside again, the Lamborghini on the inside down. The blade on the brakes, and it's a very clean move. Making it stick. Is the Mercedes going to respond into turn 5? And it doesn't quite look like it, as the Lamborghini has a bit more straight line speed even with the slipstream. And there is no move for the overtake in turn 5, but goes wide. So it gets a little less optimal exit is for the Lamborghini, but the Mercedes just stays behind. Maybe copying what the Lamborghini does, so they have a bit more, they can be a bit more efficient for the second part of the stint.
That was a lovely move by the OC Racing Lifeless car. still has the indicator on, but I think they have it on for the whole race. Now I see on the timing screen the PMO Endurance Team Red has passed the Avanal team. Now for third in class, while Grid Racing comes a bit to the offline there, and that was close with the LMDH car. Yeah, here PMO Endurance Team Red has taken over third place in class against the FNL Racing team. We didn't saw what happened here, but they were behind
Yellow
FNL
flag
for a
on 1.
long time. The 666 spins into... Is
Green
that
flag on
turn 2? Yeah, was turn 2 from second place. And now the OC Racing Lifeless car is right behind them, but they are one lap down behind the 666. Oh, that is very close. Now nearly into the bumper of the 666 there. OC Racing car tries to unlap himself. But yeah, I'm not quite sure who is faster right now. As we saw the 666 recovering from a spin in turn 2. In the front of the LMDH class, there's still AOT Turtle Beach with a huge gap to the second place Petronas car. OC Racing on P3, but they are yet to do their second pit stop. And the OC Racing GT3 car goes for a spin, losing the rear. And losing a lot of time here in turn 10.
Looks like they just locked the race a little too much going up the hill into the right-hander. As I said before, it's a right-hand braking zone, so if you lock while turning, yeah, that's goodbye for the rear end, and it just looks like they just couldn't catch it. They were nearly there. It looks like also tire temps are starting to be an issue for that Lamborghini, if not managing to keep it in a straight line. That's the other Lopen car now on the outside. That's the other OC Racing car on the outside there, battling, I believe, not battling, but they have the the Pro Endurance team unlapping themselves from the OC Racing, as that's them off the turn 1. Looks like the unlapping was a bit too aggressive, and the Lopen car has just gone too wide, as now the OC Lifeless cars catch back to that LMDH. As our stint here is about to be over for the first part of the race, was from me, Luca Centobi, and from our friend here, Dominic Reiser. Thank you for our commentary, and to the after us will join Reese Gardner and Ethan Mills for the next 2 hours. So it was fun commentating for the first part, and hello, Reese.
and we say goodbye to Luca and company. Really appreciate you all continuing to tune in here for the English stream of Project Endurance. I'm Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer. Should have Ethan Mills joining me very shortly for the middle 2 hours of this race, which has certainly gone off to a very interesting start. We did notice that GT3 battle just before I jumped on. Unfortunately, the OC Racing Lifeless team absolutely losing out there, but it looks like they are making up a good amount of time on the grid racing car again. 9 seconds behind, now going up to 11, but struggling for tyre grip. Hopefully they'll be able to keep that gap up. But Apex 1, that Mercedes at the front of the field in GT3, looking untouchable as they have at many stages over the course of this 5th season of Project Endurance. And I want to shout out as well the 666 Voyal Racing.pl team. Andrzej Magieragorska in the 666. He is the only driver present in that car. His teammates, Pracik and Wojcik, are not available because this race does coincide with holidays. It is the middle of summer in Europe. And so we are down a few cars. A few reserve teams have been invited to compete, as I'm sure if you've been following since the start of the race, you would have been aware. So big shout out to Andre here, because he'll be driving the whole 6 hours by himself in this Lamborghini, which from past races I've done in this series has certainly been one of the outside contenders for victory when Apex 1 has had issues. The gap still remains at about 40 seconds there. So it should be interesting to see what they can do here entering the final 4 hours of this race. Seems like the Lamborghini is only just keeping it flat out through the final corner here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Absolutely love this circuit, and it's been a favorite of mine for many a year. Been around since 2008, this place, and certainly one of the most high-profile circuits in Europe, and a fantastic endurance track to boot. Plenty of elevation change around this place. So the grid racing car, the 794, still holding on to that gap of OC Racing Lifeless. And meanwhile, in Hypercar, AOT Turtle Beach still leading the way here. A solid lead over the Petronas Cintium SD team. Niado Baulamente white car currently running last place in Hypercar at the moment, but it's good to see that all of our Hypercars are still running 2 hours into this race. We only have 10 of them, but yeah, usually we have 1 or 2 of them having some pretty big issues by now, so it's good to see that they're all holding on. This is looking like an interesting gap as well between Cubic System and AOT Elmar. Cubic System, the number 31 Mercedes, has been one of the highlights for me this season. They've been consistently competing up the front there, but they're going to have to make room to the inside as AOT Elmar try to get them on the inside of the hairpin. Very tight hairpin indeed, and actually it's one of those corners where if you're on the outside, sometimes you have the advantage because you can straighten up the car a little earlier and get on the power a little earlier too. So Cubic System able to maintain the position as the 2 hypercars here move through. I don't believe that's a battle for position necessarily. None of the hypercars are that close to each other on the timing screen, so we'll keep our eyes peeled here to see if AOT Elmar will be able to run their way through and manage to get themselves up into the top 5 in GT3 for the time being. Now looking at the timing, just searching here for AOT Elmar just to see how far they are into their current stint. Looks like 33 laps from their last pit stop. Meanwhile, Cubic System 32 laps into their stint. And considering the lap times that we've been seeing from the GT3s, about 1 minute and 44 seconds for these drivers. A stint in GT3 lasts anywhere from 60 to 75 minutes, so I would imagine they are starting to approach the end of their stint at the moment. Question is, are they able to grab tyres in this next stint, or will that end up costing them time? That is the big question. But these two teams, these two Mercedes, still rather close on strategy. We'll be looking forward to seeing further developments in that battle. Oh dear, a bit of a spin for the Midas Racing Lamborghini. This is a car that that I've noticed quite a bit at previous rounds of Project Endurance, and almost every time we go to them, unfortunately, they're having some kind of issue getting back going after an unfortunate spin. Looked like that happened for them down at turn 3, which is a very difficult corner indeed. But it's one of the flattest sequences on this entire racetrack. You see as the two Mercedes battle through the middle sector. This part of the circuit, this entire circuit, it follows the terrain absolutely, and absolutely love the elevation change around here. It brings a great challenge to this circuit, and if you're able to drive for an hour or 2 hours at maximum pace in an endurance league like this, then you have my respect. I can't say I've actually raced at Portimao all that often, but when I have, it's been a difficult circuit to get consistent lap times at. That still remains the closest battle in GT3. We have a look here at the Strafo Racing team entry, running in 24th position and having overtaken the Midas Racing Lamborghini thanks to their pass, but the overall race leader for AOT Turtle Beach making their way through on the outside there. That would have been a bit of a hard attack for the Strafo Racing team driver. And we could see a move here from the Lamborghini. We've seen some good moves from Lamborghinis in this race. Of course, before the OC Racing Lifeless car spun, it looked like it had some great pace over the Mercedes that it was battling with. So now we will see if the recovery is on from that spin in that specific location we had just passed on at the previous lap. Good run for the Lamborghini coming out of turn 4, and I'm not sure if that was latency, but it seems like the Lamborghini is getting the Mercedes a little bit on straight line speed at the end of that section. Question is, do they have the edge in the middle sector as well? Just coast your way through the corner, hard on the brakes, try and get on the power as early as you can, but be very careful coming across the top of the hill here. So hard to pick your line there. The track falls away from you. You're literally driving into the sky at various points around this racetrack. And look at that. That's a bit of a hefty move up the inside. A car spun next to them. Not sure who that was. It's a Kirito racing car, which has unfortunately had further issues. They're currently running last out of all the cars that are still running at the moment, and the difficult runnings continue for them. But a successful move in the end for WRS Interstellar Midas Racing Lamborghini, who will obviously get some kind of rhythm back as we see AOT Elmar and Apex 1 are both in the pits here. Interesting to see. Cubic System, I believe, still out there at the moment. That's interesting. AOT Elmar was right with the Cubic System car. I'm wondering why they're suddenly classed as a long way ahead. There'll evidently be service being given to these cars in any case. The RoyalRacing.pl Lamborghini is going to follow them in. We've come in just in time for some further pit stops for our GT3 runners. So Apex 1 and AOT Elmar remain your top 3 at the moment. Cubic System are going to move past the RoyalRacing.pl car. And yeah, I'm not too sure if it was a timing glitch or what exactly was going on there, but yeah, seems like AOT Elmar are rocketing their way up this field to second place, and they'll be joined by F&LRT as the Royal Racing .PL Lamborghini is going to come out ahead of all of them. A short pit stop there for Magyar Gorska, and evidently long pits for Apex 1 and AOT Elmar. It looks like F&L Racing Team making their way back out as well. As our overall race leaders, the AOT Turtle Beach Hypercar, are now in the pits as well. So let's see what kind of stop we're going to have here. It looks like it is going to be a long stop for them, a driver change. Always nice to see the little Easter eggs being put around the circuit for Project Endurance rounds. Very much enjoy that. Lovely little community that has been built up around this league. But thanks to that pit stop for our overall leaders and what I'm presuming is a driver change, Petronas Cintium SD team is going to run their way into the leads to start their 82nd lap of this race. Now, 23 laps completed on this stint for the 175. I'm unsure exactly how many laps they'll be able to take on a stint, but a full stint for a hypercar is anywhere from 45 to 60 minutes, and lap times run about 1 minute and 30 seconds for these drivers. So I'd say about 40 to 50 laps is probably the average stint length, as the Kirito racing car once again has another problem. And where on earth is that? That's coming out of turn 7, I believe, that they've had their issue. Very popular place to go for spins in other leagues that I've commentated on around this place. You're braking and turning at the same time in faster race cars, and in a GT3 you're coasting through the corner and then coming onto the brakes as the load is coming off the rear tires. So it's easy to go for a spin. Need to make sure that your brake bias is wound a little further forward in that area of the circuit, but that's the balance that you strike. Do you go for the rearward brake bias and get more rotation into the corner at the expense of potentially spinning, or do you wind it further forward and have the car more stable under brakes but taking longer to slow down? That is the ever-present dilemma that every sim racer, every race car driver faces. OC Racing Lopen, meanwhile, they look like they're going to be going for the move here on the Pro Endurance team for 6th place. Lovely stuff. Great move. A lot of hypercars occupying this area of the racetrack at the moment. Now, the OC Racing car is only 3 laps out of the pits at the moment, so the Pro Endurance team, I think, is right at the end of their stint now. They've completed 37 laps as things stand, so we should expect them into the pits very shortly. Big raft of pit stops happening as Cubic System now in the pits themselves. PMO Endurance Team Red has found their way into the lead now, having made their way out, and the Royal Racing .PL Lamborghini will find their way into second in GT3. We'll keep our eyes on the 157 Pro Endurance Team car to see if they come to the pits this time around. Meanwhile, SD1 Vision Esports 117 running in 4th place, and looks like about halfway through their stint at the moment. F&L, meanwhile, chasing down Team Delta Infinite. Mercedes versus Mercedes. Who will get the best run out of the corner? Big oversteer moment there for F&L. And that will lose them in the momentum coming onto the straight, and they had to make way for a hypercar as well. Very late on the brakes. That's probably an unintentional late dive there from the 222. But of course the 820 is going to get a slightly better run around the outside. Straighter run out of the corner. Power on earlier. That's the story of that hairpin here at Portimao, and now the hypercars getting involved are going to probably put at least a few more tenths of a second between those two cars. carefully does it. I mean, the fast entries to a lot of these corners, the pace differential between the GTs and the hypercars is massive as it is. But when you're coming off those long runs into these fast corners at the top of the circuit, you commit to a corner in a GT3, and you start braking at your usual point, and then out of nowhere a hypercar might come sailing past you thinking that the door's open, and you might have to straighten the wheel out and give them a little space. Honestly, who knows how that's going to turn out for you. Something that every GT3 driver is going to have to face over the course of this 6 hours. So where can FNLRT make their pace up? This is the point where they had that big slide on the last lap, and it looks like a bit more of a stable run this time, though they do run a little bit into the runoff area. They seem to be one of the cars that's very aggressive on the brakes coming into the hairpin here. This is where they make up a lot of their time. They'll hit the apex nicely, be able to make up a little more time themselves. Strefa Racing Team, meanwhile, chasing down Cubic System for 21st and 22nd overall. And the Strefa Racing Team is nearing the end of their own stint as well. Cubic System has crucially come out just ahead of them, and will resume their chase here of the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing Lamborghini, which is only just ahead of them, split by one hypercar. Obviously, the Cubic System car, the driver still getting used to the car as it is at the moment. A little bit colder tires. So I think at this point in the stint, the advantage goes a little bit more towards Strefa Racing Team. Meanwhile, this battle is heating up now between FNL and Team Delta Infinite. Who's going to get the best run onto the start-finish straight? They've got to be careful here of the AOT Turtle Beach car making their way past them there. But they make their way by without incident, and the slipstream is on now for the 222. Will they be brave enough to go for a move at turn 1? They draw alongside. They're ahead at the turn-in point, and it looks like Team Delta Infinite's going to have to yield for the time being, or maybe they'll have a go here at turn 3. There's always that possibility, but they won't go for it that time. So F&L Racing Team move their way up here and up into 7th place. Team Delta Infinite, now that they've been passed, it seems having some trouble keeping in the rhythm. So that'll be an issue for them to work out themselves, as the Petronas Cintium SD Team car is in the lane now, and unclear if this is going to be a long stop for them. GLS PXN Racing car will be catching them up in just a minute's time or so. Now I'm just waiting on the pit stop here for the Strefa Racing Team car. The AOT Elmar car, fresh out of the pits themselves, only 3 seconds back. Oh dear. Skigalka One Vision Endurance has gone for a spin, and oh dear, they tried to get going, but there were cars coming through, and it looks like one of the hypercars got crossed up there in the midst of that. A red car. So I'm not sure if it was the SD One Vision car or maybe the GLS PXN Racing machine. It is the 117 SD One Vision car that has probably got some front bumper damage as a result of that. So that will hurt them as they try desperately to make up that 10-second gap to AOT Turtle Beach, who are the effective race leaders at the moment, the car that started on overall pole position. Meanwhile, the PMO Endurance Team car.
Yellow flag, turn 1.
Yellow flag down at turn 1. Evidently, there's been another spin down there. The PMO Endurance Team red Mercedes working its way through nicely. Cubic System, meanwhile, is catching up to the Midas Lamborghini. And this is going to be another case of a car that is fresh out of the pits versus a car they're chasing that is about to come into the pits. As yeah, there we go. Looks like the tires are not quite up to scratch anymore on the Lamborghini. They'll keep the position for the time being. They'll try desperately to hold on here. Oh, they move across to go defensive. I don't know if the cubic system driver is going to like that too much. But this is another case of one car fresh out of the pits versus one car that's nearing the end of their stint. The Lamborghini is the one that we should be expecting into the pits at some point in the next 5 to 10 laps, I'd imagine. And it would be all well and good for the Mercedes team here that if that car would jump into the pits now and allow them some clear air, get themselves a bit more of a gap over Streffa Racing Team and AOT Elmar, who are still very close at this point. Defensive now for the Midas Lamborghini. Compromises line coming into turn 1, and it'll give a slight advantage to the Mercedes, but they won't go for it this time. Meanwhile, this is a three-way battle. Park Motorsport and the 907 up ahead here, and we have PMO and FNL racing together now. This 222 has been working their way through very nicely. PMO, in fact, having only just gotten out of the pits themselves. They're on their first lap, or their second lap, I should say. FNL RT still trying to get back into the rhythm, and the Park Motorsport car is right at the end of its stint as well, so it's probably a clue as to how this battle's come about. The Park Motorsport car probably slower on more worn tyres, though they keep up the pace because their fuel tank is just about to run dry and they're very light as a result. But up the inside goes the PMO car. Back up into third in GT3. Lovely three-way battle that has eventuated here between these cars, but we should be seeing the Park Motorsport car pull into the pits sometime very soon. They're not going to give up here, though. Oh,
Yellow
dear.
flag one.
Too deep coming into turn 1, and they'll pick up some gravel. They'll have to stay wide for
Green flag.
the Team Delta Infinite Mercedes to come through there. I'm amazed that 2 hours into this race, we still have some very close gaps in the middle of our GT3 field. Oh my goodness.
Yellow flag.
Okay. That's the 794 Grid Racing car who we saw embroiled in that battle with the OC Racing Lifeless Lamborghini just before I jumped into the commentary booth. I have never seen a car sliding across the concrete runoff there. Oh no! The Project A car! That looks like pretty big damage for them. And they have escaped back to the pits. Oh no, it's all gone wrong for the 161 Project A car. They were 18 laps into their stint and running solidly in 4th place. And now the AOT Elmar Mercedes has had issues of their own. Right in time for the OC Racing Lifeless Lamborghini to show up on the scene here and spin themselves. There's chaos happening all over this racetrack. Of course, Luca Centorbi, one of the commentary team just earlier, along with Dominic Reiser, Luca is driving this car in this race. So I hope he wasn't the one behind the wheel at that point. It's obviously difficult to be doing double duty of driving and commentating the very same race. But the dramas seem to have abated for now for the number 98, which started second last of the GT3s. At the very least, they can say they are not running second last anymore. They're simply survived and making their way up with the occasional setback. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, as they say. The gap between PMO and FNL Racing Team still remaining at about 3 to 4 tenths of a second. Still turning into a very good battle between these two cars, running 3rd and 4th in the GT3 class. PMO only recently made their way through here, being 3 laps fresher out of the pits than FNL Racing Team. And it looks like now they're going to leave them behind, at least until the next hypercar arrives on the scene. And we might see a little bit more drama fall into the hands of the number 49. So the Project A161 still doesn't show any signs of re-emerging from the pits anytime soon. I would imagine there's a great amount of damage to that car, considering where they were when they found themselves in the wall. I suspect that's a huge impact that the 161 had to deal with. The battle is now falling back into FNL Racing Team's hands. Defensive from the PMO car and round the outside on fresh tyres, trying his best to line it up here as the driver in the FNL and RT car, but he's unable to find a way past. The PMO car putting his vehicle in exactly the right places to prevent a way through. But can he nail the exit? For the moment, it looks like the FNL car is a lot better on acceleration. It is certainly feeling good on the power for the drivers in the car as they try to make way there for, I believe that's GLS PXN car that's just passed them there. I'm unsure exactly, but we'll see if these hypercars coming through have any effect on the battle between these two Mercedes. And then we move on through to Skigalka One Vision Endurance in 6th place. Potentially going to lose it to Team Delta Infinite as there's news of another incident for the OC Racing lifeless Lamborghini. They get back going though. Now the Team Delta Infinite 820 will be chasing down Skigalka One Vision with a massive run down the start-finish straight here at Portimao, over the rise and down through the dip, 3 wide with one of the hypercars there. And they'll keep the position for the time being. They move ahead just in time for the turn 3 braking zone and nailing the apex besides. But we've seen many a GT3 car have issues going up over the hill here. It seems like both cars managed to get roughly equal pace through there. But you're always trying to just squeeze the throttle through there in a GT car. And oh no, they've made contact! Too deep for the Skigalka One Vision car. They will hold back from accelerating further just to make sure that the position is at least resumed before they start battling harder. And Team Delta Infinite will resume the place up ahead of them. I always think to myself, oh, you know, good sportsmanship, but yeah, it's half good sportsmanship and half trying to avoid incurring the wrath of the stewards, I suppose. What it has done is it's brought the cubic system number 31 right into contention here for 6th once again. And we have 3 cars occupying the same piece of racetrack for position. So can the cubic system car get its legs on down the start-finish straight? Seems to be making up some time here on the Skigalka One Vision Endurance Mercedes. Side by side on the way into turn 1. Who is bravest on the brakes? Looks like, if anything, it was the Skigalka car. But ultimately they had to yield there to the cubic system machine. Now the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing Lamborghini isn't that far behind these guys. You see him just popping up in the background there. A little white speck in the distance. Still a lot of potential there, but 37 laps completed for that Lamborghini in question. Skigalka One Vision Endurance still holding on admirably to their position. And now it looks like the Cubic System car is turning its attentions to Team Delta Infinite. An attempt at a move up here, gets up the inside, is ahead at the apex by only a short amount, and running over the curb on the exit, Team Delta Infinite has to yield. Then. So Cubic System obviously with a lot of pace on board, dispatching those cars with relative ease compared to what we've seen in the past, and they're not too far away from catching up the Park Motorsport 907. There's now 41 laps completed for the Park Motorsport Mercedes, which means they should be coming into the pits very soon though. So I don't know, maybe Cubic System is probably better off backing off a little and just allowing them to do that in front of them, and then they can take advantage of the clear air. This is the closest battle in hypercar right now. The sister Team Delta Infinite car, the number 81, trying to chase down the Niado Bolamente white machine here. And it seems that the Niado Bolamente car was the one that I misidentified as the GLS PXN car before. I do apologize for that. But yeah, only 0.6 of a second between these two cars making their way into turn one, fighting over 7th place. Now, relatively distant on strategy. The Team Delta Infinite car having to lift off for the Skigalka One Vision Mercedes. That's one of the corners where the hypercars are really going to have to give up time. Traffic management is crucial in endurance racing in any case, but you need to be especially wary of it here at Portimao. But the Niado Bolamente car is on its 28th lap. Meanwhile, Team Delta Infinite only pitted 12 laps ago, so they've got a lot longer to go in their stint. Remains to be seen how that's going to work out in the final stages of the race, as the 907 Mercedes is finally in after 42 laps completed.
Yellow flag
And that
and
will
5, green flag.
release the Cubic System Mercedes to chase down FNL Racing Team, which is still embroiled in that battle with PMO Endurance Team Red for 3rd in GT3. This battle's starting to really creep up, isn't it, between Niado Bolamente and Team Delta Infinite defensive for the 1-3-3 here, trying to break the draft down the straight. But you see that the Team Delta Infinite car is a lot faster in a straight line at the moment and sweeps around the outside of turn one here, or at least attempts to. The Niado Bolamente car has to yield, but is going to fight again into turn 3. This is the kind of racing that Team Delta Infinite won't be wanting at this point in the race. We've still got 3.5 hours to go, and they got a car that's off strategy from them, trying to battle hard for position. They certainly have the right to do that. Maybe the 81 would just want to be left alone at this stage. Regardless, this is an entertaining battle, and they're going to have to make way here. Oh, contact! And the Niado Bolamente car is shuffled wide as the Team Delta Infinite car had to negotiate that Lamborghini GT3 there. And Kirito Racing once again off the circuit. Be careful on the re-entry though.
Green flag.
You've got to take care not to re-enter at right angles to the direction of travel on the circuit. Re-entering parallel, it's more often than not the best way to do it. You've got to be predictable. And, well, probably the hypercars won't be too happy with this. They're trying their best to hold on
Yellow
as the
flag,
car's
turn
spun
14.
there. I don't know who that is. Oh, no. It's the OC Racing
Green flag.
lifeless Lamborghini. Not the first time we've seen them, unfortunately, spun around in that area of the circuit. Although, to be fair to them, very difficult part of the circuit to get right. Checking back in with FNL Racing Team, fighting with PMO Endurance Team Red for third in the GT3 class. There's only 3 laps in terms of stint length between these two cars. 9 laps have been completed for PMO, and FNL have completed 12 laps. So very close on strategy, these two cars. There'll be a bit more fuel on board the PMO car at the moment, and maybe that's helping their stability somewhat. It seems like the 222 is having some problems finding a way past. Just listening in, it looks like they're very confident on the accelerator coming out of turn 3, and the run across the hill was almost good for them, but it looks like they got crossed up over the curb. Is there going to be a dive at the hairpin here? They're a little bit later on the brakes, and the PMO car will cut back under them for a potential run here, but I don't think they have enough momentum to get it done. And that is a successful pass there from the FNL RT Mercedes. Lovely stuff indeed. Now, of course, it might have looked like they were running slightly off track there, but as the Project Endurance Steward Association dictates, the curbs are considered part of the track and the corners. As long as you keep 2 tires on those red and white curbs, you're good. When there are no curbs present, the white line is the track limit. So it really encourages, especially these GT3 cars, to push super hard all the way around the circuit. So FNL RT with 13 laps now completed, coming up to 14 since their last pit stop. They will be slightly lighter on fuel than the PMO Endurance Team car. That might help them now that they have some clear air to gain some kind of gap. I'm just comparing the best laps for the 2 of these cars. They're actually very close on pace. FNL RT have the quickest, or the quicker lap, but only by 0.09 of a second over PMO Endurance Team. And FNL RT running pretty close to their maximum pace at the moment, so they're doing quite well. Grid White Tigers, meanwhile, they see an opportunity to pass a Lamborghini here.
Yellow flag for turn 14.
Up into 7th place here. Passing the Interstellar Midas Racing Lamborghini into turn 1, though not without a little bit of biffo. Tiny bit of contact on the way out of turn 1. Oh my goodness, where did that hypercar come from?
Yellow flag turn 11.
Good lord. As race control's talking about a yellow flag there in turn 11. That's on the other side of the circuit to this. And, oh wow. That's the Miato Bolamente car that absolutely shot into the frame and gave me quite a fright. Miato Bolamente, of course, still embroiled in their battle with Team Delta Infinite for that 7th place in Hypercar, so makes sense why they were being as aggressive with the GTs as they were, but I don't know if the 79 is going to be too happy with that. Seems like Team Delta Infinite is almost going to be in trouble of being passed by Grid White Tigers at this stage. Only a second or so between them. Meanwhile, here's Park Motorsport, half a second behind the Skigalka One Vision Endurance 217. Now, will they be able to get this done? Skigalka One Vision embroiled in the battles earlier with the likes of AOT Elmar and the Striffer Racing Team Mercedes. Now they're back into their own little rhythm at the moment. 217 currently running in 10th place overall, and their lap times not looking as good as they were earlier on in the race. Their fastest lap is a 1:41.7, and they only set a 1:44 on the last lap. I think hypercar traffic might have had something to do with that. Because it looks like the Nyado Bolamente white car has come into the pits. Oh no! Skigalka One Vision Endurance spins out of 10th place.
Number 13.
They'll get back running onto the circuit.
Green flag.
They will ultimately lose that 10th place, and the real pain of that is they're only 4 laps out of the pits. So the tyres probably weren't up to optimum temperatures and pressures yet, and maybe pushing a bit too hard over those curbs. Back to the number 49 then. Recently passed by the FNLRT Mercedes, who's starting to gap them now. Sitting at about 0.8 of a second between them. I'll be interested to see what the lap times are like across the line here between these two cars. Battling over 3rd and 4th. They've got a long gap ahead to Apex 1, and even more than that to the Royal Racing Lamborghini, which through the pit cycle has taken the lead thanks to their short pit stop. Now Grid White Tigers has caught up to Team Delta Infinite, and they are past the Midas Racing Lamborghini as well. Gently does it through this sweeping final turn here at Portimao. And that's a lovely run. They caught just the right amount of slipstream coming onto the straight, and they'll carry that momentum forward. Team Delta Infinite car is going to fight them into the braking zone. Wider line on the way in. Are they going to cut back in time for turn 3? Dealing with a big helping of oversteer. As the number 97, oh sorry, 97, Park Motorsport hypercar decides it's time for them to get involved in this. And that's created a crucial gap between the cars now. Just in time for Team Delta Infinite to lose that position. They've lost a further second or so, thanks to the 97 making its way through. Now, Park Motorsport here, running in 7th spot at the moment, 23 laps into their stint. I think they're approaching roughly the final third of their stint at the moment, and they're trying to chase down the Team Delta Infinite car, which pitted 5 laps after they did. And in terms of lap times, it looks like Team Delta Infinite number 81 has the edge. The last lap was around 0.8 of a second faster. 8 to 0.9 of a second faster, I should clarify. Streffer Racing Team car has now lost touch with the Skigalka One Vision Endurance car. Despite the spin that the 217 suffered a few moments ago, hasn't affected their position other than losing out on that top 10. And the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing Lamborghini is now in the pit lane. The end of their stint has come, and they'll fall back down the order in due course. Moving on through to the number 20, the Squadra Corsa Overcrest car. This is the car that we saw a little bit earlier on, and seems they've got their hazard lights on. I'm
Yellow flag,
not too sure that that's the way to go. As a yellow flag for the Project A car, which has fortunately made its way back out onto the circuit. Great to see that they're back out there, but evidently haven't completely moved past their gremlins. Meanwhile, we have reached the 100 lap mark for the AOT Turtle Beach number 91. Half a minute behind them, the GLS PXN racing car. Absolutely love the livery of this thing. There's some beautiful paint jobs out there here in Project Endurance. For the time being, AOT Turtle Beach look to be in control of this race, though GLS PXN was a 10th faster than them on the last lap. It's a very big gap to make up, but we've seen it happen before, and I'm sure we will see it happen again. You also have to keep an eye out on the Petronas Cintium SD team car, which is only 12 seconds behind, 15 seconds now behind the GLS PXN racing car. A big lockup as well for the SD1 Vision Esports 117. It looks like they've got the Project A 161 for company. Project A, I think, 2 laps down now on this particular car. SD1 Vision Esports, roughly in the realm of almost being lapped by the leader if those gaps are anything to go by. Trying to make their way through on the PMO Endurance team Mercedes, slowing down for the Apex.
Green flag.
Another yellow flag in turn 11. That was for the OC Racing Lifeless car, which has had plenty of issues over the course of the last hour or so. So AOT Turtle Beach bringing it into turn 1 from the lead of the race. And cutting their way through traffic beautifully. Petrowski, Tarashuk and Bubolch have proven to be perhaps one of the best driver pairings, or driver trios, I should say, in Project Endurance. They have been the team that have been pressuring Apex 1 the most in the hypercar class. And it's interesting to note, this is something that I wanted to bring up when I first came in. There are no Apex 1 prototypes here today. Evidently Apex 1, one of the teams affected by the notable absences from this round thanks to the holidays. Hopefully we'll be able to see them back out for the next round of Project Endurance. The gap now out to about 12 seconds between the 175 and the 42. Brings it back down to 10 seconds. The gaps are ebbing and flowing all the time. That's just the nature of endurance racing, isn't it? There will probably be a lap or two where you have clear air all the way around and you're able to make up a big gap on your rivals. And then you'll get GT3 after GT3 having to alter your line, lift off on the exit of a corner if the GT's not being predictable. It's the struggle of the prototype driver, though I would argue that the GTs have the greatest struggle, having to drive in their mirrors the whole time. Apex 1 then. You'd argue that they are the favourites to win at the moment. Because remember, that 666 in the lead only has one driver present in the car for the whole race. And I'm sure fatigue is going to be a major factor for the Voyal Racing.pl car. Apex 1 with the relative luxury of having their 3 drivers at their disposal. They're still setting some lovely fast times at the moment. 141.6 on the previous lap, which is only half a second off their best lap time. So running some solid, stonking pace at the moment. Royal Racing.pl Lamborghini with the Camus sponsorship on the side. Been looking into some direct drive wheels recently, and Camus certainly one of the more interesting offerings in the direct drive world. Keeping an eye on the lap times for them. Just completing their 24th lap and a 142.0 for their previous lap. 141.1 is the fastest lap there for Magyera Gorska. Oh no!
Yellow flag.
That is the Project A car once again going for a big spin, and that's in the opening sector of the lap. Seems like there's a lot of issues on board that that Bayer hybrid V8 machine. They do seem to have avoided contact with the wall, though, so hopefully these self-spins aren't too penalizing for them. They will be happy to know that currently they do not run in last place in prototype. The Niado Bolamente car having just come into the pits 4 laps ago, and I think a long stop for them. Down in 10th place at the moment. We've got a lot of time to make up to the Pro Endurance Team 157, but interesting to note that that 157 car running in 8th just set their fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 30.782. Running the super hard tire, incidentally. And that is the harder of the compounds that the prototypes run. So if they're getting that kind of pace on the super hards, who knows what kind of pace they'll be getting on the normal hard tires. The gap is now out to 2 seconds or so between FNL Racing Team and PMO Endurance Team Red. In fact, it's ebbing and flowing between 2 and 4 and even up to 6 seconds now. So this 222 Mercedes, now that they've finally got past the number 49, enjoying the relative clear air in front of them. They have a minute and change to make up if they want to try and get into the top 2. Let's check back in with Cubic System quickly here. Nice job through the hairpin. Lovely bit of clear track for them to try and make up some more time. Meanwhile, Red White Tigers chasing them down. Or at least trying their best to. The gap sits at about 4 seconds or so. Struggling to really make up that time. We've got 20 laps on the board on this stint now here for the 175 that we rode on board with for a moment there. And the Park Motorsport car also trying to chase down Team Delta Infinite. Battle in the prototypes has been ebbing and flowing over the entire course of the race. And we could see a potential battle brewing here between this 117 and the OC Racing Lopen car that's starting to draw the gap down here. It's hovering at around the high 12s to low 13-second gaps. Meanwhile, one of the few Lexuses in the field, the Moto Reporter 24 car, with quite a dazzling livery, trying to chase down the Midas Racing Lamborghini. So looking through the field, just checking to see which cars are closest to their next pit stop. And, well, we see one car that is making their way in here, and that is the Petronas Cintium SD team car. That is a pretty short stint. Only 21 laps completed there. So I'm wondering if they're trying to reverse engineer the rest of the race from here with 3¼ hours left on the clock. I just love watching a downforce car make its way around this circuit. You know, it's it's scintillating seeing the prototypes find their way across the top of the circuit. I'd say that watching a GT3 go around this place is spectacular in its own way, due to the drivers working the cars as hard as possible, but the speed that these hypercars carry is simply magnificent. So here's hoping that for Project A there in the number 161, their issues are gone for now, cutting their way through the traffic. Looks like a bit of a gap being made up here between the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing Lamborghini and this Lexus here in the Motor Reporter 24.pl 996. Oh, okay. That's not ideal there for the Pro Endurance Team car. I think just locking the rears on the way into the first turn there. Probably a little bit too much heat being generated in those hard tires that they're running. In fact, super hard tires. All of our prototypes running the super hard tire compound. And I would presume that really it's the only viable tire compound to use in a race like this. Portimao with so many high-speed corners, it would absolutely eat up the tires. And so, running a softer compound, yeah, you'd be fast, but only for a little bit before the car completely lost all of its grip. It's another spin for the OC Racing Lifeless Lamborghini, spinning out of turn 4 there. A popular spot, it seems, for both GTs and hypercars to be having their relevant issues. And it's a difficult corner, to say the least, turn 4. You're traveling up over the crest of a hill. It's blind on the way through. I find when I'm driving around this place, I'm never quite sure of the line to take through there. And it's very difficult to keep the rear end in check. As the track levels out over the crest, you may get a little bit of a slide in the rear end. We'll see it on board here with the AOT Turtle Beach car. You see that you can't see the exit of the corner when you turn in, and so you have to use the curb as your marker on the inside there to get your trajectory right through the corner. And the prototypes do have a bit less trouble with it than the GTs do. But it's still a very challenging corner on one of the most challenging tracks that we race at here in Project Endurance. This is the 28th race of Project Endurance history, and Algarve is the 23rd circuit to host a Project Endurance race. In fact, as has been pointed out many times over the course of this season, all of the tracks for Project Endurance Season 5 are new, apart from Daytona, which is returning for the 24-hour race later on in the season to end things off. And OC Racing Lifeless is having a real tough time out there at the moment. They were running so well, as high as potentially trying to grab a top 10, but they've had multiple spins in this stint. And it's going to be rather difficult for the other drivers in the car to try and make up that gap. They have fallen such a long way behind.
Yellow flag, entry turn 8.
So the second of the OC Racing cars, the hypercar, the low pen entry, The number 99 seems like it's starting to catch up now to the Team Delta Infinite car. The gap only sitting at about 3 seconds between those two, and you see it just in the distance there. Squadra Corsa Overcrest Lamborghini is splitting them at the moment, and driver of the 99 will be hoping that he can clear this Lamborghini by the time they get to the next corner, but turns like this is where if you're a GT it's really difficult to alter your line for a prototype coming through. Ideally you'd want to be taking the geometric fastest line through a lot of these corners, but you're going through a dip, the wheels are being driven into the tarmac, and you're having a lot of trouble keeping the front grip up as it threatens to overwhelm the grip of the tires going through the dips across the top of the circuit. Add a prototype, add a hypercar into the mix, and you have a potential recipe for disaster. Having to lift off a little bit there is the OC Racing car, and that will bring the gap out more to Team Delta Infinite. Big challenge here, working through a whole pack of GT3s. But clearing most of them by the time they get to the end of the start-finish straight. That's the FNLR Team Mercedes there that has to straighten up the steering and run wide to allow them through. FNL trying to lap the Midas Racing Lamborghini as the Project A car flicks by as well, clearing the Lamborghini on the way into the hairpin. Now, grid racing here, the 794, we saw them involved with the OC Racing lifeless Lamborghini before. Now they look to get involved with the Team Delta Infinite Mercedes and car 820. As the number 97 Park Motorsport car is now in the pits in hypercar. Now the 97 there has completed 25 laps. No, I'm looking at the wrong car there. Where is the 97? It looks like they're taking a driver change. A long stop for Park Motorsport. The car, of course, leaving the server to allow the next driver to take over running of the car. So unsure exactly how many laps were completed on that stint, but it looks like most of the prototype teams are in a phase now where their stints are a little bit shorter. And now we're on here between Motor Reporter 24 and Midas Racing. The Lamborghini trying to hold strong on the outside of turn 3, and the Lexus having to go wide here, but the outside line is with them, and they grab the position. Very nicely done. Trying to negotiate their battle in the midst of cars lapping them. Question is, can the Midas Racing Lamborghini fight back? The Motor Reporter car, having completed 24 laps on this stint, the Midas Racing Lamborghini has only been out there for 10 laps. So the car is a bit heavier, a bit more mass to throw around on the circuit. And you can see the Lexus is driving away there. Park Motorsport is now back in the server, and we'll see how they can go from here as the Niado Bolamente car makes its way out of the pits itself. Just ahead of one of the Mercedes in GT3 there. We also see a pit stop for SD1 Vision Esports out of P4, and that's a 25 lap stint for them. Seems to be roughly a 40-minute stint for them, a little bit shorter than we expect from most of the prototype teams, but as I mentioned a few moments ago, it seems that this middle phase of the race is resulting in some shorter stints for our prototype runners. And now it's on between OC Racing and Team Delta Infinite. fighting over 5th place at the moment and could be 4th depending on if the SD1 Vision car is doing a long stop. Be monitoring that to see when they emerge from the pit lane once again. And in we come to the most difficult part of the circuit for my money. This hairpin here, so hard to line up as the Team Delta Infinite car is finding out the hard way. Wide on the way in. But when do you choose to make your move? No GT traffic ahead of them, so we'll see just how quickly these prototypes can make their way through the turn. Bit of understeer in the mid-corner there for OC Racing. Front tires working as hard as they possibly can. And they do get the slipstream, but is it enough to make the move? Hard on the brakes into turn 1, and they're up into 4th. Nicely done. SD1 Vision still completing their pit stop. The Team Delta Infinite car, I think, reaching the end of their stint at the moment. They completed 34 laps on this stint. Meanwhile, the OC Racing Lopen car has only been out of the pits now for 4 laps. So it's another case of diverging strategies coming together. What can Team Delta Infinite do from here in the number 81? They're looking at potentially a top 5 finish as the race is about to reach its halfway mark. Checking back in with AOT Elmar, they've got a reasonable gap to Park Motorsport ahead of them, but they have a long way to go to make up to Grid White Tigers. And that is a close battle between themselves and Cubic System for 5th in GT3. AOT Elmar in the number 21 on their 32nd lap of this stint. And that seems to be around the point at which we expect GTs to start preparing for a pit stop. So let's see what they can do here in that brilliant red Mercedes. Nice bit of clear air ahead of them, but I'm sure we'll see a couple of hypercars pop into the frame soon enough. Oof. That seemed like a little bit of a slide on the way into the turn. Rather difficult to keep the grip up in GT machinery around here. You got so many corners that that require some unconventional lines to what you may be used to. It looks like our overall leaders are now in the pit lane, as well as Project A once again. SD1 Vision Esports still in the pits at the moment. And I get the feeling that they have completed a potential long stop there in the 117. GLS PXN Racing also moves in after 27 laps out there. And with that, the GT3 leaders as well making their way into the pit stop. AOT Turtle Beach, you saw just emerging from the pits there on the right side of the screen. But Andrei Magira-Gorska will make his way in, as pulling out of the pit stall ahead of him is the 161 Project A car. And it looks like that might be a long stop that Royal Racing is completing there. Pro Endurance team car, meanwhile, all on their lonesome on track at the moment. 2 minutes to make up to Team Delta Infinite, and a minute ahead of the SD1 Vision car, which has just emerged from the pit lane. I'm always amazed at seeing how much the suspension moves around in these cars. Deceptively bumpy circuit here at Portimao. I mean, this is very much a modern venue, and it's as smooth as you like as far as the average smoothness of a racetrack goes, but the longer a motorsport venue is in existence, the rougher it ends up getting as the ground settles underneath the tarmac. Having to back off just a little bit there for the Squadra Corsa Overcrest Lamborghini. They'll get the move done on the outside of the penultimate corner. The Overcrest car is really out there just circulating at the moment and hoping that misfortune befalls the cars ahead of them. An 18-minute gap to make up to the Kirito Racing esports car. That's going to be insurmountable unless something else happens. Meanwhile, oh dear, the Team Delta Infinite Mercedes has gone for a spin.
Green flag.
Now, Team Delta Infinite were up there with AOT Elmar, I believe, in about 7th place or so. In any case, just in time for Grid White Tigers to arrive on the scene, Cubic System comes in for their next pit stop. That's 32 laps completed for them. AOT Elmar are currently on their 35th lap as things stand. So they're going nice and long on this particular stint. And they may very well pass the Cubic System car for position, but they might be at the point now where they're thinking, okay, this stint is over. Might as well get our next pit stop out of the way. And just as I say that, well, they stay out of the pits and they go for an extra lap. Very short stop for Cubic System up ahead of them. They have re-emerged from the pit lane with practically no pit stop time to their name. Interesting to see. See if the Park Motorsport Mercedes can catch up here to AOT Elmar. The 907 is about 11 laps behind the AOT Elmar team on stint length. They are fighting for position, but a long way separated in terms of strategy. There will be slightly fresher rubber there on the Park Motorsport car, which partially explains why they've been able to catch up so well in the last couple of laps. Seems like the AOT Elmar team have been making a couple of small errors in some crucial corners on the circuit, particularly the left-hand hairpin that is coming up here.
Yellow flag, exit of turn 4.
And it seems like this is the favorite place for the OC Racing Lifeless Lamborghini to go for a spin. The exit of turn 4.
Green flag.
Having some major problems in that car. Seems like the Lamborghini just doesn't have as stable of a rear end as they would like. So do the AOT Elmar team come into the pits this time? Yes, they do. Had to have a couple of goes at the steering there. Shows you how worn down their tires are. And they will join the Apex 1 machine in the pit lane as well. So we've now entered the second half of this race, and the second half of my commentary stint here. Hopefully we hear from Ethan Mills at some point. But for now, it's just me, Reese Gardner here, taking you through the next 50 minutes or so of this race. As the 81 Team Delta Infinite car comes in for its next pit stop. And that was 39 laps completed on that stint for the number 81. That's the longest stint I've seen yet from a hypercar team. Keeping an eye on Park Motorsport, of course, who after their very long pit stop running last at the moment, but could stand a chance of catching up to the Niado Balamente white team if everything falls their way. A lot of space between the cars at the moment. We haven't seen much in the way of the three-way battles that we saw just an hour or so ago.
Yellow flag, turn 1 and turn 2.
Yellow flag, turn 1 and 2. Looks like that might be the Team Delta Infinite Mercedes there that's gone for a spin there. Once again, and with that, they have been passed by the Moto Reporter 24 Lexus, who's having a nice consistent race at the moment. Obviously had their issues earlier, but rapidly regaining spots. It's at this point in the race that I think fatigue is setting in as the Kirito Racing Esports car gets another slow run going from what I presume was another spin. It's starting to look close between AOT Turtle Beach and Petronas Cintium SD team at the front of the track. As, oh dear, now it's the Squadra Corsa Overcrest car has turned to go for a spin themselves, getting pincer moved by the GT3 leaders and the hypercar leaders as well, incidentally. That was the AOT Turtle Beach car that made its way through just then. That would have been a big scare for both of our class leaders. So the AOT Turtle Beach car is currently 5 laps out of the pits, coming up to complete their 6th lap of this stint. Petronas Cintium SD team having completed 15 laps on their stint so far. So once again, the gap might be rather close, around about half a minute at the end of this lap, but we do still have to point out there's quite a difference between many of the cars in this field on strategy. And the 217 is in the lane now, Skigalka One Vision Endurance. And from what I can see, that is another driver change for them, with the car disappearing from the circuit. But they are back. So driver change should be complete rather soon for them. Grid White Tigers, meanwhile, finding themselves falling under a bit of pressure from the PMO Endurance Team Red car, which is only 6 seconds behind them. They move into second place in GT3 thanks to pit stops for the other cars around them. But they are on their 37th lap of this stint, so they'll have quite a bit of time to be spent in the pits to come, and they'll likely fall back outside the top 10 once they come into the pits again. Meanwhile, fresh out of the pits, AOT Elmar. 3 laps completed so far. The Moto Reporter Lexus still chugging away ahead of Team Delta Infinite, who I thought for a moment was going to start gaining some time on them, but the gap then ballooned from 4 to about 8.5 seconds. So maybe there's been another problem there for Team Delta Infinite. We should be expecting a pit stop very soon from this 996 car as well. 36 laps completed. 34 on this stint. Grid White Tigers, as I predicted, have jumped on into the lane themselves. PMO Endurance Team Red moving back into second place. I have to say, in terms of the GT3 lead, it's very impressive, the run that we've been seeing from Andrei Magyar-Gorska in the 666. Remember, he's riding alone for the entire race. His teammates are out on holiday. If they could somehow get a good result here with just Andre in the car, and that would be one heck of an achievement here in the 6 hours of Portimao. The pit stop should almost be complete for Grid White Tigers. The 203, I suppose, getting ready to move back out of the pits soon. Whether or not they'll be together with the Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team car, it remains to be seen. The gap will come down. And the Move Center car only 4 laps out of the lane so far, so pretty equal on strategy with Grid White Tigers at the moment. As equal as you can get anyway. It feels like there's a minimum of 4 laps or so difference between any one car in the field in terms of when their last pit stop lap was. A lot of varying strategies going on around here. That's quite the lock-up, meanwhile, for the 133. Nyada Bolamente have been plugging away solidly here in the rear half of the hypercar field. They started in 7th spot. And I'm frankly amazed that, you know, despite all the issues that we've been seeing cars like the Project A161 have, the fact that they're still out there in 7th place, that is quite an achievement to be able to overcome the issues that they've been having, including their big crash that we caught earlier. Project A within 5 seconds of the SD1 Vision Esports 117 for 6th place, and get this, this is pretty significant. It looks like SD1 Vision and Project A are on the same strategy, both having completed 9 laps so far after coming out of the pits. So that at the moment is the most equal battle on track at the moment. I suppose in a way the easiest to tell which team has the upper hand. And at the moment the answer is
Yellow
neither,
flag turn
because
8.
Project A's gap has been moving
Green
between 4.5 to 5 seconds over the course of the last few laps. I'll make sure to get you guys the lap times from each team if and when they are available. Looks like the last lap for SD1
flagged
Vision
on
was a 1:31.3 versus a 1 minute 30.18 for the Project A car. Grid Racing, meanwhile, going to pass OC Racing Lifeless here for position. Have a go at it and trying to come back is the Lamborghini. They've got to be careful though. This is the part of the circuit where they've been having most of their issues. The Grid Racing car has only been out of the pits there for 9 laps. It's only 5 laps out of the pits for the Lamborghini, and they'll hold on for the time being. Is there anywhere that the Grid Racing Mercedes will be able to make up that time? Having to make way for the sister OC Racing car. I'm sure the drivers will be waving a little hi, hey, hello to each other there. Right up there with I believe that's the FNLRT Mercedes, which has a lap on these drivers, currently running in 19th overall, 9th in the GT3 class, and that's a bit wide there for the Lamborghini. That's going to allow the Mercedes alongside for a brief moment. But again, outside line, straighter earlier, throttle earlier, and it allows the 98 to keep the position for the next couple of moments, but you can tell the move is going to be happening sooner rather than later here for the 794 running just behind this car. One of the moves coming through the final corner here. Maximize your line. Try not to go too far beyond the curb as, oh dear, Streffer Racing Team have a problem. And I think they've lost out there to Park Motorsport. Meanwhile, the Grid Racing car trying again on OC Racing, but there's nothing they can do to get past the Lamborghini. It seems supreme on the brakes right now. But this is the corner where they've had many of their issues. Every single time they come through there, I just... I have a little clench moment because that corner is where we've seen them at a standstill and getting back going the most. But they've made it through okay that time. So take 3, take however many it is for the Grid Racing 794. Can they get it done and move back up into 15th place in GT3? Number 98 once again taking a uncharacteristically wide line through that corner. We usually see drivers going more middle of the road or more to the inside to shorten the way through the corner, but it seems to be working out well for OC Racing Lifeless. Yeniak and Sklors in the 794 will be staring intently at the back of this Lamborghini and thinking, how can we find a way past this car? Could be costing them time being stuck behind like this, and it's difficult to pick your line there, especially when the draft gets broken by the car ahead of you. But the draft is so extremely strong, and up the inside they'll come once again. The Lamborghini is forced off the track there over the curb. It looks like the Mercedes will finally assume the position. Big fight back from the Lamborghini coming out of turn 3, but I think that might be the battle over. Well, okay. Just as I say that, it's back on again, side by side. On the way out of the hairpin, I think the Mercedes was compromised by the hypercar coming through there. On the outside of this corner is way easier said than done. And a little bit of contact between the two of them. And the Mercedes will fall back ahead just for the time being. But what's the fight back going to be like from the number 98? Doesn't matter what position in the field you're in, it's worth fighting for. The Lambo just a little too wide on the exit of the corner there. And it looks like over the course of the rest of the lap, they are extending the gap. It was a solid fight back from the Lamborghini, but they might have burnt through the best of their tires trying to preserve their position there. So grid racing moving up into 15th in GT3, and as for when their next pit stop is coming, well, it's not going to be for a while. I'd say about 20 to 25 laps before we see this 794 in the pit lane next. As for the number 98 OC Racing Lifeless, well, they've got a bit more to go as well. They have about 4 more laps to do before their next pit stop than the 794. They're 8 laps into their stint at the moment. Should expect them in about 25 laps. The Apex 1 Mercedes, meanwhile, doing a long stop a couple of stints ago and finding themselves down in 7th at the moment, but chasing down AOT Elmar. And of all the cars out here, this is the one that I think looks the most stable in the GT3 class. Every time I see them on screen, they just seem so much more supremely in control of their car than any of the others. Nice and smooth on the way through every single corner. Absolutely nailing the turn-in for that corner as well. They weren't clambering all over the curb like the OC Racing Lamborghini was. Then I suppose this is the reason why Apex 1 has been so successful in both classes here tonight. Yeah, at the moment, Apex 1 are the ones who potentially leading the way here in the standings for the GT3 class.
Green flag.
As we check back in with our hypercars here, the Pro Endurance Team 157 continuing to motor its way around. 20 seconds, 24 seconds to make up to Project A. We're still starting to make up tiny little gaps over the SD1 Vision 117. That gap has sat around the same for, I'd say, solidly the last 15 minutes or so. Project A has just not been able to make any real headway on SD1 Vision. Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team will continue moving on through in 9th place in GT3, chasing down F&L, the green Mercedes up ahead of them. These two cars coming back together after some time spent apart. They're only separated by 2 laps on strategy. 11 laps completed so far for the car we ride on board, with 9 laps completed on this stint for F&L Racing Team. So I suppose the question then becomes for F&L, do they pit 2 laps earlier than they would otherwise expect to, in the hopes of keeping the position, not having to stand still for as long in the box, or do they simply race their way out of this battle? will correct the point that I made earlier about Apex One. They are currently in second place in the GT3 standings. Unfortunately, not finishing the 12 hours of Kota. Meanwhile, Cubic System won the previous round of the championship, and as things stand, Cubic System and Apex One will be looking at their points in these races being relatively close. A single DNF could change the course of your season, and I'm presuming Cubic System want to avoid that. Move Center Sim Racing Dream, meanwhile, having to make way for a hypercar there. And that will increase the gap between themselves and F&L for the time being. I have to say, though, Cubic System for the GT3s has been the real stars of the show. They've been very steady in their results. Second place the first 3 rounds running of the season, and then winning Kota. Apex One, win at Shanghai, third at Hockenheim, win again at Istanbul, and DNF at Circuit of the Americas. In the hypercar standings, well, AOT Turtle Beach, they're continually showing great impressiveness at the front of the prototype field. The only race that they haven't finished so far, our overall leaders, is the 9 Hours of Istanbul at round 3. They won at Shanghai, they finished second at Hockenheim, and they won again at Kota. It's just unfortunate that that the Apex One cars not taking it to the start, and I mean, the sheer amount of prototypes that we're seeing missing from the field here. All 3 of the Apex One cars, the Cieta Mafia Corleone machine, the Skigalka Sim Racing Dream Team prototype, also not taking to the start here today. And we're also missing the Mystic Royal team, plus 775 Esports, which have not started the last 3 races running. The second of our GLS PXN racing cars also missing from the race. So this is a big opportunity here for AOT Turtle Beach and SD1 Vision as well to attempt a better run here, because SD1 Vision have had some pretty horrendous running this season, as they're now under pressure from Project A, and it looks like they might lose the position here to the 161. Despite the pace that SD1 Vision has shown over the course of the season, they have not had very good luck in the races. They only have 8 points to their name with an 8th place at Hockenheim. They have either DNF'd or not started every other race so far, unless I'm looking at the wrong SD1 Vision team. Well, indeed I am. It actually looks like the 117, which is the other SD1 Vision car, 19th at Shanghai, 15th at Hockenheim, and then not finishing the last 2 races running. So they're looking for a result here. If they can get themselves a top 5, then that could be the turning point of their season. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on them as things go on. We are going to keep a close eye on them as they come into the pits for their next stop. That will be a 19-lap stint for the 117. Again, incredibly short for the prototype class. We usually expect them to be running about 30 to 35 laps on a maximum stint, but, excuse me, I think they have decided now is the point to get those short, sharp stints out of the way before maybe getting a couple more long stints to the finish. So AOT Turtle Beach holding on to a 1 minute lead over this car here. The brilliant run from AOT Turtle Beach, but also from this 175 car. Currently the outsiders on strategy in the top 3. Only 12 laps completed so far on this stint, with 28 laps completed so far for our leaders and 26 laps for the OC Racing Lopen car in third. As they come up on the Midas Racing Lamborghini in a very inconvenient spot coming out of turn 4. That's got to be tough. It's just those tiny little bits of time loss that add up to so much over the course of a long endurance race such as this. Okay. This is starting to heat up now between Moto Reporter 24 and Skigalka One Vision Endurance. They have to make way for the third place running prototype. But this Mercedes is looking rather quick. 217, 11 laps out of the pits, 10 laps out of the pits for the car ahead of them. So close on strategy. This is an outright battle of pace. Mercedes versus Lexus. This will help out the 996 a little bit. Tiny bit of slipstream off the 709 Streffer Racing Team car, who is a lap or two ahead of them at the moment. I think at least 2 laps, really. But this is the problem if you're a car trying to unlap yourself on a car that is evidently looking that much faster. Do you go for the move and risk the wrath of the stewards, or do you go for it and hope that the car you're battling with will be held up behind them for a bit? Well, it looks like the 709 doesn't have much to lose by just yielding to the Lexus, who's looking aggressive at this stage. They've just got to hope that they don't make a mistake, as it looks like that Mercedes up ahead of them was just getting going after a spin. Okay, a little bit of a stab of the brakes there from the 217 as they tried their best to keep themselves from running into the back of the 709. And in the midst of all of that, the Lexus has moved forward quite a fair margin. Now 2 cars in between them and the Skigalka car for position. One of the grid racing cars there making their way up to the back of the pack as well. This is one of those tough moments when you have so many cars all in a line here, battling for different positions in completely different places in the race. You need to try and balance aggression and looking after your car. Do you go for the passes? Do you set those fast times? Or do you just wait for things to move away ahead of you? Looks like the grid car will go for the move at the hairpin. At least they were going to try to. It seems that the Skigalka car is holding on now to this. The Streffer Racing Team car has to be careful, though. In the midst of all of this, they can't afford to be lifting off and letting these cars go too much, because the Apex 1, number 1 car, is starting to put some pace on them. There's going to be those infinitesimal little time losses over the course of every single lap here that could make all the difference by the end of the race. Pit stop, meanwhile, for our overall race leaders. AOT Turtle Beach finding themselves in the lane once again after 23 laps completed on that stint. Being as far in the lead as they are, I'm sure they can afford to play around a little bit more with their stint lengths. We're entering the final 10 minutes of my what's turned out to be a solo stint here on the English language stream for Project Endurance. If you've been watching along here, really appreciate your patronage of the stream. As, oh dear, oh lordy, oh no. 157 Pro Endurance team going for a spin and cleaning up. Was that one of the PMO Mercedes there that they unfortunately cleaned up there? I think it might have been the PMO car. It was. Number 49 getting potentially some unnecessary damage from that mistake for the prototype. Not ideal at all. And they're immediately faced with the same car again. Trying to pass them, and this time it gets done cleanly, but you never know, that could be a little bit of extra time that both cars will have to spend in the pits. And PMO Endurance Team certainly can't afford that. They're currently running in second and under quite a bit of pressure from Cubic System, only 21 seconds behind. The RoyalRacing.pl Lamborghini continues its brilliant solo run at the front of this field. Oh, just before we cut away there, another problem for OC Racing Lifeless. I have never seen a car out there before. Goodness me. You almost never see a car all the way out on the grassy hills out here. Seems like the car is still straight though, which is, I suppose, good. Meanwhile, another battle in GT3 brewing. This Motor Reporter Lexus has had a great run of laps in this stint, and they are trying to get into 12th in GT3 now. WRS Interstellar Midas Racing Lamborghini has been holding strong with a pretty consistent drive, I have to say. I've been impressed with them in this race. But will they have to give way to the mighty Lexus? Let's wait and see. V8 versus V10, front engine versus mid-engine, and the front engine car has the run through the hairpin here. Lamborghini's going to try and fight them though, stays to the right hand side, tries to pressure the Lexus into going wide. Was there contact there? I'm not too sure. But they'll keep that side by side going into the final turn here. You just see the fender of the Lexus poking out there. They take the faster way through the corner though. Tighter line for the Lamborghini, but they gave up a bit too much speed on the inside. It looks like that will be position made for motorreporter24.pl. Just as we say that, Park Motorsport, Streffer Racing Team are in the pits as this battle continues. The Midas Racing Lamborghini is not willing to let this position go lightly. Eventually, it looks like they'll have to let it go because that Lexus is looking rapid at the moment. Just nailing every single corner exit. I mean, just listening into the Lamborghini and watching the Lexus pull away, it is quite amazing the pace that the 996 has at this point, and they will pass the Park Motorsport 907 as the 907 takes its pit stop. Meanwhile, checking back up with the 175 Petronas Cintium SD team. 19 laps completed on this stint as the AOT Turtle Beach car has come back out 43 seconds in the lead still. They could afford to take another little pit stop right now and still be in the lead, but would they want to? That is the big question. Nice and slow for the hairpin, and behold the rapid acceleration of the prototype. Very harsh curbs on the insides of these corners as well. Algarve, of course, having very modern F1 style curbs here. But they can definitely unsettle the car if something goes wrong, if you have just a little bit too much sideways action right at the beginning of your exit phase. They're absolutely cutting their way through the GT3 traffic at the moment. Nice and assertive, letting the GT3s know exactly what they're going to do.
794 blue flag.
But there is, for the time being, nothing, it seems, that can be done to stop the run of AOT Turtle Beach right now, who continue to extend that gap. SD team car did not have much in the way of drama in the very end of that lap. They were able to make up a lot of time. But I'm sure the ebb and flow will eventually fall Turtle Beach's way at some point. Pit stop, meanwhile, for OC Racing Lopen. It looks like the Project A car has found their way into the pits as well. And having just completed their stop there. Actually, my apologies. It looks like that was another car that was working their way through there. AOT Elmar also making their way into the pits too. Now, AOT Elmar, their timing screen is moving around quite a bit at the moment. I'm struggling to find them. Not able to tell you exactly how many laps they completed on that stint, but still running solidly in contention for a top 5, but they'll be facing off quite a bit against the FNL Racing team, I would imagine.
275 blue flag.
Speaking of FNL, 28 laps into their stint. We should be expecting them in sometime in the next 5 to 7 laps, I'd imagine. Oh no. Team Delta Infinite. Their troubles continue. Losing out to the Moto Reporter Lexus, whose beautiful solid run in this stint continues apace without much in the way of issues. Hopefully I haven't just commentators cursed them, but Team Delta Infinite with some trouble in the opening corners of the lap there. And here comes Skigalka One Vision Endurance making the move on the Midas Lamborghini. Seems like the number 79 here we're riding on board with is falling down the order quite a bit now. Sitting themselves in there with 40 laps completed on this stint, and no wonder they're so slow out there at the moment. They are right at the end of their tyre life. Right at the end of their stint. And I'm sure the driver on board the car right now will be glad that they're likely about to come into the lane once more. Center Sim Racing Dream, meanwhile, occupying 6th place in GT3. 23 laps completed for them. Apex 1 will move on past them to put them another lap down on those GT3 lead packs. Apex 1 making a very nice recovery from their previous pit stop 23 laps ago. And setting some good times as well, only 0.6 off their best. So out of turn 4 they come once more. One of the few cars out there that I haven't seen have a single issue in this entire 2-hour stint I've been here. Apex 1 supremely in control of their Mercedes and representing the team very well. And so that is going to bring to an end my commentary stint here for the 6 hours of Portimao,
also blue flag.
part of Project Endurance Season 5. I'm Reese Gardner, Southpaw Racer on YouTube and on Twitch if you want to check me out. But in any case, really appreciate you all riding along with us. Going to be handing it back to Dominic Reiser and Luca Centorbi for the remaining 2 hours of the race, and I'm sure they'll keep you very good company to the end, as AOT Elmar has a little bit of an issue there. That's a very slow getaway for a team that is likely not going to be on for as good of a result as they hoped. But in any case, enjoy the rest of the race, everybody, and we'll return with English commentary very shortly.
Yellow flag turn 1. Green flag. One 6-1 blue flag.
And with that, welcome back to the 6 hours of Portimao. Bit more than 2 hours remaining. Yeah, it's me, Dominic, back behind the microphone. Luca is not here yet. I assume he's still in the car. And while the English commentators were on break, you might have saw some action. On track, we had the 42 GLS PXN Racing crashing. The third place MDH with quite a hefty incident, and then we also had both the OC racing cars coming together, it seemed, with the GT3 Lamborghini and the LMDH both spinning after turn 1. We didn't saw the crash, but it really looked like a teammate crash, and the Lamborghini of OC Racing had some other trouble, some spin, and is now in the pits. Yeah, we are here with the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing going to the Cubic System car, who are back in third right now, and there is one car, I think that was a lag, going into the wall, but not going into the wall because of the lag.
Yellow flag tonight.
And we have yellow flag in turn 8. And Park Motorsport
Green
is
flag.
leaving the pit lane. Green flag back out. Park Motorsport on P9 at the moment. The GT3 of Park Motorsport 11th in their class. 4 seconds behind P10. WRS Interstellar now going into the pits, losing some positions. Around the clock, it's always time for some pit stops. And now we also have Luca back here in the commentary booth. Hello, Luca.
Hello, hello.
So, how was your stint? How was your driving?
I think you caught some moments of me in the car, in the OC racing car. More difficult than I expected to be in race
9-7 blue
settings,
flag.
but not that bad as I expected.
Now, tell us a bit, how is the driving here on track? How much fun is it with all the traffic and temperature-wise?
To be honest, it's very fun fighting a few people. If you're being the leader in car is actually really fun, even if the pace advantage is not there. I've been noticing with the Lamborghini the rear end is really loose. I had to have my brake bias way higher than I usually would, just so to not lose the rear end during braking. But even though braking was no issue, during the corner the temperature was just spiking high. So I'm really astounded how these drivers here are managing to keep it facing the right way for this much amount of time. Apex 1 and all Warhol Racing as well in the Lamborghini. Really surprised how well they're driving here.
Were you in the car until just now?
Yes.
So we saw you had a contact or incident. We just saw the aftermath with your teammate car. Can you tell us a bit more what happened there?
What has happened was I was going down the main straight and the Mercedes of, I believe that was Cubic Systems behind me, just had a way better run than I expected, and into turn 1 I was slightly ahead of my radar I saw, so I didn't back out yet, expecting that the Cubic System wouldn't go too wide. There was left space for me left, but I understeered a little into the gravel and lost the rear, and in that moment the sister car just came out turn 1 and hit me sadly. Nothing that could have been done there. It's just more of a racing incident, I believe, but sad that it happened, a teammate collision.
That is a bummer for sure. Thank you
117 blue flag.
giving us some information. While we see now a fight on track, the 820 Team Delta Infinite chasing the 709 Street for Racing team. That is for P21, P11 in class. The 820 is fighting all day with the rear, it seems. We already saw some spins from that car, and it's always a bit drifting out of the corner. So, doesn't seem like they found the perfect setup for this track here.
Yeah, with the cars driving like this, it's always important also noticing after a bit the tire wear just gets to the point where the tire temps just can't stay steady anymore. Going into, I believe here, turn 10, the braking point is where the rear left just really shoots up temperature-wise. If you don't have the correct setup on, you'll notice into the next couple corners how the car just doesn't want to turn in anymore. It's just noticing that each lap the car handles is slightly bit worse than the lap before. And now here between the 709 Strafe versus Team Delta Infinite, the Mercedes versus Mercedes, I've noticed the Mercedes were the most stable out of the cars I've seen. So important to see also straight line speed wise, the Mercedes is just a bit up top.
Now, good thing here is two Mercedes fighting, so no advantage for either of them. Both have the same car, and it looks like we also get fight for P2 now, as the Petronas Synthium car was in the pits and is now 2-3 seconds behind P2. We also have the 117 as the One Vision car and Project A, the 161, in the pits.
Yeah, with the pit stops, you need to be careful also how much fuel you put in. I've noticed with the Lamborghini, for example, I've only had about 3/4 of fuel I saw. Because just the tires, the tire degrade is much higher than the fuel consumption. So I believe these cars are also not running a full tank. Just gotta see who got the perfect tank amount as well with each stop.
Now we also have some GT3 cars coming in. PMO Endurance Team Red and Gigalka One Vision, the 217 here in the picture. They are already leaving the pits, and PMO has a long stop, it seems. Same for us, the One Vision. And now driver in the car, getting ready. Oh no, he's looking on the camera, that's a bit creepy. And here the leaders of the race, AOT Turtle Beach, so far unbeatable today. We don't wanna jinx it, it's still 2 hours to go. Don't wanna put any commentator's curse on them, but so far a very good race from them. 4 minutes now the lead on to P2 with GLS, PXN Racing, though I'm not quite sure how it stands with the pit stop and the long stops.
Having lapped P2, AOT Turtle Beach right now looks to be unbeatable right now. Also leading the championship here. It's interesting to see how much practice each driver also set in for today's race. It's shown by the pace difference between each driver, as even if the setup work can change how the car drives, there isn't a lot of time that can be caught just with the setup, and you just see who has put the most amount of time here. And AOT Turtle Beach right now looks to be set for the next 1 hour 58 minutes.
They don't have to risk anything anymore, they just can relax a bit and cruise it to the finish line, although they can't cruise too much because GLS and Petronas, they showed they are strong, and especially Petronas Synthium showed that they are here when someone makes a mistake. They are here to make a profit from those mistakes. Here Niado Bauelemento White on P7, 1 minute behind the OC Racing car, if I see it correctly, even 1 lap behind them. It's either 1 whole lap or the timing is off, but I assume it's 1 lap.
depending on strategy-wise. For the next 1 hour 57 minutes, the drivers who have pitted now for their long stops, I've heard from also drivers altogether that they are planning to do their final long stop as usually, as for the 6 hours, they are planning to do, each driver does 2. So they're planning to do the final driver to take the final long stop, and depending on if they pit it now, for the GT3s I can say there's only one more stop left to go. For the LMDH I believe it's, depending on how they save their tires, also just one more stop. So now comes the final part of the race where it's more of pushing and no looking back.
I think even the LMDH, depending on how their strategy is and how long they stay out, we could even see 2 or 3 stops. But 3, I think they would have a very strange strategy if they still had to do 3. A 2 is possible. Now we have the race leader of the GT3 class in the pits, the 666. Also the 3rd place GT3 car with cubic system in the pits. I think both are on a long stop right now here with the 666 on board. And is that the 20? I think that's the 20 we see in the rear view mirror. But of course Overcrest lost a lot of time early in the race and now they are retired.
I believe they have issues here staying in there for, I believe they've been in there now for quite some time. Even during my stint I've seen them in there. Depending on, I've noticed also while driving, some drivers are having more internet issues on the stream here. Now it's not visible, but while I was fighting I did see some LMDH flashing and also some GT3s sliding around places where it's not quite obvious to see.
That's the internet problem, that's always something. Good that it doesn't exist in real life, can be very annoying. But yeah, here you don't have any weather implications or that your engine can blow up, so you have some positive, some negative. Cubic System now back on track in 17th place, 20 seconds behind the PMO Endurance Team red car and 8 seconds ahead of the motor reported 24.pl car, the 996. They have a very good race, probably a calm race, but that can help sometimes. And the leader of the race, the AOT Turtle Beach car, is into the pits as well.
Let us see now how they take it. Looking at the long stops, I see that Team Delta Infinite has one more to go from the LMDH, and I believe from here AOT Turtle Beach has one more to go, as this is the final one they're taking now, if I've seen it correctly. If not, they got another one after this. But we are getting close to the ending stint. I remember at the start of the race, for our first 2 hours of the commentary, we saw only a few drivers pitting twice. Some LMDH only pitting twice in the 2 hours. Maybe now that the final 2 hours are happening, we might see 2 pit stops. You said 3 if very aggressive, but also very weird. But depending on also some drivers with the long stops, you might only see one more long stop from a few drivers here. So it's going to be a big shuffle of pit stops here. As we see now, there are about 4 cars in the pit lane between the AOT Turtle Beach, the Pro Endurance team, the leading GT3 Apex 1, and the Move Center Sim Racing Dream Team.
Both leaders in the pits right now. It's always funny. Team Delta Infinite now in the picture, and they are 4th. Here the Apex 1 car, the leading GT3. Pro Endurance team, the 157. I just read in our message board that the 117 has a problem with the long stops. Their app says they don't have all long stops, but they do. So at the end of the race, it looks like they will get disqualified by the game itself, but this disqualification will not stay on the race result, so that might lead to some confusion at the end of the race.
117 will be said to be disqualified, but it will be taken away. So our 10th
blue
place
flag.
right now. Our 10th place right now will not be disqualified. So if a message shows up that they have been disqualified, it is wrong. As now with here, we've got a few battles now going in the GT3 class again between our 23rd and 24th driver, the 79 VIS Interstellar Midas Racing, and the AOT Elma. As we see here, going round turn 10 and 11, really difficult to get the braking spot on, and both do it perfectly. No contact there, now through turn 13. Awkward braking point, but both have taken a bit of an alternative line, but no one has lost too much time. And now comes the part where if you take this corner wrong for the entirety of the straight, you have issues. But it looks like the Mercedes has got it a bit better. As I said before, I believe I saw that Mercedes has also a little bit more top speed. So if here's a great chance for the AOT Elma car to take on the Lamborghini of Midas Racing. And he's trying it on the outside. The outside line here is a bit better as you have a bit more runoff. And he's done it perfectly before the corner even starts. With the LMDH coming in, that's the Lamborghini couldn't go back on the inside. And the Mercedes has played their cards correctly and has gotten past.
Yeah, lovely move there. And as you said, if you
161 blue flag.
fail to make a good exit out of the final corner, you really suffer with the top speed loss. You're the 24th place, and we are back in the fight for P22. AOT Elmar and Interstellar. I think there was a little touch. AOT Elmar now in front again. They have the inside and they stay ahead, but the Interstellar Midas Racing had a quick look into turn 5. They were ahead for some meters, but then had the worst line and had to let AOT Elmar back through into 22nd place. The number confused me a bit, with 22 and 21 right next to each other.
There are a few cars a bit close to each other with the Petronas Synthium SD for P2, and here obviously for P21 between P20 and 21, the Strafer Racing and the Team Data Infinite being very close to each other as well. The cars up ahead on the car we're looking right now. Looking at the timings, I believe they are going into turn 6 now, the Apex 1, turn 5, I'm sorry, the Strafer and Team Delta Infinite. These two are now fighting for position here for P20. There we go, up ahead. That's a Team Delta Infinite black, yellow, neon car. Going towards turn 7 and 8. Here I've seen many cars taking different lines, and they have taken the same line, which looks to be suboptimal with the dirty air being a bit of a problem. Also in the GT3s, the more tire wear you have. And I believe out from these two, they are a bit into their stint. About 17 laps for the Strafer and 14 for the Team Delta Infinite. That's, I think, the Chiaka One Vision Endurance and lapping the pair.
I think if I saw it right, it was the 49 of PMO Endurance Team Red who is lapping them.
My apologies, that is correct, that's the 49.
But yeah, either way, it is not a fight for position.
97 blue flag.
And the 97 getting blue flag as well. Yeah, the field quite spread out. There is the Petronas car now behind them, and you can see it is chasing the 42 of GLS PXN Racing for another time this race. It's quite a usual picture we see today, the Petronas car chasing the 42, while the Strifa car had a bit of a wobble coming out of, I think it was turn 4. And with the lapping maneuver of the 49, they lost quite a bit of time to the 820 of Delta Infinite. And
We
here they
have
are.
some more cars pitting now. Now we have the LMDH team Delta Infinite in the pit lane and the FNL RT in the pit lane. There we are. There we're looking at them. I believe there's a driver swap from the two. As I've seen that the pit stops don't take as long as I thought they would, with the ALT Turtle Beach at the beginning only having a minor pit stop, while the rest had, I think, taken their first long stop, I believe, for the LMDH. At the beginning, they took the first long stop just to minimize the numbers, as 3 long stop meaning 4 drivers drive if a team has 4. If not, they have to take one driver has to take 2 long stops, and I believe that's what happened at the beginning with the Petronas Symphim SD team and also the GLS PXN, while the ALT Turtle didn't take a long stop. So unless the ALT Turtle Beach still has one to go, they all are on the same long stop strategy now. So you're gonna have to see now later on, the lower the times go till the next pit stop, who is gonna take a long stop and who is finished with them, as our telemetry, our leaderboards doesn't quite tell us. Our driver form hasn't been updated for all teams, so we can't tell right who has done the most all the long stops yet.
Petronas Synthium now very close once again to the 42 of GLS PXN Racing, as they find their way through some GT3 traffic now. The Skigalka 1 Vision Endurance car, the 217, is ahead of them. That's always a bit of a annoying place to catch them in the final corner. As we can see now with the Petronas car, he had to lift a bit, and that cost him half a second immediately. That is painful. As we said before, if you don't have a perfect exit out of the final corner, you suffer a lot because of that long straight. But yeah, as we also saw before in this race, the Petronas car has the better pace. As the GLS car, he gains a bit of time again. The only problem is the overtaking, and there the Petronas car had quite some troubles today to find a way past the 42 cars, and it seems it is the same thing once over again.
Yeah, with the cars following, I've seen it myself. I was the leading car in some battles, and even though my pace wasn't up there with the battling car, I noticed that even if the battling car is faster, they have more issues coming past. And here we see it again in action. The GLS PXN just is on timing, on paper, just a little bit slower, as they've done a slight mistake going wide, giving the Petronas a slight gap, which they tried to take but lost the rear. And that's exactly what we've been talking about. You might have the chances, but one slight mistake with the car, which is just what it takes for the entire lap to be for another lap of battling, is just interesting to see. Even if you are one of the fastest on track, once you have someone up ahead, it's like a roadblock, and you have to find the perfect spot with no troubles to overtake. And usually that's only on the straights, or if the car does a minor mistake to the point of where your car doesn't have to take an alternative line.
Now the 42 will be very happy to pass both of those GT3 cars ahead of turn 5. the Petronas car has to wait and loses time while he has to wait. Yeah, you can win and you can lose in the traffic game. Now Petronas Synthium SD team lost a bit. But maybe next time around it's the GLS PXN car that will lose. And Grid White Tigers have just entered the pits, the 203 from third in class.
These two are battling it probably till the end here, until someone gives out, and it's not going to be obvious who it is. PXN has done some mistakes at the beginning of the lap, and then after lapping I saw them going slightly onto the gravel, which gained Petronas Synthium back the time they lost drift the lap traffic, but now onto the main straight. This is the part where these cars barely lose any time. Who has the better straight line speed is just the question of who is going to empty out the batteries, as these cars have a hybrid system where they can empty out the battery. They have to look out though that they don't run out too early, else the opponent has the upper hand, as there's more traffic now up ahead. That's the Warhol Racing 666 and the FNL car. Is the Synthium gonna find a way here? He was really close, tried to split the car, couldn't quite, as the PXN barely leaves any space for the Synthium. It goes deeper, and now depending on the exit, who's gonna be closer towards turn 7? It looks like to be PXN still up ahead. This is a corner where it's difficult to overtake unless you have a little bit of understeer. Both take it about the same, but the Synthium nearly went onto the gravel, losing a bit of acceleration.
Blue flag.
Another blue flag warning. Also Apex One once again fighting their way back to the front. They are 6th in class at the moment. But more interesting here, the fight for the 2nd place. Now 4/10 of a second, that is just a bit too much. I think you need to have 2/10 of a second or lower of a gap in LMDH to make a move into turn 1. Yeah, 7/10 of a second, that is too much. So no attack from the Petronas car this time around. Is a bit too far behind. And if I see it correctly, they don't have any traffic coming up in the next time. That's good for the 42 for the GLS car. As traffic always a bit of a luck game. Now here we see a car. Now let's see if he can, or if both can clear them on a straight, or if one will lose some time.
Yes, the GT3 has just a corner up ahead, up this hill. We might see him going down it. The little dot on the left, there he is. That's the blue OC Racing X Lifeless car. They're catching towards it, and this is now a sector where you don't really want to have anyone in your way. Depending on if they reach the car before the corner is really difficult. Now I have to both take a bit of an alternative line on the inside. Looks like to have cleared the car just in time, as if you see a car here, very difficult to get past without losing too much time. And now they're going downhill, and this time the Petronas Synthium SD team is about 2.5 tenths behind. As you said, 2 tenths or less is what's needed. Do they have the gap? Do they have to run down the straight in the slipstream now? Are they gonna empty out the battery? They're gonna look up ahead to see if they don't reach it. And there's someone coming out of the pit lane. This is gonna be a really bad situation here. Careful as they rejoin next to each other. The Midas car on the right side having to leave a bit of space. The Synthium SD car having to take a bit of an outside line, and this has cost the Petronas just a few more attempts, the few attempts that they needed to overtake, and the PXN can breathe on for another lap.
Yeah, it seems now all the time they had traffic, it was always the Petronas car suffering from it. Now another GT3 coming up. Let's see if it's the same thing again, or if this time maybe the 42, the GLS car, will lose some time. The GLS car can clear it quite nicely, so does the Petronas car. And They continue their fight. But the Petronas car seems a bit faster, but as you say, because of the dirty air, there's just no chance that he can make a move or that he really can put the pressure up on the GLS PXN car. Now again, 0.3 of a second, but the last time around it was always the 42 who had a better exit and who managed to just gain those tenths they needed to stay safe. Now I think they are a bit closer, but it will not be enough again. And another GT3 in a quite awkward position, and the GLS car once again can clear it without problem. This time the Petronas was also very quickly to clear him. Now he seems to be a bit closer, but made a little bit of a mistake. You could saw the steering wheel, how he had to correct his line. Now locking wheel for the 42.
With that GT3 they just passed, you saw that the Synthium had a better line through turn 4, but as you said, going up the hill, had to fully countersteer, which kills the acceleration with just a bit of... I believe these cars have one traction control. If not, I had to go off the throttle to keep the car facing the right direction. If that didn't happen, he would have maybe had to run down turn 5, but it didn't quite matter yet, as they haven't lost too much time. And they're right on the rear bumper of the PXN car, right on the rear diffuser.
Blue plugs ahead.
And now towards the final corner, who gets it? This is where the run counts. It looks like the Synthium car just didn't quite get it. And there you see the PXN car just slightly running away. And this is again about 0.4. It just doesn't change. These two have ups and downs the lap. It looks like the Synthium just catches in sector 1 and slightly in sector 2. But then loses it all in sector 3 and just stays behind. But from my perspective, once the Synthium gets past, that's when the gap will increase. And unless the PXN manages to pull something out of his head, this might go on just for a few more laps until one of them crumbles from the pressure, which might not happen in too long, as also the tires are suffering from this battle. As you see how often they lock up, how much smoke comes from those tires. Just a bit more, and they have to save the tires some way or another, as they now reached a 4-way group of GT3s. And this time it looks like the PXN is having more issues than the Synthium. Does the Synthium have a run here?
The GLS PXN car was stuck, but now both are stuck, and the GT3 comes very close. Petronas car thought about going on the inside of the GT3 car, but that wouldn't be so smart. Now the GLS car running a bit wide, but has a better exit. Now once again it's all down to the final corner. The corner the 42 took way better all the last laps, and yeah, once again it looks like the 42 is faster out of the last corner, so no chance for the 175, another GT3 car. But oh no, the Petronas car stuck once again behind the GT3 car, while the 42 had cleared him before turn 1. And all those 2-3 10s, and the 42 is on the gravel. The 42 came onto the gravel, and now the Petronas car has overtook him and cleared him, and already took off and has a gap of nearly 1 second. The 42 once again cracks under pressure, just a so slightly mistake. And with that, second place lost to Petronas Synthium once again in this race.
It has happened. The inevitable has finally happened. It was a matter of time. Since one of the two will crumble. This time the PXN might have a chance to catch, but as I said before, the Petronas has just a little bit more pace. Now, depending on how much the traffic is going to play a role here, or the tire saving, as the Synthium was the car always behind, maybe the Synthium has overheated the tires a bit more, has used a bit more of that available tire, that the PXN might have a chance to catch back up here, as he did not have the
yellow
downside
tonight.
of the dirty air and the heat of the car coming to it, as that's the OC Racing X Lifeless car, spun out of turn, I believe that's turn 2? Oh, turn 7, I'm sorry, turn 7 up, going out turn 8.
And now the Petronas Synthium car, here we have it in the pits. But they managed to overtake the GLS car right before they went in. Now it will be interesting how their outlap will be and how the in-lap of the 42 will be, or the in-laps, depending on when the 42 will come in. You say the tires are getting used very, very quickly here, so maybe will be hard for the 42 to make the overcut come true. The Petronas car stuck once again a bit behind Mercedes GT3. Now here with the 42. Will they respond to the Petronas car? Will they come in or will they stay out?
Looks like that the Petronas Synthium needs to now warm up the tires as fast as possible, bringing them up to temperature. Going out of turn 1 and 2, that's one corners which are only good with warm tires. The PXN here stays out for another lap. Looks like they have just enough. As I said, the Synthium might have used up more of that tire. So it looks like the PXN might play the safer game. Also thinking of the SD, if the Petronas Synthium SD might have to pit once more for one more time this race. Maybe the PXN wants to diminish that pit stop and only want one more pit stop from the PXN. And if that happens, this Petronas Synthium really needs to find a way to gain all that time lost off that pit stop that they've just done. If that's the case, that's the Delta Infinite.
133 blue flag.
Off Turtle Beach.
Yeah, 1 hour and 30, no chance that the Petronas car can make it without any further pit stop. The GLS can do it, but now, there was a GT3, the Cubic car was a bit off track there. Now, what you have to keep an eye on is the gap between the Petronas and the GLS car, and it came down already. It was over 30 seconds, now it's 28. And also interesting to see the gap between the 91, the leader, and 42, the GLS car. Sometimes it comes down below 1 minute, then it goes up again. And it's interesting to see if maybe the Petronas car, if they push now, if the AOT Turtle Beach has to do 2 stops as well, the Petronas car can close the gap a bit. Here on board with the 5th place car, Park Motorsport. Ahead of them is, I think, the Gniado car, the 10th place. Yeah, exactly the 133.
275 and 794 blue flag on car 2709.
And some blue flags. Information on the race control radio.
As looking at the tire life from our GLS PXN driver, 26 laps on that tire, knowing that the LMDH can drive about 40 to maybe 50 minutes on one set. Those tires of the PXN might not make it until the 40-minute mark of this race. And if that's the case, they have to think of something now, as the strategy time is diminishing. Each lap they stay out, the strategy might become more and more of a mess. And Petronas Synthium might have done the right call here, going in when they did, as that the timing would be perfect for the second stop, which the GLS PXN might not have calculated for. So, looking at the GLS PXN car, if they're gonna enter this lap as they've not done now. They've gone past the start finish now, and are into turn 1. So they're gonna stay another lap out. And up ahead, the AOT Turtle Beach on 15 lap, they are clear of about 1 lap, about 1 minute 12 seconds. But the Petronas Synthium car catching 27.6 seconds to GLS PXN racing car, and the gap is just slightly diminishing. Look at the lap times. The last lap, the Petronas Synthium car was 3 seconds faster. If this keeps on in about 10 laps, we might see a battle between the two.
Yeah, they would have to get this gap down if they want to have a chance, and the GLS car really can make it to the end with only 1 more stop, but I'm not so sure about that. And even then, they would need to have the last stint nearly 1 hour, while the Petronas car can split that 1 hour and 30 minutes to 2 45-minute stints. And it doesn't sound a lot, but 5 minutes with that tire consummation, and that is the PMO car going a bit to the gravel. Should be careful, he's second in his class. But as I wanted to say, 5 minutes can make a huge difference with this tire consummation. We have a fight for P5 in the LMDH. Project A chasing Part Motorsport, as we see here. Project A seems to be quite faster. Yeah, they're going on to the inside, and that should be an easy move for the 161. And they clear the Park Motorsport car and take over 5th place.
Interesting to see that Project A had the pace advantage, being on 5 lap older tires than the Park Motorsport car. Interesting to see that. Also Project A having missed out on qualifying, being up in P5. Great race from them so far, and it looks like they aren't done yet with catching, with just 2 minutes to the OC Racing car up ahead, and just with 1 hour 25 minutes remaining, and with the pace difference between all of the other drivers, 2 minutes might be enough for the remaining 1.5 hours to be catch, as OC Racing is now in the pits as well. So we're gonna see what Project A does, as their tires are on par with the Project A, with the OC Racing X Lopin car. That's the OC Racing X Lifeless, a bit blocking the Team Delta Infinite, while we are on board with the Pro Endurance team, battling for 8th here. That helped the Pro Endurance team just a little bit more than the Team Delta Infinite wanted.
The Pro Endurance car all over the place, not quite sure where they want to position their car. But maybe that is the strategy to confuse the 81.
157 blue flags on 175.
And now both of them getting blue flag, as you can see in the rear mirror. The 175 Petronas Synthium car is closing in, and that was quite a close move against the GT3. But the Pro Endurance team managed to do it before turn 1, and now he has to get out of the way because of the blue flag. He does so, and the Petronas car goes through. But the Pro Endurance team has lost some crucial time to the 81. Let's see if the 81 might get the lapping maneuver done a bit more quickly, or with less time lost.
Here we are now. That's a Petronas Synthium SD car on board, and it looks like the Team Delta Infinite has gotten the car in such a great spot. They've gained about a second from this blue flags mayhem, which helps the Team Delta Infinite to the Pro Endurance team. Well, obviously now that we're coming up to the final sector, the Pro Endurance team might even have more issues, as the Team Delta Infinite will get the slipstream from the Petronas Synthium SD team up ahead.
Pro Endurance team, they regained the time they lost before. But yeah, 4/10 now, over 1 second is too much to make a move into turn 1. funnily enough, the Apex 1 car, the number 1 GT3 in P16, doesn't manage to come closer to the 217. The gap stays between 2 and 4 seconds
203
for
blue flag.
quite some time now. And we have the 42 in the pits. The Petronas car has overtook him. And now it will be interesting to see when the 42 will come out again and where the Petronas car will be on track.
Tires are gonna become, the tire temperatures are starting to become an issue here. As the later the day becomes, the colder it will get. Right now, track temperature, as I see it, 25 degrees. And
03 and 79
18
blue
degrees, and
flags.
it make a codas. That's what it means. Pro Endurance are round turn 11, and I believe that's thanks to the elevation change, but also to the bit of tires, the temperature difference, having pushed a little too hard to catch back to Team Data Infinite, has cost them a bit amount of time there, about 7 seconds out of that spin.
And it looks like the 42 has another long stop they have to do, because they now lost over 1 lap to the Petronas car. And they will also have to do 1 more stop, as they can't do the race the remaining 1 hour and 21 minutes on 1 fuel load. So interesting strategy. Let's see if it or how it will turn out at the end of the race.
That's
The OC racing car, yeah, that is about good catch. The Pro Endurance team overtook them. I think the 99 came out of the pits, if I saw it right.
Yes, just came out of the pit lane there. The OC Racing X-Lopen out of the final long stop, I believe this is. No, there's 1 more long stop for the OC Racing car here. So the Pro Endurance team now has to check as well if they don't have 1 left. If this might be an on-track battle here until the end of the race, but OC Racing is gonna have the advantage of the tires, as the the Pro Endurance team has 19 laps on those tires. They might manage to bring it under the 1 hour, as that's down the inside move. That's a dive bomb off OC Racing, making it stick out of turn 11. And now with the fresh tires, they have to find a way to run away here, as Pro Endurance team is gonna struggle with that spin as well. A bit of tire wear on the rear left tire, as this track is very heavy on that specific tire there. And 1 spin might cost that tire to be hot for a couple laps. And OC Racing took that opportunity and is now running away.
GLS still in the pits. Yeah, that's a very long stop. And we are also closing in to 200 laps, 20 laps to go, and we have them. Leader is in lap 180. Yeah, now the OC Racing car, he doesn't manage to get himself rid of the 157 Pro Endurance car. Now the 42 has returned to the track, locking wheels for the 99 car, but the 157 Pro Endurance team can't make a profit out of it. And now it looks like they lose some time. They can't keep up with the pace of the 99, and slowly but surely they are falling back. Now the Apex 1 car, the number 1, is closing in to the Skigalka 1 Vision Endurance, and that car is closing in as well on the 907 Park Motorsport car. That is a 3-way fight brewing for P4 in the GT3 class, and if they fight hard enough, it might even give the chance to the 996, the motor reported 24.pl, to also threw himself into this fight.
With more and more time dropping down here, 1 hour 18 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of Portimao race. All drivers are starting to feel the tiredness coming through. I've not with the mistakes are getting heavier and heavier each time. Turn 1 that outside gravel has become so flat, that's become kind of the racing line at this point, and obviously out of turn 7 as well, there's been a bit of gravel touching there, and now that's getting later on. The struggles are becoming more and more obvious out of these cars, and this is going to be an interesting fight here, as it's going to be in the end who's going to have the most mental energy left to battle here. As I've seen also some strategies now, if you're in a battle for more than a few laps, just the saying was to just give up then, and just rather focus on finishing the race rather than getting that extra position and risking more than you can chew, biting more than you can chew, the saying. So now with this little time remaining, we're gonna see now how the drivers are switching up the mentality in this race.
The end seems so close, but it's still very far if you want. Over 1 hour still to go here in Portimao. We still have the 91 AOT Turtle Beach car at the front, 1 minute ahead of the 175. In the GT3 class, it's the 666 leading ahead of the 49 and the 31 we have here in the picture, getting lapped by the 157 LMDH car without any problems. The cubic system car, we had it with some trouble. Now we are here in the fight for P4 in the GT3 class, the 217, with a different line than the Park Motorsport car. Maybe that will be an advantage. It looks a bit like the Skigalka car is a bit faster, has a bit more top speed, but I think he's too far behind to make a move. Yeah, he is too far behind at the moment, but both the Skigalka and the Apex 1 car seems to have a better pace than the Park Motorsport car at the moment. And also with only 1 hour and 50 minutes, that means about 15 minutes to go, and then you should be clear with only 1 pit stop remaining. That's also something you have to keep in the back of your head.
These three are not letting go of each other. The Park Motorsport at the front, probably sweating bullets there. It looks like with the tire wear that the cars are on. 3 different strategies, with the Park Motorsport being the one with the most used tires here. 36 laps on those tires. Well, the Schalke 1 Vision, I believe, behind is on 27 laps, and the Apex 1 with the freshest only 20 laps. So we are gonna see maybe a complete switch up of the positions here, with the Park Motorsports gonna ending up behind and the Apex 1 ahead, knowing that the Apex 1 also has the pace. They were in the lead in the beginning, they were in the lead until about a few hours, 1-2 hours ago, and now they are here battling. We might see them coming back up on top here too, as the Schalke 1 Vision is going into the pit lane, which is a shocker, as the Park Motorsport is the one with the worst tire wear.
And it's also a bit early, as I just mentioned before, with that 1 hour remaining with the final pit stop. The GT3s can run a little bit longer, but I doubt that they can run nearly 1 hour and 15 minutes with one load of tank. But now the Apex 1 car is directly in the rear of the Park Motorsport car. Didn't took him long to close that gap. There was one car between them before. Now they are right behind each other, and you can see that the Park Motorsport car is struggling. He has a lot of understeer, it seems, with those old tires. He is slower through the corners, and I think the Apex 1 car, it will not take them any longer to go past them. Latest, I would say, into turn 1 of the next lap. Now with quite a different line going here through turn 10. And maybe even before start finish line. They will try to attack around the outside. Not the best idea. Rather go for a better exit now out of the final turn and then get him on the start finish straight. Yeah, you can see the troubles the 907 has with turning. Those tires are dead, but the one car not the best exit of the final turn. They might not get the 907. They wanted a bit too much coming into the final turn. Yeah, it's not enough to catch the 907.
From the looks, Apex One is also not quite attacking on this. They're staying behind. I saw last lap they had the opportunity around turn 13 and they didn't take it. They had the better run through the second to final corner and they sticked it behind in the final corner. Now they have a chance here on the outside. They're gonna go try the down under, which, oh, that's big contact. That's Petronas Synthium going into the side of the Apex One, and that's definitely a lot of damage there. These cars are not that sturdy as you might think they are. So now the Apex One has to suffer with that as well. That was not optimal also for the Petronas Synthium. They're gonna get lapped again by the AT Turtle Beach car. We just saw them following there too. It looks like the Apex One car did not lose too much time with that incident. They were about to try it down under. Now they got the better run out of turn 12. And they stay behind as well again. Flashing their lights, saying, what was that? You just blocked me off. Or not quite how not quite the best feeling they have. They try it now. Down the inside. Very late on the brakes. And this time they're past. This time they're not waiting. And they've gone past.
But they will suffer on the exit. No. The Park Motorsport car has some troubles as well, exiting the final turn. And the contact with the LMDH, from my point of view, it seemed like a big misunderstanding. The Apex One car leaving room because they wanted to go for the switchback out of turn 5. The Petronas car thought there is a gap, and there was a gap, but then it was closing. And it came to the contact, and the Park Motorsport car with a mistake coming out of turn 3 into the grass and now losing contact to the Apex One car. The gap has opened up to over 3 seconds now. And another locking wheel here for the 907 with their old tires. They will not like that. 2 LMDH cars coming from behind. I think that's the Team Delta Infinite fighting with the OC Racing. Yeah, exactly. That's for P7. They were side by side out of turn 5. Side by side again. Going out of turn 8. And the OC Racing car gets by. Lovely stuff. They went both sides, and there is nearly a spin for the Team Delta Infinite. He can catch it, but that cost some time. Half a second now gap to the 99. Let's see if they might have a better exit out of the final turn and can make a counter-attack onto start-finish straight. But that was a very, very good move by the OC Racing X-Lopen car to turn 10.
Lopen are trying to find that little time left that they have for the session. One long stop left for them. They were talking about before May end. This time I think they've just stick to that plan with the final stop being the final long stop as well. Obviously we've seen the LMDH are not going to be able to do 1 hour and 8 minutes or the 1 hour 50 minutes there when they pitted till the end. So this is going to be an interesting battle for all the LMDH. Oh, that's Team Delta going very wide through turn 4, nearly spinning it round. And this is going to be now also who's going to be the earliest in the pit lane. It's Park Motorsport. Shockers from them goes into the pit lane. 1 hour 8 minutes. Are they going to make it till the end from here? Or are they planning to do a splash and dash near the end of the race?
I strongly doubt that they will be able to make it to the end. They would have to do a lot of lift and coast to make it. And I think it's quicker, maybe even quicker, to just split that hour now and come in again after 30 minutes, do again fresh tires, and then push as hard as you can. We also have the AOT Elmar car somewhere in the pits, the 21. Yeah, here it is. 19th place overall, 20th now. We're going down because they are in the pits.
For the GT3s, that's actually now the time for the final stops. The cars can drive 1 hour, a little bit more than 1 hour. The only downside is going to be the tires will be absolutely shambled by the final minutes. Depending on how your setup is on the tire leniency, now might be the final stops for some GT3s, as the Park Motorsport GT3 also has jumped into the pit lane now. So interesting to see who's deciding to go for the gamble to pit now for the final time, and who wants to go maybe a bit safer and go longer in this stint.
Now with the
also took a long stop, sorry.
With the tire situation, I think it would be better to now go as far as possible and then have the freshest tire for the last stint. And if you have the oldest tire in the last 10 minutes, then I assume you will suffer quite a lot, because then the hardest attacks will be made, and if you have very old tires, not much you can do then. On board with the AOT Turtle Beach car, the race leaders. Once again with them. Yeah, not often seen today, as they are so far ahead. I think before, when there was the contact between the Petronas and the Apex 1 car, the AOT Turtle Beach was close to lap the Petronas car. And we also have the StriFR Racing team into the pits on P14.
They are taking one stop. The Park Motorsport and AT Elma are on long stops both. I didn't see the Strafer team leaving, but they might be also on a long stop. If AT and Park Motorsport have calculated this correctly, once the long stop will finish, they might have perfectly enough time to bring it till the end on that set of tires. Or if they plan to go like the final 10 to 20 minutes for a final tire change, no fuel, and bring it home on a safe compound, as I believe punctures can happen if they are too overheated or just too destroyed. They may puncture, so they are risking that if they go now till the end. So as damage is, I think, set to 150% on all cars, so you can fully destroy your car with a big incident.
The StriFR Racing Team 709 still in the pits. Also Park Motorsport, the 907. And the AOT Elmar. Yeah, 1 hour 4 minutes. What would you say? When is the perfect time to come in?
I'd say about 1 hour to 50 minutes is when, with a bit of enough fuel, more than 3/4 fuel, that could be the perfect amount. But I've noticed in my stints that even after I pitted, went for about 40 minutes, the rear left, and just the rears altogether were to the point of less grip. So if you want to have a safe ending stint, I would go about 40 to even 30 minutes just to be fully sure. But about the 50-minute mark might be where we see the final or the final stint starting.
Sorry, turn 8. Yeah, green flag, green flag.
Oh, Team Delta Infinite with a spin in turn 8, losing one position to the Pro Endurance team. And being behind a GT3 now in a quite not so comfortable position to lap him. As spins easily down. We saw a lot of them today. A lot of spins without any contact. The elevation change, the track itself, the corners and the heat all makes it very difficult to keep it clean today, to not spin at all. And yeah, another one we saw here. Team Delta Infinite 4 seconds now behind the Pro Endurance team, losing the place and now down to 8th position.
Out of the GT3s that have pitted before, the AO Team Elma and the Park Motorsport have pitted, and that's another slight mistake from Team Delta Infinite. I believe they are trying to run this stint until the very end of it, so they don't have to risk for the next stint, but it looks like their tires are in shambles. Looking at the tire life, they're on 27 lap old tires. Well, shockers, the car ahead, Pro Endurance team, is on 31 lap old tires. So we might see these cars trying to push the tires to the very end of it, so they have the final stint not too risky and can bring it home with no major issues.
Seems like the Team Delta Infinite car is still sliding around a bit. Now coming to the 12th Kirito Racing Esports car. Oh, yeah, coming together with the 12th Kirito Racing Esports car.
Oh.
Yeah. That was nearly a bowling match there. Luckily it was a gutter ball and not a strike. Contact was made, but yeah, lucky outcome not to have a bigger crash, even though the Kirito Racing car will not be happy with that. At least the driver will be fully awake now after that scare.
Now, one team that has just pitted, which is, I feel, too early, is the SD1 Vision Esports. Unless they are also trying to race Splash and Dash near the end, this is not going to be optimal for them. They've gone out now. I think there was a drive-through, actually. I apologize. I think there was a drive-through from the SD1 Vision Esports. I saw the pit coming up. That it would have been too early now. We're approaching the 1 hour and 40 seconds. The final hour will start off the race. And that's when the mentality of each driver will be switched to the marathon will end, and obviously the final stretch, depending on how you like to drive, is mostly pushing or mostly letting go and accepting that the end will come.
Lap 192. Yeah, Project A has a very good race today. Started last in class, now 4th position, 1 minute behind the podium. So maybe with a bit of luck, the podium is still in reach, and now we are under the 1 hour mark. 59 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in this race. That gets controlled by the 91 of AOT Turtle Beach Racing. And yeah, in the GT3 car now, after the start where Apex 1 was dominating the race, it is now the 666, and just at this moment the 31 Cubic System car is coming into the pits for what I assume is the last pit stop of them.
59 minutes. This is the final part of the race now. Some stops are happening again. Move Center Sim Racing Dream is in the stop. Cubic Systems done their final long stop now. They have left and rejoined. And this is going to be now for the end of the race. Cubic System, I believe, is down in 13th overall. So that's on our screen here. It's quite wrong. They are 3rd in their class. But with this long stop, they might go for the undercut and might even have a chance against the PMO Endurance Team Red, as I believe they also still have 1 stop to go. Where will the Cubic System team come out? That's the PMO Endurance Team Red also into the pit lane now. So this is now going to be interesting to see who's going to come out where and how's the ending stint going to look like. The Petronas Synfim SD team has pitted as well. The LMDH team.
And that That is a long stop for the Petronas, we just been told. That will bring the 42 car closer. But this will be, or looks like it will be, the last stop for the 175, while the 42 has to do one more stop as well. So that will be interesting to see how that will play out.
So where will come out who? This is going to be now a final showdown from all the drivers who are close to each other. Behind we see in the mirror, I think that's the Grenado Bauer Elementor car about to lap Park Motorsports one more time. This might be it, unless a few more drivers up ahead have to do one more long stop. I believe AOT Turtle Beach is part of that, but with Petronas Symphion's final long stop now, it's gonna be a big thing as the Security Racing Esports out turn 1, spinning it, but facing the right way back onto the track, not losing too much time.
They really don't have a great day today. Another spin for them. Yeah, they are 27th overall, 17th in class. Last car of the ones that are still running. But at least they are still running, and that's always a great achievement already when you make it to the end of the race. The race leader, the AOT Turtle Beach car, is in the pits as well, and here I assume the same, that this is their final pit stop. Here the Petronas Synthium car right behind them.
The AOT Turtle Beach has gone for a long stop, that is it. So where will AOT Turtle Beach come out? I believe they are going to be set for the race win here. 5 laps until the 200 laps are going to be completed. But the biggest battle I think on track are the GLS PXN Racing versus the Petronas Synthium SD. As when the Petronas Synthium pitted, that was during... after the PSN pitted, but they were only about a few tenths from each other. As now that that's a long stop from Petronas Synthium, we're gonna see where the GLS PXN car comes out. They are 1 lap behind, but we know that a long stop takes about 2.5 minutes, and that might be just enough for the GLS PXN to catch more 55 seconds. I have my eyes on them. They're going round turn 8 now. While the Petronas Synthium team has still stopped. They've gone now through turn 10, braking for turn 11. The Petronas Synthium still stopped. The PXN team is starting to reach a big group of GT3 cars. Are they gonna lose too much time? I believe for me it says they're 1 lap behind, but I think this is now gonna be for the battle.
According to the live timing here, it's 23 seconds remaining the gap, so they should be in the same lap, and Petronas car is moving.
And the PXN car are going around the final corner. They're on the main straight now, so now it's a time off. When Petronas Synthium get the warmth into those tires, as the PXN Racing is now crossing turn 1.
They have quite a big gap, 5 seconds. And now the Petronas car has 2 advantage points. First one, fresher tires, they can gain some time now. And the second point, the even bigger point, is that the GLS car still has to pit 1 more time in this race.
That is a thing that can happen, but we don't know how the strategy, the final stint for the PXN might look like. Obviously with those cars, they only have 1 compound to each other, but with the fuel amounts, maybe their tires can go till the end, but they're just gone with a very heavy tank till the end, but with a more unstable ending with the more shot tires. So it's gonna be a final showdown till the end, as I think behind we see also some other drivers. SC1 Vision Esports is closing in onto the Team Delta Infinite LMDH, and in the GT3 class we see 3 more cars have pitted. There was the Apex 1, the Warhol Racing, and the Team Delta Infinite GT3s are in the pits for, I believe, the final stop. OC Racing as well, Kirito Racing as well. So The final stops are happening now, and this is going to be a final showdown.
It's now all coming together, all those strategies are unfolding, and we start to see the real picture again of this race. Here the AOT Turtle Beach kept its big advantage against the Petronas car, over 1 minute still the lead onto the second place, so yeah, they can take it easy now, bring it home, and don't risk too much. Meanwhile, we have all the LMDH cars on track now. It's very nice to see that we don't have any retirement so far in the LMDH class. We have 3 of them in the GT3 class. But otherwise, very good race. Not too many big, huge incidents, some small ones, but they always happen in multi-class racing, that's normal. Now the AOT Turtle Beach car is closing in on some traffic again. And some GT3 cars, but it looks like he will manage to get them on the start-finish straight, or at least the first one. Then there is a LMDH car that will get blue flag anyway, and the second GT3 car has just entered the pits. Oh no, that was also a LMDH car, it was the 133, the Pignado Bau Elemente white car. Here in the picture, 9th place. Now for their final pit stop. Also, it seems Apex 1 had to do one final... Oh god, that is scary. We are inside the helmet now of the 133. A lovely looking chap there. Very focused on the race, trying to ignoring the camera there. Those eyes really creep me out, I have to admit. Didn't know Assetto Corsa had that level of detail. Here we have the number 1 car. The Apex 1 car, 16th place overall, 6th in class right now. The 666 of WacholRacing.pl. They were leading before the final round of pit stops, now back in 14th, but the 3 cars ahead of them, they are yet to pit or are in the pit line right now, as it is with the FNL Racing Team car, the 222. Cubic System at 31 now overtook the Apex 1 as well. While we see some traffic overtaking the 666, and now they should get the 222 as they are still in the pits. And I know the FNL car just exited the pit. It looks like the 222 has managed to stay ahead of the 666. Yes, they did. And we have a fight, we have a crash between the Team Delta Infinite and which one is it? The Pro Endurance team. The Pro Endurance team tries to be nice, tries to wait until the Team Delta Infinite car is back on track. It was a nice gesture, but the waiting spot was a bit awkward as it nearly gave us a big crash between him and the GT3 cars.
That was the SD1 Vision Esports, the one they were fighting. Going into the back of the Team Delta Infinite, into turn 5. Awkward cameras, so we couldn't quite see what quite happened, but it looked like a braking point was missed. But luckily the SD1 Vision was nice enough to give that position. And I've heard with those LMDH car, even with orange front damage, it's still very nice to drive with no big issues, as we're now on to the on board with FNL RT.
I think that is for the GT3 lead. If we clear the 2 cars ahead with pit stops, FNL car came out of the pit this lap and stayed ahead of the 666 car. 79 now in the pit, so that fight we have here, that is, if I see it correctly, for the victory in the GT3 class. And yeah, it's between the car we are on board now and here the Lamborghini, not the Mercedes ahead. The AOT Elmar car, that is a lapped car.
Gonna be Mercedes versus Lamborghini. The Lamborghini going down the inside into turn 3. The Woche Racing, does he clear the Mercedes? He cleared it and it's back onto net P1. Is the Mercedes gonna respond? That was a really risky move. But as I said before, this mentality is switching from the preservative racing to aggressive, depending on where you are. If you need to race aggressive, now is the chance. If you need to be defensive, that's for other drivers now the point. And it looked like the Lamborghini did not want to wait any longer and go past now. If he clears the car up ahead soon enough, he might have a kind of a breathing point to the FNL as the FNL
Crew
leaves
number 1
the...
has to retire the car. Crew number 1 has to retire the car.
The Apex 1 needs to retire the car. I think I understood it correctly. The Apex 1 needs to retire the car.
Yeah, the number 1 car, that's the Apex 1. That is big, that is very big. 9th place right now in the GT3, former leader. Don't have any information why they have to retire the car.
If we could go on board with the car, I think they have suspension damage, as I heard. It looks like the car is really sliding through the corners. It's not how the car's supposed to drive. I think a bit of suspension damage at the back. As we see the team that in, this is the SD1 Vision Esports again. This time no contact through turn 5. I believe the SD1 Vision is a bit better on pace, but that's not the leading factor in a battle. And with the Grid Tigers in front, blocking a little the team that's an Infinite car, might have the SD1 Vision have a chance through turn 11 now. Let's see what line they take. The team that Infinite goes a little later on the brakes. We might see a better run out the corner from the SD1 Vision. Slow in, fast out is visible here. Going through turn 13 now. Stays behind the SD1 Vision Esports. And now comes the main factor of this battle. I believe behind was also the... I believe that was behind the...
I think that was the AOT Turtle Beach, yeah. As we saw the 1 car going into retirement. I'm not sure why though. Oh wait, here, issue with the steering wheel and take him back to the pits, which is illegal in shorter races. So annoying mistake made there that cost them big time. And we are into the 200th lap of this race at this moment. Here on board again with the 222 and the leading GT3 car, the 996, is now into the pits, which should give the 666 the race lead next time around.
Yes, we now are looking at this battle here. This is going to be an interesting battle. A lead battle hasn't happened a lot here in Project Endurance, but this time here in PE, but this time we are back with a leading battle for till the end of the race, maybe even, as I believe they have pitted just above the 1 hour point. So these two are gonna be set for the entirety of the race, unless a big spin might set out the tires too much, where they have to pit one more time. But these two are now looking for till the end of the race. While also in the rest of the track, I don't see many battles. This is the only real on-track battle right now. There's a bit of issues by the Park Motorsport Mercedes. I think he just had an issue through turn 1 and spun it. As I think now come the final pit stops for the LMDH cars. The LSPXN, final stop for them, and the SD1 Vision Esports, final stop for them.
Yeah, Park Motorsport were a bit slow there out of turn 1, I assume. All spin or spin. And now it will be interesting to see how big the gap is between the 42 and the 175, and if the 42 can catch up, but I doubt it. The gap will be quite big. And if I remember it correctly, Project A still has to do one more stop, otherwise they might be quite close to that podium spot. And now the 666 overtaking the 996, going back into the lead of the GT3 class with the 222 right behind them. Yeah, they didn't manage to create a big gap to the 222. The gap still under a second, while we see here the 996. That will also be very interesting when they will exit the pits again. Right now they are still on the podium, but I assume they will lose 1 or 2 spots more before they can exit the pits.
Now an LMDH are lapping the 222 and the 666 here. Will the 666 have some issues letting it pass? Doesn't look like it, but there's another LMDH. This time the 222 doesn't look like to be backing down, but depending on what the 666 might do here, we might see here now a really close battle. The 666 is gonna be reached inside the corner. Has to take for a different alternative line. Is there going to be a bit of time gain from the 222? It does look like it. They've gone up to 4 tenths, now 7 tenths. They're still under the second. And here in this corner, they were really close. You just saw the rear end of that Lamborghini in the camera. But that's wide for the Mercedes. And a bit of time loss. Obviously here in this final corner, this is where it all takes part. The Mercedes has a bit more straight line speed. And this time, 6 tenths between the two. I think the leaderboard is going up. The Mercedes, the Lamborghini had a bit of a better exit out of the final corner, and it's going to go out of the second here towards turn 1. There we go. The 1 second has been reached. Team Delta Infinite LMDH also in the pit lane for, I believe, the final stop. And it looks like the Mercedes just struggling through the final corner there.
Yeah, the Mercedes really has some trouble there, but otherwise they have the pace to keep up with the race leaders, and maybe they can keep the pressure up to force them into a mistake. At the front of the LMDH category, we have now 1 minute gaps between first to second, second to third, and third to fourth. So yeah, quite bigger gaps there without any mistake. I don't see a fight brewing there, but luckily we still have that fight here for the race lead of the GT3 category.
A fight that might come out later is the Team Delta Infinite GT3 versus the Grid White Tigers. 3 seconds between them two. But eyes up here still for this battle between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. This is now 40 minutes remaining. I'm gonna be quite surprised on who's on the ending here. Who might get the first place out of the GT3 class, as the Grid White Tigers have gone into the pit lane, and OC Racing X Lopen as well for the final stop. Some teams still have to go for one more stop. Project A is still on a few very used tires, while OC Racing is now in the pit lane for with 27 lap old tires. So the only the final car out of the top split, I believe, is just the Project A car that still needs to pit. As we see here, the Team Delta Infinite LMDH going past this leading group here.
But the number 12 car is sadly retiring as well, because there was only one driver driving today and he is sadly feeling unwell. So best wishes to good recovery from us to him. We saw quickly before that the 42 car came under a minute to the 175, so that's interesting to keep an eye on, even though I think 1 minute will be impossible to catch in 40 minutes remaining. We have the 161 car, Project A, into the pits for their final stop from P4.
Now it's good to see, are they gonna go for a long stop, or is this it with the numbers? After this, every LMDH is gonna be on the final stint. So if there's gonna be any battles, now is the part of the race where no more strategy game is in play. Now it's just gonna be a full-on fight till the end, as I see 4 P5 between the SD1 Vision Esports and the OC Racing. They have not, just a little bit of a gap between each other. On board with the AOT Turtle Beach, our leading car, having lapped P2, is quite a dominant run this race. And it doesn't look like they're backing out yet. With 38 minutes remaining, they want to have this perfect race of theirs, and it just looks to be going in their favor here.
We're quite aggressive with the lapping of the GT3, took a lot of curb through the final corner. The 996, by the way, exited the pits in 16th place, 6th in class. Now they gained another place, now in 5th, but as well, except at the front, the fight for P1, the gaps in GT3 have grown as well. We have some smaller gaps a bit further down in the field, but they are all over 5 seconds. The closest gap fight still for P1 in the GT3 class, as we just saw the race leader lapping the GT3 leader.
This is gonna be the half an hour of magic, the final few laps for the second to final race of PE here. Next race obviously being the big one, and this is the final practice before the big one will happen, the 24 hours of Daytona. Can't wait to see that one happening. It's gonna be a spectacle for all of us, and these are just, for as I see in my eyes, just warm-ups for that big race. And this shows us how the cars, I think the 6 hours, this is the shortest one yet that we had here in PE, with the second to shortest one was 8 hours off, I think Shanghai it was. Other than that, we had about 12-hour races and 10-hour races, and this is the final minutes before the next race will happen, I believe in in September, if I'm not mistaken, where the big one will happen. Until then, these are the final 35 minutes of this race, and there's still a lot of action happening here. FNLRT is still about a second and a half behind Warhol Racing. Great race from Warhol Racing. I believe they started down in P4. They've gone up into P1, while FNL, starting in P1, has dropped down to P2. Not forgetting that the FNL team also had a spin on lap 1 where they've dropped down to basically last in their class. So great race from everyone. Here we see the Team Delta, the Grid Racing, having some issues with the car, letting past as well. I believe that was the Schalke 1 Vision Endurance, or the team, I believe there was a PMO Endurance Team Red. One of the two going past the Mercedes, as I see some drivers are starting to give out all of their power and cruising these past final 35 minutes till the end.
Yeah, as you say, the FNL car, if I remember correctly, I think they dropped down to 28th, so only 2 cars behind them, and they showed a really great recovery drive, now in 2nd place. But it looks like it's just not enough to beat the 666. They just lacking a little bit of pace in those final laps. And now they have to hope onto a mistake or a bit of traffic luck that plays against the 666 to have a final chance on that victory. And as you also state, the 24 hours of Daytona coming up. I think in the last weekend of September, Daytona surely quite a different track than to that we see today. Way better overtaking opportunities, with a lot more slipstream in the oval part of the track. So quite a difference to what we see today, with a narrower track where overtaking is not that easy.
One of the biggest plays in Daytona will also be each team has about 4 to 3 drivers that have to somehow find a pace, find a balance between the 3 to 4 drivers for the entirety of a 24-hour race. which we might see some more struggling in between them. But now the focus is mostly on today's race, obviously here. With the final 30 minutes, not much that can still happen, but obviously until the race finishes, anything can still happen.
Yeah, it's still motorsport, and I think that's the best thing about the sport. It can also be the worst. It's never over until it's over. And even if you are leading with over 1 minute or even more, there's still the hard possibility that you have a heartbreak in the final minutes. We saw it in real life in Le Mans a couple of times, and also in other motorsports. That's yeah, you are never safe. Even if you have a 2 laps advantage, your engine can blow up, some crash with a back marker, and that's something that makes that sport so entertaining. Even though I think we agree that we both hope that that doesn't happen today, as we have 2 leaders right now who both deserve that victory very much.
With the 31 minutes, our grid looks to be right now pretty set on the final couple laps. But with 30 minutes, I think about 15 more laps of the race will happen. Of the GT3 class, I think for the LMDH it's about 20 more laps, which saying out loud now doesn't sound that much. So this is going to be a final spectacle here. The only cars close to each other are the Vochel Racing and FNL cars, about 5 seconds to each other. And then up ahead, the closest LMDHs are 9 seconds from OC Racing and SD1 Vision and Esports. And behind, we have some GT3s that are about 6 seconds to each other from Park Motorsports and Schalke 1 Vision Endurance. And a 3-second gap between the Grid Ride Tigers and the WSR Interstellar Midas Racing. So even if 15 minutes left of racing for the GT3s, some cars are still close enough for a battle to still brew in the couple of minutes that are still full out racing, as the FNL car just gained another second, I believe, if the timing is correct, to the Vochel Racing car. So push is still an option for many other teams to get another position in this race.
And also with the tires now slowly going down, I think we could also see some, let's say, better drivers, or better on the tire drivers gain some more time now in the final minutes and moments of this race. Here with the 275 move center going to the 42 GLS PXN racing car. They didn't really manage to close the gap to the Petronas Synthium car. They still have around 1 minute of a gap to P2, but they have 2 minutes to the car behind, to Project A. So they are looking for a podium finish at the moment. They have to say, looks quite nice with the sun going down slowly. And as we are entering the golden hours here, with a bit less than half an hour remaining, now the GLS car has to lap the FNL Racing team, the 222, if I can spot that correctly, yes. So then shortly we will also see the leader of the GT3, and there he is ahead of us. That could be quite annoying now with the overtaking maneuver. Let's see if he managed to get him before turn 10.
With these cars, I think the LMDHs have stopped pushing the GT3s as well. Once the LMDH has a GT3 up ahead, I don't think their first thought is to get past. I think their first thought is when it's the safest place to overtake.
There is only 18 minutes for your mandatory long stops.
As for the drivers who still don't have all long stops done, they have 18 minutes until they can complete their final long stop, but then the pits will close, and if they go after that, I think that's a disqualification if you pit after the pits close. So for everyone who still has one more long stop left, they have to use it in the next 18 minutes, but I believe we only have about one or two more drivers left to do so. So this is going to be a couple minutes. First time actually, I believe in PE, did not have quite of a chaotic ending, as I believe in the other races we still had some game-changing fights near the end of the race. But while I say that, for P21, the Grid White Tigers have lost out a little to the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing. They're under a second to each other. If we might see that maybe later on for a battle.
I think the 203 had a mistake somewhere. The 79 was very close. Was watching that before. It was like down to 0.2 of a second. Now it's up a bit again. While we see the Park Motorsport car stuck a bit in traffic, and as you say, they are not going full attack. Yeah, the Park Motorsport car. Oh, that was now a bit closer than I thought it will be. Heading the Park Motorsport car heading to back down now. Contact, yeah, with the 820. That was a bit clumsy. Going now to the fight for P21, 11th in class, Interstellar Midas Racing against the Grid White Tigers. 0.3 of a second it was before, now going up a bit. The White Tigers, bit a bigger line, other line than the Interstellar car. But once again, it comes down to the final corner. Who gets it better? Who gets the better exit onto the start-finish straight? And we can also see another car in the distance. That is the AOT Elmar car, as we see LMDH car coming through. And that AOT Elmar car is P20 and is the 10th place in class. So maybe there's still a chance of a top 10 finish for one of those two cars if they really push now.
So looks like the Mercedes had a bit of a slipstream from the LMDH. They're up ahead, getting a bit of a tow down the main straight, which the Lamborghini is suffering from. And but it looks like the Lamborghini here is just a bit better off into the corners. Turn 1 was better, but touching a bit of that inside curb, upsetting the car, and luckily not going onto the gravel. But these two seem to be on par with pace here. Unless the slipstream, unless the Lamborghini gets close enough to have a strong slipstream, these two might be on for quite a bit of a battle here for the final couple laps here, as we're now on board with the Mercedes. Looking behind the Grid White Tigers, the Mercedes, way built better for straight line speed, but we don't know how their setup here looks like. Maybe this Mercedes has gone for a bit of an alternative setup for more downforce. Going wide, turn 11, that's not quite the optimal line there, and the Lamborghini has gained about 3 to 4 tenths there, and it's very close here into the final sector.
A nearly contact there as the WRS Interstellar car searching the gap here. But it looks like the Petronas car, the 175 second place car, is into the pits. 24 minutes left on the clock. They had 1 minute advantage against the GLS PX and Racing, and that advantage is coming down, and we have a spin for the OC Racing X Lifeless car coming out of turn 8 now. Might get chaotic again. Petronas car back out on track. 36 seconds ahead of the GLS car.
I believe there was a drive-through for the Petronas Symphony SD car. Getting a drive-through after 7 track violations. That's how the penalty works here. And I believe the Petronas Symphony was just a bit too aggressive and getting one last drive-through before the end of the race here. Costing them about 20 seconds maybe of time. To the JSPXN Racing, but it doesn't look like to be too much of an issue. And as that was the Park Motorsport GT3 having a bit of issues. Yes, now we're on board with the battle again for 21st. Again, on the top of the Grid White Tigers car, we just see the Lamborghini. Let's see how the Mercedes takes this corner this time. Is he gonna go wide as last time? Gives a big of a space there. There's contact. The Lamborghini was just a bit too over aggressive into there, and they've made the contact. And the Lamborghini goes back on track ahead. Is the Lamborghini gonna let them by, or is it just, or are they gonna put their heads down and run till the end of the race? It looks like they are gonna go. Might be a penalty, but it didn't look too malicious to me. It might have been just a bit of outbraking. A penalty might still be on the end, but looks like that move wasn't very optimal.
In that case, I'm always happy that I'm not a steward and I don't have to decide whether it is a penalty or not. Yeah, the WRS car gained the position for the moment, but they both lost a lot of time to P20, and now they are letting the Grid White Tigers through again. Looks like they realized it was their fault, and now letting Grid White Tigers through again. And once again they try to overtake them, and this time fairly. Into turn 5, lock up again, and the Grid White Tigers stays ahead. We also may get another fight in LMDH. There's the One Vision car coming closer and closer to P5 OC Racing, while we see a LMDH car going for the gap and costing some time for the WRS Interstellar Midas car, which are now 6/10 of a second, maybe even more, behind the Grid White Tigers again. Also, the gap between P2 and P3 came down a bit, now just over 30 seconds. Yeah, the GLS car still has to hope that the Petronas car does another mistake, otherwise it is impossible now. The gap went up again on 39 seconds.
Oh, now this push, I don't see any cars push anymore. Look at the lap times. All are going on an average of, the LMDHs are going on an average of 31 seconds, which is about a second and a half slower than what they usually done. Except the Petronas Symphium, they're an oddball. They're gone nearly for the fastest lap of their personal best. They've gone at 29.6. Interesting to see as
That's
they are
final
still
call.
very...
You have only 10 minutes to make your mandatory long stops.
As it looks like the Petronas Symphium was the only car really pushing off the LMDHs. One in the GT3, it looks like the FNL is just a slightly bit faster than the Wochel Racing last lap. But I believe
Motorsport with another mistake again, a spin in turn 3. They had one before, and if they do 2 or 3 spins more, they will lose that 7th place in class.
it's not optimal for a racing driver at all, seeing that after a 6-hour race you lose a position because of a clumsy final minute. So we're gonna see if the Park Motorsport team might get it together for the final minutes. Not even obviously in their situation, pushing is the last thing you want to do. I believe they're struggling a bit with the tire wear. Now it's the time for them to focus more on bringing it at home and not going for a fastest lap.
But I think we might well see some more spins in the coming minutes as concentration goes down a bit, because we are close to the end and tire wear goes up. They are on all tires and they will still have to do 20 more laps. The Midas car goes a bit wide, losing the rear. He catches it, but he is losing quite some time. He was catching the Grid White Tigers car again, but now with that mistake he is once again over 1.5 seconds down to P21.
A car I've been looking out for is for the battle for 5th. OC Racing X Lopen versus SD1 Vision Esports. The gap went down to 1 second. Now it's 1.5 between the two. It's jumping around, but I believe taking the middle ground there, it's about 1.5 seconds. As I believe the timing board is starting to jump a little too much. On my screen it says 1.9 average. It's gone down to 1.6 average, so their gap is going to be maybe something to look out for before the end of the race, as we see the OC Racing X Lifeless car having a bit of issues through turn 1, bringing it back again, last in their class.
Now we have 5 DNFs, 25 cars remaining in the race, 10 LMDH and 15 GT3s. Fights, there is one fight brewing for P5 in LMDH. OC Racing against SD1 Vision Esports. Last place into the top 5 of this race.
They are going through turn 7 and 8 now. They got some traffics up ahead. I'm looking at the boards here going towards turn 10. They're Vision Esports is having a bit of traffic, but it looks like Lopen isn't really managing to run away, as there's some more traffic's going into turn 13, and it looks like Lopen didn't quite get past. I'm not gonna say it through here as we're looking at the camera of the Shilka 1 Vision Endurance team, but my eyes are gonna keep you updated on the gaps of the Lopen and Project and SD1 Vision Esports battle here. They're gone onto the main straight, and I believe the Vision Esports one got a bit of the slipstream to OC Racing, as we are now here have a battle as well for P20.
The AOT Elmar car must have made a mistake. They were over 20 seconds ahead of the Grid White Tigers. Now, as you can see, that ain't 20 seconds anymore.
Still eyes on the battle for 5th. They are gone now into turn 5. I think there was nearly a move there from it, but
blue flag.
I couldn't quite see it happening. But they are really close together. But here, I think this battle for with the GT3s is also about to have the high point happening soon. So we're gonna stay here with these GT3, as the Grid White Tigers was a bit more aggressive on the brakes there. Could have nearly done the move, but the Cubic Systems car, the AOT's Elmar car has blocked it perfectly, and the Grid White Tigers couldn't find a way through.
But Grid White Tigers car was shaking, sliding around now with the OC Racing car. You can see the One Vision Esports car right behind, going past the Team Delta Infinite GT3 car. Interesting line. There is another GT3, that's why he took this line. Now that's
Turtle Beach.
Yes, that's the leader spinning with the WRS Interstellar Midas Racing. They are back rolling again. That cost them a bit of time. They have a big lead, but that's something you don't want to see. And I was just to say, if they two here fight hard, we will have a three-way fight for P20 soon, and Interstellar Midas car is coming close, but that was a very interesting, let's say that way, situation there in the background with the race leader.
Look at that, Grid White Tigers has a great run for the final corner. The AOT to LMRT pushes them to the inside, barely giving them any room. How is this gonna work out? Who's gonna be brave on the brakes? Very much inside full. The Grid White Tigers managed to keep it up on track, but the AOT Elmar car manages to bring it back ahead. That looks very close, but the Grid White Tigers aren't done yet. Trying to go down the inside of turn 3, now into turn 4. Great run from, again, the Grid White Tigers. We have an LMDH there on the inside, so not quite a move yet. But now the Grid White Tigers follow the LMDH. This is a chance here. If they follow the LMDH, that's it. The AOT Elmar car went wide, and this Interstellar now 2. We might have a free wide battle into turn 7 if the Lamborghini joins in 2. Doesn't quite. The Mercedes loses the rear a little. Down the inside goes the Midas car. Following is the LMDH, but not quite. Goes back behind is the Midas car. And that's a great overtake from the Grid White Tigers. While the W Interstellar Midas car tried their best, but couldn't manage to bring it together. And now we're back for the battle for P5.
Yeah, lovely stuff we just saw. The AOT Elmar car coming a bit too much on the curbs, braking to turn 5, then went wide, and now the Grid White Tigers created a bit of a gap. The SD1 Vision tries to
blue flag.
find the gap against the 99, and we still have the WRS Interstellar car chasing the AOT Elmar car. Now here we have them side by side at the Petronas car lapping them, and it is the Interstellar Midas car on the inside, but the Elmar car has a bit of an advantage going back to the SD1 against OC Racing. The Midas car has cleared the AOT Elmar car for P21, and this fight has cost them a bit of time, so that the Grid White Tiger car has disappeared in the foreground. As you can see, 2 seconds now the gap, and it looks like the AOT Elmar doesn't have the pace anymore to stay with the cars in front of him. Already a gap of half a second, and the LMDH cars are zooming by the poor AOT Elmar car from 10th in class to 12th in just 2 laps.
61 Vision and OC Racing Lopen are following each other through turn 5, now 6. Going towards turn 7, OC Racing X Lopen is still quite a bit ahead, but obviously now that they're getting so close to the final part of the stint, tire wear is probably starting to become a bit of an issue. They are probably pushing their way here, and SC1 Vision trying their best to maybe find an opening, but OC Racing and X Open is just not giving them that one opening that they really am hoping for. And that's nearly losing the rear is the OC Racing X Open car. That gives a bit of an opening for the One Vision, nearly going to the back of the Lopen car is the SC1 Vision Esports, and now towards the main straight. Better run for the OC Racing, but we know the slipstream is a huge factor here. Out of the final corner, SC1 Vision tucks themselves into the slipstream. They're gaining. Are they going to manage to gain before the corner? Not quite. Both get a great turn 1 and turn 2. Now towards turn 3, who's going to be braver on the brakes? It looks to be Vision Esports has gotten a bit of a better traction line there. And now through turn 4, now towards turn 5, onto the slipstream. OC Racing got a better uphill corner and into the braking zone, stays ahead. The One Vision Esports just trying to find now a bit of clean air to not lose too much time doing the dirty air.
It's really hard for the LMDH to overtake each other. We saw it before, see it again. And yeah, before in the final turn, I think the SD1 Vision car was a bit too greedy, wanted a bit too much too early. It's better to go for the exit. As we see the 16th place car, the Skigalka One Vision, going a bit wide. These 3 GT3 cars are all in different laps, so they are not fighting each other. But those 2 LMDH cars, they do. And we also have the Interstellar car closing a bit the gap to the Grid White Tigers.
This internet starting to become an issue for the SC1 Vision Esports car. They are starting to lag around a little. They have to be careful not to lose the connection entirely before the 8 minutes are over. These are about 4 more laps, or even 3 more laps, depending on the cars. And if the internet now runs, starts to have issues, this might be a big game over for them. But it looks like the issues has been fixed. The OC Racing X-Open car is having a bit of traffic up ahead, but doesn't look like to be losing too much time. We've seen this entire race that with traffic, it usually is the second car more losing more time during traffic than it's the leading car.
Yeah, with that GT3 traffic, the gap once again went up to over 1 second. And it's always the same. Closing in is one thing, but passing is another. And passing here, it's very difficult in those cars. We saw GT3s, they have it easier to pass each other. We saw more overtaking maneuvers between them. Here in LMDH with the dirty air, it is very hard to pass them. And we see it as the SD1 Vision gets desperate to overtake the OC Racing car. 7 minutes remaining on the clock, but with 1 second the gap between these two cars, that is just too much to make a move into turn 1 or into any other turn. Also, yeah, it's a bit much to make a good pressure onto the OC Racing car. He needs to be closer. Now he is a bit closer, actually. He gained some time. Let's see if he can keep it that way through the following corners.
Locking up the front left, they're going to turn 5. He's trying to find every microsecond that he can find during these couple corners, but locking up is just not what's really optimal for the tires and also for the time gain. As the more you lock up, the more issues have. The Lopener's already trying to get the slipstream of every GT car. He has it up ahead. Going towards turn 11, Lopener has to take a bit of a alternative line through here, which gives the SD1 Vision a bit of a time gain here. But the OC Racing X-Open car still staying ahead through turn 13. Taking the corner a little better. They have their team sister car up ahead. If they maybe can find a way to gain a bit time, then it's gonna be helping OC Racing here. But is the SD1 Vision maybe finding a way as well? As obviously the SD1 Vision will have a lot more slipstream here than the OC Racing car, and it looks like the Lopen stays ahead towards turn 1. They go.
And at the front, we still have the AOT Turtle Beach car with that 1 minute gap. The 42 of GLS also didn't manage to close the gap. The gap went up again with 50 seconds now to the second place Petronas car. And then Project A in 4th, OC Racing still in 5th, but they have SD1 Vision Esports right behind them. And I think SD1 Vision Esports don't want to stay there for the rest of the 4 minutes and 42 seconds. In the other class, we have Vochol Racing 7 seconds ahead of FNL Racing Team and PMO Endurance Team Red on P3. There we still have the fight between WRS Interstellar and the Grid White Tigers. And we see those two LMDH coming to traffic. That's the FNL Racing Team. And once again, it is the car ahead, OC Racing Lopen, who clears him better and faster.
OC Racing has gotten a bad exit though out of the final corner, having to go for the inside. Went really wide on the exit and might have cost them for this straight a bit of time. But with all these GT3s, it looks like Lopen has now a worse way to overtake. They had to go for the inside in turn 1, while the SD1 Vision could have just staying on their line. And again, all the time they gained through the final corner has been lost, and it's now back to 6 attempts between these two fighting cars. And it's just incredible to see that none of them are dropping their focus. It's gonna be very close. 3 minutes. It's about 2 more laps. If the SD1 Vision Esports isn't gonna find a way anymore, this might be it for Lopen. 2 more laps. It's just what it takes for Lopen to get that P5. But SD1 Vision Esports wants to have that position too, and it's gonna be incredible. As Lopen has a bit of traffic, that's the 666 leading GT3 car. Lopen is having issues getting past, having to go for the outside. And SD1 Vision is very close now. Locks up the brakes. Might have a good run now for the final corner though. It's gonna go. Staying there. Lopen seems to start sweating there. We see that he's starting to go wider at a few corners. And now final corner here. Onto the main straight. To start the 228th lap for him, I believe. The 224th lap. That's incredible to think that between him and 18 Turtle Beach are already 4 laps difference. As there's a team that the Infinite having issues going through turn 1.
But now it's SD1 Vision also with some trouble passing that GT3. Yeah, they saw the opportunity before, went for it, but then overshot and lost some time again. Here we have WRS Interstellar Midas Racing very close again to the Great White Tigers, but time is running out. They don't have many laps remaining, I assume. 1 or 2 more laps and then it's over. 9/10 of a second. That will be very hard to catch them. It is for the final position in the top 10 of the GT3 class. Small mistake of the Midas car, went a bit wide out of turn 1, and that cost them some time. Back to the fight for P5 in LMDH, and I think they have another LMDH coming up in front of them. That could be very interesting.
I believe AT Turtle Beach has started his final lap of the race. He's gone now through turn 3. I believe he will not have enough time to cross for another lap. That meaning this is the final lap of the race. He's now going for turn 5. But SD1 Vision and Lopen are still fighting and duking it out. They're going towards turn 1 now. Lopen just has to bring it for another lap. If he does that, he might have a chance here. They are catching to a back marker, they're catching to Guinado Bauelemente, and that's a mistake from SD1 Vision, going a bit onto the gravel, losing those costly tenths that might decide the race position. Turtle Beach going through turn 11, turn 12 now, 20 seconds until the race ends. If he crosses that line one more time, it's going to be 1 more lap of the race. I believe this is white flag here. 10 seconds. He might also slow down to not do another lap. Strategic wise, 7 seconds. I don't think this is it. I think this is the final lap of the race, if I'm not seeing it wrong. 1 second.
Yeah,
checkered flag is out. I believe there's another lap. No, the checkered flag is out. And AOT Turtle Beach wins the 6 hours of Portimao. Incredible
display from the 91, over 1 minute ahead of the second place car. 229 laps and deserved winner, that's for sure. In second place we will have the 175 Petronas Tinthium SD team ahead of the GLS PXN Racing. In third, in the GT3 category, we have the 666 here in the picture, coming out of the final turn, if I see it correctly. Is it the final? Now it's the final turn. Yes, and they will win here the 6 hours of Portimao in the GT3 category, ahead of the 222 Afanal Racing Team and the 49 PMO Endurance Team Red. Also massively deserved for the 666 here. Very strong race by them.
Looking at Lopen, they've managed to get P5. I've looked at the leaderboards, I've looked at the minimap. For the final corner, it looked like that SD1 Vision has done a mistake. They've tried everything towards the second to final corner. which didn't work quite out, and they've gotten it. OC Racing has crossed the line to get that P5 they've been working for. I believe they started down in also they did start in P5, so in the end, a great fight to keep the position, their starting position.
And the last crew finished the race. Thanks for participating in 6 hours of Portimao. Congrats for everyone who finished the race. Especially congrats for Andrzej Magiera-Gorzka who finished the race on P1, driving solo for whole race. So great congrats.
I believe I just heard Rojo Racing was running alone.
Yeah, indeed. That is a very strong achievement.
Incredible.
6 hours. And the PMO car kissing the wall there. Donuts done wrong. Now they are doing it correctly. Yeah, you should do the donuts on track and not on the grass, otherwise you bump into the wall.
The one team that might not be very happy with the result is the SD1 Vision team, starting second, finishing down in 6th after a bumpy race. But I think one team, that's a nice move from the Midas car, one team that can be very happy with their results, even if they haven't gained net positions, is the FNL Racing team. They've done everything. They've dropped down to 28th, I believe that was, up to, again, 12th or 2nd in the class. So incredible race from everyone here, and some had better races, some had worse races, sadly, but in the end everyone who finished is a winner here. So incredible work. AOT Turtle Beach has jumped up again in the leaderboards, getting a bigger gap, I believe, to the Apex 1 LMDH, who hasn't raced today. So Project AOT Turtle Beach is going to get a bigger jump on the leaderboards.
Yeah, they will make a huge jump with that, if I saw it correctly. I think only the second best placed car who took part in the LMDH class was 8th in the standing. So yeah, good day, very good day for the AOT Turtle Beach car. Maximum score, and a lot of their opponents not scoring at all. That will give them an advantage coming into the final race in Daytona.
Alright, and was it for today's 6-hour race. We're looking forward to seeing you in the 24 hours of Daytona, the final race of this incredible championship. We've had ups, downs, heartaches, and tears coming across our face, and this is it. Next race is going to be the finale of this incredible championship, towards the longest race as well of the championship. Today was the 6 hours of Portimao. Thank you so much for having joined us today. Incredible work for the drivers. Congratulations to all of them. Thank you for them for driving, and thank you for having us here commentating.
Yeah, thank you very much for listening to us, and with that we wish you a pleasant rest of the evening and a good start to the new week tomorrow.